Chapter 1. Prologue Naruto, Uchiha Chronicles. Summary. Oh. What if Naruto was born in the timeline with those of the Sannin? What if Naruto was born in the Uchiha clan and was scorned due to being Izuna Uchiha's son and Madara Uchiha's nephew by the whole village? How would events roll about as he forges down his own path and gains the respect and love of the village to finally climbing the ladder and do what no Uchiha had ever done? Become Hokage? Let the adventures unroll. The Uchiha clan, one of the two most formidable clans in Konohagakure no Sado. It wasn't a secret to anyone that they were one of the two founder clans of the Hidden Leaf Village. Neither was it a secret to anyone that it was one of its founding fathers, belonging to that very clan, who betrayed and attempted to annihilate the very place he nurtured with his own hands. Madara Uchiha. The name alone was enough to instill fear among the hearts of any and every shinobi worth their salt. Anyone who had ever picked up a history book regarding shinobis knew that name. That name was the very definition of power and the legacy he had left behind. The power to cave landscapes and mark a whole new valley, just to leave a mark when the man really went all out in his battle prowess. The Valley of the End was still a reminder to all those who had ever mistakenly forgotten the name of the menacing legend, the devil that once roamed across the land of fire like the Reaper himself, annihilating the very existence of any person he found unworthy of breathing from the very face of the earth. But not many knew that the man had married in secret. Yes, Madara Uchiha, the tyrant, crimson-eyed demon, the very virtue of death himself. Many names had been given to the legendary shinobi, but none had ever imagined him to be a man who would ever even think to have a family. But he had. The man was rumored to be completely unstoppable against anyone other than the legendary Shodai, Hokage, Hashirama Senju. The same man wielding the Mokuton, the only one who ever went toe-to-toe with Madara and lived the next day to tell his tale. The man who tamed the Lord of the Bijus, the Kyuubi in the palm of his hands with a mere glance of his menacing eyes. That man had a family. He married a simple woman, and he had a son. A child, born when the man had married a woman of his own clan, one who had managed to creep into the small cracks that were in that stone-faced man's heart. Together they got married and gave birth to a child who was trained by his father to meet the expectations of his eyes. No one knew of their existence, even within the village, since Madara's fame brought with itself the hatred of his enemies too. The child who he had named after the very brother who had succumbed to his wounds, in his very arms, and had left Madara with the power to take on the world by himself. Izuna. The boy had lived peacefully amongst his clansmen and villagers for quite some time. But it was only a tiger sleeping among its prey, waiting for the time to break free his fangs and claws and wipe out the very existence of the people who he believed were the reason for his family's destiny. His mother, who he loved with all his heart, had gone to the point of death just because the grief of losing her husband had been too much for her to handle. That had been the night when he had let the darkness that hid in the skies overtake his very being and gift him the power to wipe out anyone in his path. That night, he had awakened the eyes that were only wielded once in history by his father. That night, he wielded the Manjikyu Sharingan. With the new power coursing through his veins, he had started his rampage. The rampage that had destroyed the better part of a third of the village's infrastructure, and countless lives were lost in his wake of total insanity. Only one man stood a chance against him. It was as if history was repeating itself, as if their predecessors had taken birth yet again through a reincarnation. Tobirama Senju, the Nidaime Hokage of Konohagakure no Sado, had taken charge that night. He was the one who stood in front of the insane man and stopped his slaughter midway before it could continue on any further. Surely he was nowhere near the levels of power his elder brother, Hashirama Senju, once wielded. But after years of experience as a shinobi and as a Hokage to the village, there were few who dared to challenge him to a fight. However, Izuna Uchiha wasn't any man. The fight had lasted the better part of the night before his newly awakened eyes had no more to give into the fight against the fire shadow, who stood tall above the defeated man that lay on his feet. There were few that Tobarama had respected in his life with all his heart. His elder brother, and surprisingly Madara Uchiha, was one of them. He didn't respect him for his actions in life. No, they were disgraceful in his eyes. He respected the man for his strength and character. The man held himself like a man of his stature should, and for that he had Tobarama's respect. But above all, what Tobarama respected the most was Madara's loving heart. Yes, that was what Tobarama knew to be true, no matter how ridiculous it sounded to anyone else. He had done his fair share of studying into the power that hid itself behind those crimson eyes, the power that the world once cowered before. And finally, his search had led him to the truth. He had gained the answers he was looking for after years of study into the secrets lurking behind those eyes. The answer was quite simple in the end. Hate. That was the answer that had shown itself to him for the fruits of his labor. The greater the hatred in the bearer's heart, the greater the visual prowess shall be. But Tobarama knew it to be a contradiction in itself. For if hatred was the key to unlocking the power behind those eyes, the trauma had to have come from a trigger that led its wielder to that hatred itself. And once again, the legendary Senju had devised the answer. This time, too, the answer was very simple, always in front of everyone, but no one bothered to question it. Love. Now one might say, how are love and hate related? They're the polar opposites in reality, just like light and dark, yin and yang. But that was where the key to his answer lay. For light to exist, darkness had to exist too. Yin and yang always were in perfect harmony, for without one the other cannot exist. The greater the love Uchiha hid within his pure heart, the greater the hatred would be when it was crushed by the world. As Tobarama had stood tall, his shadow looming over his defeated opponent, the Uchiha had asked for one last wish. Tobarama's Senju was many things in life. Calm, stoic, calculative, logical, deceptive, a genius. But dishonorable wasn't one of them. Just like every Senju and every Uchiha, he kept one thing over all the others: honor. And there wasn't anything more dishonorable than to deny the last words of a man breathing his last breath in the world. So he had crouched down as the dying man had whispered his last wish in his ear. Never before had Tobarama been so close to having his heart go under cardiac arrest at that very moment. His wide eyes, astonished in disbelief, stared at the dying Uchiha, who merely smiled sadly with a warmth in his eyes that was never present even once during his battle. Tobarama watched his eyes turn dull as the life within them disappeared when his chest stopped heaving breaths and he passed on peacefully. Tobarama never believed in superstitions, but at that very moment, the concept wasn't too foreign to him, for it had happened yet again right in front of his very eyes. History had repeated itself, and he had borne witness to it himself. He crouched down and laid his palm over the man's lifeless onyx eyes. His hand slid down gently and closed the eyelids of the fallen man in respect and regret. For that day, he had made another child an orphan and taken away the shadow of his father from his life. But he had given his word to the dying man to take care of his legacy in his stead, and he would be damned if he let that promise go to waste. Don't worry, Izuna. Your legacy rests safe with me, I promise you. Present time, Kanehagakure no Sato. It was a bright day for the village that claimed to hide itself within its leaves. The sky was filled with spaced clouds, allowing ample free space for the bright, shiny sun rays to peer their way through them. The village itself was in as bright a mood as was its weather on that fine day, for it was a happy week for its inhabitants right now. The Konoha Shinobi Academy had started its enrollment process, just like it did every year ever since its foundation nearly a couple of decades ago. Every citizen of the village, be a shinobi or civilian, was allowed for an admission procedure by the laws laid down by the Shodai Hokage himself. Next, the voice of a chunin sitting on a chair behind a desk spoke into the crowd. Another family with their own little child stepped forward to the table, handing her the slip containing their number in line. Here you go. Fill this form and get it submitted to the admissions office by 4 in the evening. Her happy voice instructed the family. She graced the little one sitting on his father's shoulders with a warm smile. He was too excited to notice, his eyes still stuck on the form while she waved to his mother when they started walking away. Miss, a soft and small voice spoke up, her thoughts broken instantly by it in a mere second. Her heart warmed to hearing the soft voice, no doubt coming from a prospective academy student. Her eyes landed on the small mop of blonde hair and blue eyes, peering over the edge of her table and gazing at her with all the mustard innocence of the world. His hands are the only thing besides the upper half of his head visible to her that were kept on the edge. He stood on tiptoes and was looking at the woman with a bitten lip hidden under the table. Her smile instantly vanished the moment her eyes laid on him and realization dawned on her for the identification of said voice. Her eyes became icy and narrowed in an accusing glare at the blue-eyed child on the front edge of her table. I want to enroll in the academy too. His innocent and soft voice slipped past his lips. Her eyes narrowed in on the blonde mop of hair even more, making him a little nervous from her cold stare. Is that right? She asked a little coldly, the head of said boy bobbing up and down innocently. Aye, he squeaked softly, making her frown. She looked down on her small pile of forms before looking around to see that all parents had already taken theirs, meaning he was the only one left now. She gave him a half-hearted smile. The boy's nervousness vanished instantly and was replaced by an excited smile. I'm sorry, boy, but all forms have been given out. You were a bit late. She lied smoothly, making his smile vanish instantly off his face. Naruto's face fell, his once bright eyes dimming as the hopeful light faded away. He felt something heavy settle in his chest, a weight that he didn't understand but that hurt in a way he couldn't ignore. Oh, he whispered, obviously saddened by her remark. She peered up from her work and frowned. She felt a little guilty for doing so, but it was for the greater good in the end. That was what she told herself, and continued her work to take her mind off of it. Where can I get one then, miss? His innocent voice spoke up yet again, making her let out a sigh and slam her pen down in annoyance. He was startled a bit at her sudden loud action and stumbled on his toes, causing him to stumble back a bit. You can't. All forms for this year's admissions have been given out. You came too late. Now go and try again next year. She answered curtly and picked her pen up. Her cold words were sharp, each one sinking deeper, making him feel smaller and more alone. He blinked back tears, his little heart clenching as he bit down on his lip to stop the tremble. She went about her papers, not seeing the small watering eyes or the quivering lip of said boy. Thank you for your time, miss. She heard his soft whisper trailing with a small sniffle at the end, and he quickly wiped his eyes with the back of his hand, desperately trying not to cry, but the rejection stung worse than any scraped knee. She stopped her work momentarily to see him walking out slowly, no doubt in sadness if his little hunched shoulders were any indication. She bit her lip when she saw him open the metal gates to the academy and turn around. She wanted to stop him, but he had already gone away by then. A sigh slipped past her lips, and her hand massaged her temples tiredly. Why am I feeling sympathy for him? He is nothing but trouble anyways, just like them, she thought bitterly, and went back to her work. The blonde's golden locks shone as bright as the sun itself while he walked down the street slowly. His little fists clenched around nothing, his whole body tense as he tried to swallow the ache of disappointment. He wiped his eyes and saw the main entrance for the academy children in front of him, which would open a couple of days from now for all the new admissions. But not for me. He sniffled to himself and walked to the wooden swing in front of said gate slowly. The swing made soft creaking noises every now and then while his legs waved in the air with each movement he took on the ride. It made him feel a little better, the shade of the tree, the nests of the birds over it chirping loudly. He loved nature, It always made him feel warm and nice, especially the garden in his house. Ka-chan see this is where I'll come a day after tomorrow to become an awesome shinobi. His little reprieve was instantly worsened even more so than before when he heard those words. His longing blue eyes stared at the family with a look akin to that of someone who could just wish for what just could not be his. Family. He bit his lip, watching on with that same longing gaze at the boy hunched over his father's shoulders while they all laughed at his expense. His lips trembled, eyes shimmering with unshed tears as he watched them laugh and smile together. It was a feeling he couldn't name, a deep, gnawing ache that whispered that maybe, just maybe, he wasn't meant to have what they had. Just a boy who was always alone. Yes, you're right, but first we have to submit your form to the Hokage tomorrow, sweetie, or you won't be enrolled. He heard and kept it in the back of his mind for future reference. Ka-chan looked the lady at that office, gave me an extra form by mistake. What should I do with it? His voice rang when he walked past the tree where our adorable little blonde sat. The said blonde's ears perked up and a small spark of hope now lingered on in his eyes. Throw it away, sweetie. It's of no use to you anyways. His mother told him with a soft giggle. The boy did as his mother had told him and threw it over his head without a second thought. The slip of paper flew behind the three in the air, and the blond boy's swing stopped abruptly. His blue eyes narrowed in on the slowly flying piece of paper. Konoha Shinobi Admission Programme. His eyes widened as soon as he read the words on top of the paper, and he was off the swing in an instant. His little feet stumbled a little, but he caught his balance and chased the flying paper for dear life. He leaned down between his stumbling and nervous steps, swinging his arms around for failed attempts at catching the paper he needed so much right now. Finally, his fingers stuck on the flying form, his feet slowing down gradually before he was standing in the middle of the empty street all alone, looking at the piece of paper in his little hands with wide eyes. Konoha Shinobi Admission Programme. He read the first line again to reassure himself that he really had one. He bit his lips and clutched the form to his chest as if it was made of gold. His eyes clenched in desperation to believe it really was true. I've got it. I finally have one. Now I can enroll too, he thought to himself and ran back towards his house with a small hop in his little steps. Everyone eyes him coldly, with a look that clearly said, "Are you stupid?" Seeing him clutch a piece of paper to his chest so protectively as if it was his whole life. But the child could care less. He was far too happy right now to pay attention to these little things at the moment. He had a form to fill and submit to the Hokage tomorrow. Chapter 2. Next morning, the streets of Konoha bustled with happy villagers going about their lives. A small boy with his shiniest golden locks walked around them, snaking past legs to make sure that he didn't bump into anyone. The admission form, now all filled out, was still clutched to his chest like a lifeline, for he had to make sure he didn't accidentally lose it. No, that won't do at all. He had never been to this part of the village. It was the main shopping district, acting as the nerve center for the entire village. He had never needed to. He always stayed in his clan compounds. They had everything he ever needed anyway. They were really nice and cozy. They made him feel safe. Safer than he felt now from all the cold glares and snide remarks being sent his way from all those he caught eyes from. He still got those occasional stares or remarks in his clan too, but they were a lot lesser in his own clan grounds. They were used to his presence there on a day-to-day basis. The rest of the village wasn't. Plus, he wasn't oblivious as to the reason for said treatment towards him exclusively. His mother had told him everything before she passed away a few months back. His father and grandfather had done bad things to the village and hurt a lot of people in the village before the past two Hokages had put a stop to their actions. That thought made him smile, thinking about his dream. His eyes raised their level upwards to see the mountain shadowing the back of the village with two sacredly carved faces watching over them all at all times. That was his dream. He would have his face up there too one day. He would become Hokage, because it was the last promise he made to his mother before she passed away. Hokage Tower. His soft footsteps made their way in front of the large tower that stood tall smack bang in the middle of the village. His deep sky blue eyes widened in awe, looking at the tower with nothing but pure admiration in his eyes. He had never seen such a large tower, and now he was a little sad that he hadn't come here before now. It was so pretty and huge. He broke off his thoughts when a Jounin gave him a slight nudge and went about without so much as an apology. His eyes gazed at the back of the man before turning back to the tower with a small smile, the form now clutched ever so tightly by his chest. He walked through the large hallways of the tower, stopping every now and then to see and read the small things written underneath some portraits of important figures stacked on the walls. He admired the teakwood walls of the tower and the shining wooden floor that made him feel almost self-conscious about stepping on. He walked on like a lost man in an unknown world. Several genins, chunins, jounins, and even some doctors and normal civilians had walked past him now. No wonder this tower was in the middle of the village. It not only had the Hokage, but everyone came here, so it made complete sense to his innocent mind. He tried to stop some people to ask them for directions to where he was supposed to go in such a large building, but no one was stopping for him. Either everyone was too busy or no one wanted to help him. He thought it was the first one a little uncertainly. Finally, after going on confused through the first 2 floors, he reached a point where he saw a middle-aged lady sitting on a table, right beside a door that had only one kanji over it. Hokage. He had no doubt that this was the place he was supposed to go to. He walked up to the desk, first looking around to see if he had to get a number in a line like yesterday. He stood there innocently for a few minutes when he finally saw a man just walk to her before she did something in her book and let him go in. He smiled, finally seeing there was no line or need for any waiting, and walked up to the desk. Just like yesterday, he stood up on his toes, his face peering over the edge up to his nose. "Miss!" His soft voice spoke up, startling her in surprise. She looked up and blinked to see 2 cute and most beautiful sky blue eyes blinking back at her. She was about to smile when realization dawned on her as to who he was, and her face was masked in a neutral expression. "What can I do for you?" she asked curtly, without so much as a hint of emotion in her voice. The blonde, though, smiled, seeing she wasn't sending him away or talking to him rudely like some people had done before, and put his form on the table with one hand and clutched the edge of the table with both of them for a little added support. "Can I meet the Hokage, please?" he asked politely in his soft voice, making her crease her eyebrows together in a knit. She had half a mind to tell him off rudely, but she was still on duty, and, as her duty stated, she had to treat everyone who came to her equally. Even him. "Not right now." "No," she answered in her curt voice and turned her eyes down to the register. The blonde bit his lips softly and nodded nervously. "All right, miss. How long do I have to wait?" he asked, making her look up, this time with a hint of annoyance laced in her eyes. "I told you not right now, didn't I? The Hokage is a very busy man and only entertains people who have made a prior appointment with him." She answered his query as professionally as possible and returned to her work. She nodded hesitantly yet again, inwardly glad she was answering his questions so nicely. "What's this appointment, miss? How can I get one?" he asked innocently, making her let out a tired sigh. He would leave her alone to her piling work until she had cleared off all his doubts. She looked at those innocent, wide, curious eyes that were looking to absorb each word she said. Nope, not at all was he leaving her alone simply by himself. Now her full attention was on him to get him away as quickly as possible. An appointment is a fixed time you have to get before you can meet him. He has many people who want to see him, and he can't meet with everyone, right? So you get an appointment beforehand to get a meeting with him. "Do you understand now?" she asked tiredly and got a happy nod from the bubbly boy. She sighed in relief that he was at least smart and she wouldn't have to waste any more time playing this rapid-fire round with him. "Can I get an appointment too?" he asked happily. A sigh slipped past her lips and she nodded tiredly. No matter how much she wanted to refuse him, he had all the right to meet the man and get an appointment. Her finger trailed down the register to get a free slot and stopped at the first one. Her eyes turned up to the blonde, staring at her intently, and she nodded to him, making him beam happily. There's a slot free for you. Come back and meet him in 2 weeks. Come back after lunch. I'll fix you an appointment then, she said simply and looked down at the register to book it. The azure, sky-blue eyes widened in shock at her words. But the academy starts in 2 days and tomorrow is the last day to be admitted. Can it be before then? He asked hurriedly. His voice carried the worry that was now etched in his heart when he saw her shake her head in a negative straightaway. No, all the slots until they are filled. You can't meet him before then, she said curtly and wanted to resume her work when his voice cut through her thoughts again. Please, miss, I won't take long. Just 5 minutes, I just have to get him to stamp this C, he said, pulling up his arm to show his form with the blank place for his stamp. Her frown deepened into a scowl as her patience was now getting thinned by the second. She shook her head with a clenched jaw, and his eyes now turned pleadingly wide. I'll be really quick, please, he said softly, but was cut off as the irate receptionist slammed her hands on her desk softly, startling him out of his wits. Don't you understand, boy? He doesn't have time to meet and entertain children like you all day. Now go and come back for your appointment. If you wanted to enter so bad, why didn't you come earlier? She said in a neutral voice, barely hanging on to her patience, and his features visibly saddened at that. I didn't know until yesterday, and got my form from a boy who had an extra with him. The academy lady had given out all forms already. Please, just a few minutes, he said softly, his voice quivering with desperation, and the secretary had finally had enough now. Stop your whining, kid, she said rudely, making his eyes widen in surprise. If you wanted to enter so much, then you should have come earlier and get it done like everyone else did. Didn't your parents teach anything about the academy before now? Now go and whine to them and stop disturbing me. I have work to attend to, she said in a tone of finality, and returned to her work, happy that she didn't get any more whining from that annoying boy. The sound of a soft sniffle reached her ears when she heard his hands slip down from her table, and she looked up to see him retreat a couple of steps back. He was holding his form in both his hands now, and his silky golden hair now shadowed his eyes. His pained eyes looked at the form while barely holding back a sob. I don't have any parents, miss, he said in such a small voice that she would have missed it had the hallway not been so silent. Her eyes widened in shock when she saw small drops slipping down his cheeks and down on the paper clutched in his tiny hands. Her heart clenched at the sight when he spoke up with a polite tone, shocking her to the core at his form of respect even after the way she had treated him. I'm sorry, miss, it's my fault. I shouldn't have forced you like that and disturbed you from your work. Thank you for answering all my questions so nicely and giving me your time. I'll take my leave now, he said softly with a slight sniffle, rising from his bow to wipe his nose sloppily with his sleeve. Her astonished eyes watched him walk past her table silently and throw the form in the dustbin kept to the side. Guilt crept up her heart, and she bit her lip. No matter who he was still a little child and didn't know what to do without his parents to tell him. And it pained her heart that she was treating the child for the wrongdoing of his forefathers. The child did not deserve this kind of behavior from her. She broke her thoughts to call out to him to get ready to amend her mistakes, only to see him already gone in the now empty hallway, making her guilt increase twofolds. Guess you can't amend a mistake if the opportunity has already passed away. Her train of thoughts went on, unaware of a pair of narrowed, stoic amber eyes watching the empty hallway quite intently from the sidelines. Tobarama Senju stood by his door, his arms crossed while he leaned with his back to the wall. He had come out to see what this conversation was about, and to get his next set of paperwork that hadn't been brought in, only to catch an earful of the last part of the conversation. Needless to say, with what he heard, he wasn't pleased in the slightest. This was his village, and no child should be treated the way that boy had been treated just now. For some matter, the boy seemed a little familiar to him, but he couldn't quite place his finger on it for the life of him. And that annoyed him to no end. He wasn't a man to be left with unanswered questions. Everyone knew that about him. He walked up to the receptionist's desk, who looked back tiredly to see who it was. Her eyes widened in shock at seeing Tobarama himself standing there, albeit not looking at her, Instead, his eyes were now dead set on the dustbin kept to the side. She stood up, scrambling the messed-up piles of paper hurriedly, knowing how eyeing the man could be for such trivial matters. "Ahokage-sama, what can I do for you?" she asked with a slight stutter of nervousness and cursed herself for it inwardly. He paid her no heed and walked to the dustbin that had caught his eyes now and picked out the small slip of paper laid on the top. His eyes narrowed in on the sloppily filled form, especially the small wet spots now marring its surface, no doubt made by the tears of that innocent child. He focused his thoughts on the form itself and read it thoroughly, as he was used to like always. Konoha Shinobi Admission Programme. Admittee's name, my name, is Naruto Uchiha. Mother's maiden name, my Ka-chan's name, is Miya Namikaze. Father's name, my Tusan's name, is Izuna Uchiha. Legal guardian / father's name, I don't know about that, but I'll tell you after I ask Kagami-Aji-san. Clan status, if any, I am from the Uchiha clan. Age, I am 5, but I'll be 6 in 2 weeks. Reasons for joining the academy, to be filled in by the admittee. Shinobi are cool. My Tusan was a great one from what my Ka-chan told me. Even my Gigi was a very strong shinobi, and I want to be one like him. Oh, and I want to be the first Uchiha Hokage. Believe it. Pledge to loyalty for the village, to be filled in by the admittee. I love my village. I will cherish my village as my mother cherished it, but I don't know what this pledge is. I'll get it after I find it. So please give me a little time to find it, all right? Tobarama, the man known for masking his emotions to the utmost across the elemental nations, couldn't help the mall smirk that was now etched on his face while his eyes read past the words in pure curiosity. The cute way he had filled out the form, and how he had forgotten to add his own picture to it, made it quite clear to him that the child didn't have the slightest bit of idea how to fill a form and had tried his best regardless of that, to the best of his knowledge. But seeing the way he filled the form highlighted the acute sense of diplomacy, even for a child this age. The small tear stains had smudged up his already sloppy handwriting a bit, but he could make out all of it quite clearly. He was surprised for a moment to read his father's name, but now it made sense to him why his secretary had been so adamant about sticking to the rules, particularly with him. Now that made sense. His eyes left the form and looked up to the nervous secretary. His gaze narrowed in on the woman, who shivered a little, gulping softly in nervousness from the man's intense stare. "Why didn't you let the child meet me?" he asked stoically, though the dangerous glint behind it wasn't lost to the woman. "Why, you see, Hokage-sama, there was no time slot left in your timing register, and..." Her voice was cut off by the piercing voice of the man, whose eyes had narrowed even further at her slight, stuttering voice. "I have a little free time in between my appointments." Surely a few minutes between any one of them could have been discerned for the child, since the matter was so trivial as just to need my stamp of approval. "So why?" he asked again in a steel-like voice, making her gulp down her nervousness and try to speak, but he cut her off again. "You hate him," he stated, leaving no room for arguments. Her eyes widened in shock when he slapped the truth in her face, and she shook her head vigorously. He paid her lies no heed and continued on, completely undeterred. "He is his father's son, yes. He has his grandfather's blood coursing through his veins, yes. He is related to 2 traitorous shinobi of the village, yes," he said stoically, and watched her look at him speak as if he was an alien of sorts, no doubt shocked by his words, but he didn't stop. "But he is a part of this village. He has done nothing wrong. He doesn't even have anyone to teach him how to fill a form properly." He spoke pointedly, slapping the form on the desk for emphasis over his point. The woman flinched at the slapping sound, but peered her gaze over the cutely filled form, feeling even more guilty and ashamed than ever before. Now the window to amend her mistake looked even more distant than ever. "How would you feel if you were an orphan and someone slapped that point straight into your face?" Her words full of disgust and loathing, he asked coldly. She couldn't meet his accusing eyes with her own and turned them down to her feet in shame. She shrunk visibly under his stare that he held for a moment, before picking the form up and walking away. But just before he walked down the stairs, he stopped for his final parting words. Go home and don't return tomorrow, he said blankly, and the secretary snapped her neck up to stare at his back with horror-stricken eyes. Hokage-sama, she stuttered out in shock, and he glanced back with his lone visible eye to make himself quite clear now. You're fired, he said simply and walked down the stairs, leaving his stunned and shell-shocked Kunoichi behind. Chapter 3. In the village, Tobarama strode through the streets, his irritation and annoyance growing with each step at the new development. The straightforward plan to approach the boy and resolve their prior confusion had went unraveled completely down the drain. And to top it off, the situation had taken such an unexpected turn that he now found himself, reluctantly, heading toward the Uchiha clan's compound. Oh, he was so tempted to put an annoyance, but his position as the Hokage would not allow him to show such childish reactions in public. And especially not in front of the Uchihas. When Aparak, the residents of the Uchiha clan, the guards at the Uchiha clan compound's gates, had notified him that he had left the compounds in the morning but hadn't returned as of yet. He was certain it wasn't just his imagination. The Uchiha's eyes were glinting with unmistakable amusement at an odd request from the Hokage. He would have used his sensory abilities had he memorized his chakra signature at first sight, but he hadn't done so. So here he was doing the searching in the old-fashioned way. Have you seen a 6-year-old blonde-haired, blue-eyes boy around here? He asked, stopping by a stunned vendor who shook his head nervously. Not having words to see the emotionless Hokage looming over him like a death god, asking him such a weird question. He let out a sigh and walked away, asking himself why he wasn't having an ANBU search for the boy. But he already knew the answer as to why. Pride. It would hurt his pride that he, a Senju clan head, the current Hokage, and probably the strongest shinobi in the Land of Fire, couldn't find a 6-year-old boy by himself. Plus, it was better than being stuck all day in the office, rummaging about his paperwork. That surely must be the bane of all Kage. I could already feel my skills dulling if I neglect my training in favor of all that in a few months more. He sighed tiredly, massaging him temples in frustration. He would have opted to use the shadow clones, but he wouldn't let the world know that the creator of Forbidden Jutsu and brother of Hashirama Senju was taking an easy way out of his duties. Asking few peoples here and there, he stopped at another vendor near the edge of the village towards the Hokage Mountains. Have you seen a 6-year-old blonde-haired, blue-eyes boy around here? He asked yet again. And this time relief washed across his heart when he got a nod from the man. Frankly, he felt quite stupid to find him like this. But it felt nice for a change to interact with people normally again. Only now did he realize how right Kagami really was. He had told him that he was far too engrossed these days in his work, and now he was agreeing, seeing how much of it was true. He walked up the mountain in thought, not realizing when he had peered past the monument and towards the back clearing of it. Mew! A soft mewling sound reached his ears, making them perk up instantly. So there were signs of life here after all. He walked into the bushes, rummaging his sharp darting around the surroundings, and he followed the soft purring and mewling sounds to their source. Kiera, come on, you have to eat this too. A soft, squeaky voice, no doubt a young child, was admonishing someone called Kiera for something concerning food. He spread the last bush into the clearing by his hands and peeked in to see the same mop of blonde hair he had been looking for so long, sitting there with a small white cub in his arms. Well, that was the source of the mewls and purrs, he deducted logically. His foot accidentally stepped on a twig, making a small, cracking voice. He rose an eyebrow when he saw the blonde child in front of him perk up and scoot back instantly. He was completely on guard with the cub, now wrapped up protectively in his arms. Mew! He tried to muffle her mewls, but couldn't stop from giggling when the cub was licking his cheek softly, much to his protests. Tobarama once more had to smirk at the adorable scene in front of him, though his amber eyes narrowed in on the cub when he saw something out of place with it. His eyes widened momentarily, and he realized what was wrong truly in the first place. That is no ordinary kitten. It's a white mountain tiger cub, he drawled on in his mind, and saw the boy curl the cub in his arms into a little ball of fur and now completely out his eyes. Please don't take her from here. She lives here, and I take care of her, he said in a guarded voice, once more surprising the ever-stoic Senju. So he knows the cub does not belong here, yet he takes care of it and keeps it hidden from everyone. Smart for his age, no doubt about that. He concluded and stepped out of the bush, dusting his clothes gently. Tobarama crouched down on one knee in front of the boy who was now rocking the cub a little to calm her down. Tobarama was quite surprised that a cub of a species, such as his own, had taken a liking to a human child no less. His eyes met the boy's light blue ones that almost look as if they were reflecting the sky. Quite an odd shade of eyes. And that eyes were still guarded and completely defiant, making him a bit proud at his protective nature. I'm not her to take the cub child, he stated blankly and watched the boy blink innocently before nodding and relaxing completely. Though it is rather easy to convince him otherwise, he deduced silently and watched the boy smile and settle the ball of fur over his lap. The cub curled up in a small ball and let out a curious yawn, her ears twitching cutely at that moment. Tobarama watched the boy brush her back and get small purrs out of her and couldn't help but be surprised at how comfortable the cub was around him. "Why are you here, mister?" He heard the innocent question of the blonde and gave him a curt nod of acknowledgement. He pulled out his folded form from his pocket and handed it to the boy, who took it hesitantly, no doubt wondering what it really was. Naruto unfurled the folds and had wide eyes when he saw that it was his admissions form. But more than that, he was astonished to see the stamp that was now marked in the blank square he needed to have filled in the first place. It was the official stamping that donned the kanji of Naidame Hokage over it, along with it saying it was approved. He looked at the man with a bright and grateful smile. "How did you get it signed, mister? I thought the Hokage didn't have any appointments for 2 weeks. Did you have one earlier and get this signed for me?" he asked, making Tobarama purse his lips in thought. So the boy had a dream to be Hokage, but was still so innocent and oblivious to the fact that the current reigning Hokage was sitting in front of him? That was amusing to say the least. "Yes, you could say that," he said simply, and saw the blonde too happy to notice his slight hesitance in words. Naruto put his finger on the cub's nose and gave it a soft rub, only to make said cub scrunch it up in irritation. "Meow." The cub mewed softly, and Naruto kissed her head in an apology for disturbing her nap, getting yet another purr out of her. But he had to show her this. "See, Kiera, this mister got it signed for me. Now I can go to the academy, too," he whispered to her, and Tobarama saw now the slight tear marks on his fair cheeks. The child had been crying her, no doubt. "Meow." The cub mewed in a hurt-like manner, making him chuckle at the pouting blonde, who had bonked her softly when she tried to lick and bite his form instead of reading it like he wanted her to. "You don't have to eat everything, you glutton," he scolded her half-heartedly, before scooping her up and kissing her nose to make her lick his own softly. Tobarama chuckled at the boy's antics, making the boy turn a bit sheepish and stick his tongue out childishly. The stoic Senju wondered just how long it had been since he had had a laugh like this. He was now becoming socially inept. Not that he normally wasn't, but now he would be even more. He sighed when he saw the confused-looking Naruto and Kiera blinking at him innocently, wondering what he was thinking, no doubt. "So you want to be Hokage?" he asked, to take their minds of his behavior, and saw him look at him surprised before looking down at his form, and then back at him with a small smile, and nodded happily. "Hi, I'll become the Hokage one day," he said, making Tobarama smirk ever so slightly. The boy had said, "want to become," it was "will become," which left only the argument of when he would become one. And why is that, if I may ask?" he asked in a hint of curiosity, eyeing him calculatingly to discern his incoming answer. "Because my Ka-chan told me how awesome they were," he said happily, making his eyebrows shoot up in surprise. Now, this was a new one. He mused and urged him to go on. This he would like to hear. "She said that he is the strongest shinobi in our lands, one who each one every other respects, and our enemies fear. He looks after each and everyone regardless of who they are. Maybe if I become one, everyone will love me too." He whispered the last part in a faraway voice, making Tobarama's eyes soften ever so slightly. I see, he said in affirmative. He knew of the child's scorn, but he could implement that the child be treated fair in every possible way, for which there was his decree in place, but he could not make them accept him. That only came with time. He had even tried to adopt the child by himself, but the clan laws he himself had placed once had stopped him. Oh, the irony, his own laws working against him now. But there was nothing he could do. He did belong to the most royal family of the Uchiha clan, with the most noble of their bloods. And he was the relative of the most annoying but powerful Uchiha to ever exist. He was undoubtedly fated to become as strong as them. There was no doubt in anyone's minds that he would one day inherit their pride and joy, their Kekkei Jinkai in his eyes too. It was his birthright, after all. That was the very reason he had been rejected in the first place. The fear of their bloodline's purest form falling prey to an outsider. A Senju no less was a risk the Uchiha clan wasn't willing to take. It had always pained his heart that he was the very reason why the child had been orphaned in the first place, and how little he could do for the boy without making it look personal. The power of the Hokage came with several restraints, not showing favoritism to a single individual being one of them. He had known his mother for quite some time, a nice woman, belonging to a small shinobi family without any fame and marrying into the most strongest families of the Leaf. Even after her husband's death, she hadn't kept even an ounce of animosity or ill will towards him personally. And it was his good fortune, too, as he did not have will to animosity of a pure-hearted woman. Both sat in comfortable silence, with Tobarama's conflicted amber eyes gazing over at the waterfall in front of them with a glance holding a hint of solemnity in them. "It's a nice dream," he said, in barely above a whisper, but loudly audible to the blonde child sitting by his side, clearly enjoying the calm serenity of nature all around him. "Now I can go to the academy and become a shinobi. Then one day I'll be Hokage, the first Uchiha to be one. Believe it." Tobarama watched the child in fascination. Never before had he seen a child belonging to the Uchiha clan proclaim the dream to lead their village and become acknowledged by everyone with such fire and passion. They were raised up in an environment to always pride themselves in their old ways, especially their mightiest Sharingan. But this boy was different. Different from all those that came before him. Different from Izuna. Different from Madara. Almost purely out of instinct, he raised his hand. His large hand covered the boy's small head gently. Naruto's curious and wide-like sky-blue eyes looked at Tobarama with all the innocent confusion in the world. The child was no doubt confused by his action. "I believe you," he said simply, his voice holding no emotions in them like usual, the ever-stoic voice of Tobarama Senju. He watched those azure eyes widen even more than they usually were, and his features suddenly became hesitant and nervous. Naruto hadn't expected him to say that. His voice was so firm, so confident. He couldn't even decipher an ounce of doubt in his words. It made a warmth envelope his chest like never before. He truly sounded like he believed him. The first one ever aside from his mother to believe in him and not outright laugh or send a snide remark at him. Tobarama ruffled his hair gently and looked straight, not seeing the boy glance at the man every now and then in a newfound nervousness shining in his eyes. Naruto couldn't understand the man. How could he believe in his dream just like that? He didn't even know him. "Say," his soft voice rang in the comfortable silence. Tobarama gave no signs of hearing him, but Naruto could feel his complete and rapt attention on him. The man by his side was so mysterious. "How can you believe in my dream so easily? You don't even know me," he asked in childlike curiosity. Tobarama sat in silence for a few moments, as if pondering on the words of the child. However, he wasn't. He knew the answer to the child's question the instant it left his lips. No, he was instead pondering on the nature of his words. They weren't put forth like a normal child his age would. His voice was innocent and childlike, but he knew for these were the moments in one's life, the questions of man's childhood that forged the path he would no doubt endure for the rest of his life. I know you, he said stoically, chucking a pebble in the lake in front of him. The pebble bounced a number of times, the ripples echoing in the water as if rippling with the weight of the words he was considering at the moment. For I know everyone in this village, he continued in his emotionless voice. For some reason, Naruto could feel the happiness the man no doubt felt as he was uttering each and every word, even though his face portrayed none. Every elderly man, woman, child, family, place, he continued on, not noticing the blonde's curious eyes glued on his face from the side. Tobarama turned his glance down on the lake's water, his own reflection staring back at him. A leaf fell over it, rippling apart the mirror image. For I am the stem that holds its leaves, fruits, and branches up, even in the mightiest of winds. For each and every one in this village is a part of me, my responsibility, he said, making Naruto's face turn to one of realization. Tobarama smirked ever so slightly at seeing the dawning face of the blonde and turned his glance to him. Naruto could feel himself drawing into the man's powerful and intense eyes. They held such confidence, such fire in them. He couldn't help but feel respect for the man he had just met. His mother always used to say that one glance in a person's eyes was all it took to assess his heart. And for the first time, today he found her words to be true. He respected the man, but from this point on he looked up to him. For I am a Nidaime Hokage of Kanehagakure no Sato, the shadow that protects this village from the fiery rays of the skies, he said stoically. His voice had such authority in it that it made Naruto's hair stand up for a moment. Naruto looked down to the water and flailed his dipped feet gently in the water. He smiled, watching the fish inside tickle his toes, softly getting a few giggles out of him. Tobarama himself watched on in pure curiosity. The boy's calming presence was inviting fishes over to him. He glanced back to see a couple of deer grazing the grass softly. It was strange. They should no doubt scour off as soon as they see a human. But as soon as one of the deer's eyes landed on him, it did the only thing it knew. It turned tail and dashed away in fright, clearly not wanting to be anywhere near him. Tobarama's eyebrow twitched in irritation. Kami, he thought, I'm supposed to be respected, not feared. His twitching eyes turned to the giggling blonde by his side, forgetting the irritation he felt at the deer's actions. His eyes softened momentarily. The boy's innocence was contagious. He was so naive yet content with all that he had. But that didn't stop him from dreaming for more. That was the drive that intrigued Tobarama to the boy. For at that moment he wished himself that the boy would stay true to his words and one day come to him for his position. For the time being, though, Kya! The blonde yelped and fell down into the lake with a small splash. Tobarama retracted his hand from where the blonde once used to be and looked at the dripping boy glaring at him heatedly. He only showed one response to him, though. He merely raised an eyebrow. It seemed to infuriate the blonde boy even more when he pointed an accusatory finger at him. You did it on purpose, didn't you? He asked heatedly, making Tobarama's eyebrow shoot up a bit more. I have no idea what you're talking about. He lied smoothly. Years of being a political and militaristic leader had honed his deceptive skills to the utmost precision. But how will you become a Hokage when you can't even save yourself from falling into a lake? He asked stoically, though the underlying mirth of playfulness wasn't lost to the blonde-haired Uchiha. He fumed and almost had steam coming off of his ears. That stoic voice was getting on his nerves, and he was lying too. It wasn't fair. Splash. Ah! The blonde laughed and giggled, holding his sides when they started to hurt a little. Tobarama's eye twitched in annoyance. He brought a hand up to his face and brought it down slowly, the dripping droplets collecting in his palms and falling down his dripping form harmlessly. He merely glanced at the boy stoically, the blonde boy who had the nerve to splash water at him of all people. The daring of this Uchiha. It was truly amusing and utterly surprising to him. He watched the boy double over in laughter and slap the water with his hand, mumbling incoherent jokes pointed at him and then laughing at him. It would have been an adorable sight, had he not been the one who was currently dripping, that is. You do realize that you just splashed water on a shinobi who is renowned throughout the elemental nations for his unparalleled mastery over the water element. His stoic voice rang throughout the clearing. The blonde's adorable giggles ceased, and he watched on Tobarama's towering form a slit house of Shinigami, appearing him for a moment, cowering a bit. And that too while you were standing in the middle of a lake full of water itself. He pointed out abroad the obvious. Naruto couldn't help but gulp and watch the surrounding water bodies a bit nervously. They look quite scary now. Now we can settle this peacefully like adults. Naruto tried to negotiate with a sheepish chuckle, and Tobarama's I twitched dangerously at his stupid excuse. Well, that will not be possible. He reasoned in a sudden calmness that Naruto took as a cue to run. Since you're not an adult, now get back here, you little Uchiha, he shouted and formed a couple of water whips in his palms. The blonde yelp jumped and ran throughout the clearing, trying to pry off those dangerous-looking whips with skillful and last-moment dodges. Tobarama took this time of playful banter to realize how honed his agile instincts really were as he tried to press on slowly a little by little to see and gauge the limits of the blonde that had piqued his interest a bit. Chapter 4. Somewhere in the village, Mito Uzumaki, the heiress to the great Uzumaki clan and the sealing mistress herself, was walking in the fields with a baffled look marring her beautiful face, regardless of her age. She had set out to go and find Tobarama, knowing he was likely the only one who could settle her mind. Since Tsunade, her firecracker granddaughter, was due to start her academy tomorrow and had picked the house over her head to go shopping for her dress and equipment with her Aji-san and Ba-san. The first place she had looked into was the first place anyone would go to find the ever-stoic and brooding Senju these days, the Hokage Tower. But what surprised her truly was that rather than finding him there wasn't a trace of life near his office. The secretary wasn't there to be seen, and Tobarama's desk was unkempt with half-filled paperwork stacks. Now, this intrigued her. For a man who was hell-bent on getting everything perfect, his table had surprised her. She wondered what had come over him to leave so abruptly like that. But there was no trace across the tower for the man. So finally, she had given up and resorted to desperate measures. Her special ability, negative emotions sensing, had kicked in at that moment. She was renowned for her sensing ability as the strongest sensor in the world for quite some time now, and was surprised when her senses led her straight toward the quiet, secluded clearing behind the Hokage monuments. And when she arrived there, "Whip kya!" she heard a soft panicked yelp followed by what seemed like chasing footsteps. She pushed the bushes away after following those strange sounds to their source, and her violet orbs widened in shock at what she saw. "Hey, come on. Now we're square. Both of us are wet, and you hit me once too," the blonde yelped, dodging another whip while Tobarama was having the time of his life. It had been so long since he had cut loose, and he couldn't even remember when he had joined in on some childish antics like this one today. And on top of that, he was getting to hit a Uchiha without any consequences. "Then why don't you stop running?" asked Tobarama, following the sprinting blonde who picked the small sleeping cub up in his arms and rolled to the side effortlessly for another dodge. "Will you stop then?" he asked, his breathing a bit erratic now and his voice pretty hopeful. He hadn't intended to piss the man off so much. "No," Tobarama said, and Naruto's mouth opened and closed at his honest reply wordlessly, completely baffled in confusion. Tobarama wanted to assess his stamina a bit too, plus, not that he would admit it to anyone. This was a little fun. "OH, come on," he shouted, and he barely managed to dodge as he jumped aside from another whip. His eyes roamed around the surroundings, planning possible ways to run. But when his azure eyes caught the stare of the baffled and aghast-looking Violet, a plan formed in his head, making him smirk. Mito stood there, staring at the scene in front of her in utter disbelief. Never had she thought in so many years that she would see Tobarama Senju acting so childishly, as if he were his elder brother. She stopped the urge to slap herself, believing she was either in a genjutsu or she was just dreaming. Her thoughts were broken off when a golden blur barreled straight into her waist and a small pair of arms slid around her hips tightly. She looked down, and her motherly instincts kicked in, wrapping her own arms protectively around the little boy's head and brushing his hair gently. "Hey, what's wrong, little one?" she asked in a gentle, motherly voice, and her heart twisted when she saw those adorable-looking puppy dog eyes that were shimmering a little with unshed tears, coupled with the usual shine and beautiful color of his already attractive sky blue ones. Well, needless to say, the charm worked perfectly. "Miss, that scary man is chasing me and hurting me with those water whips. Please help me." He faked a soft sniffle between his words, and Mito's violet eyes turned murderous, aura of righteous woman fury engulfing her. Her reasoning capabilities went out the window as soon as she heard that soft sniffle coupled with those adorable eyes, and killing intent washed over the fields while she brought his face close into her stomach. Tobarama, unaware of it all, was wondering where the boy had sprinted off to when he felt a humongous amount of killing intent from behind him, making him shiver. He suddenly had a feeling of foreboding, which proved to be quite effective in this case, as an adamantine chain wrapped around his stomach and reeled him back quickly like a rag doll. His confused amber eyes stared into the murderous violet orbs of his sister-in-law in utter confusion. He couldn't get why she was so angry, and for that matter, why he was hanging upside down in midair while his ankle had a chakra chain wrapped around it. He turned his head up, which was down Amito's eyes, and his eyes widened a little when he realized what had happened and how much trouble he was in right now. The blonde giggled softly in Mito's arms, who was gushing inwardly, thinking he was feeling ticklish from her strokes, and not seeing him stick out his tongue at Tobarama and mouth some words that made Tobarama give him a death glare. "Shinobi, don't play fair, old man." He read the blonde's lips and fumed inwardly at the nerve of this brat. And when he saw his soft snickers of victory and turned his head down, which was up in Mito's case, and saw her scowling face, her intimidating posture was towering over him, her hands on her hips to make her point clear. "Mito, this is all a misunderstanding, you see." He tried to reason with the bristling Uzumaki heiress who was in no mood for negotiations, already falling under the charm of Naruto's puppy dog, eyes no jutsu. "Tobarama Senju, how dare you scare a little innocent child like that? Have you no shame? I didn't expect this, least of all from you." Her regal voice scolded him, and he shrunk a little like a child in front of his mother. "But I didn't." He stuttered in fright, but trailed off when he saw her eyes narrow dangerously, and his ear was being pulled and twisted quite painfully. "Now listen here, big man. If I find you chasing innocent children and scaring them like that again." She trailed off, and he gulped, seeing her silent threat, nodding furiously. His sweat dropped a moment later. Wasn't he a Hokage and the strongest shinobi in the world right now? To be scolded by a woman, being held upside down at that, was a great wound to his pride, especially in front of the blonde who was barely stifling his giggles and watching the scene in amusement. Tobarama threw him a betrayed glare when he was dropped face first into the ground unceremoniously. His body twitched a couple of times comically, and Mito's eyes turned to the blonde who was hiding in her embrace, snuggling happily, and they softened instantly. "There, no one will trouble you like that again, all right?" she asked, and he nodded ever so innocently with a grateful smile. He smiled at the nice woman and nodded happily. She had a calming aura that made him smile and go to her almost instantly. They heard a cough, and Naruto turned to see Tobarama dusting his clothes off and trying to gather up what was left of his wounded pride right now. "So, Mito, what brings you by here to find me?" he asked, trying to change the subject, and the Uzumaki heiress blinked innocently and realized what she had come here for in the first place. Tsunade had picked the house up over her head because you didn't come for her shopping appointment as promised. It took a lot of sweets and desserts just to calm her down. She's pretty annoyed right now. "I came to find you, but you weren't at the tower, and then that search led me here," she explained simply, and he nodded. "I lost track of time," he said honestly, and the Uzumaki heiress gave him a knowing smile. No matter how he tried to mask it, she had seen that playful smirk on his face when he was involved in his childish antics mere moments ago. Naruto looked between the two nervously, seeing how they had forgotten about his presence here, and looked up at the orange sky only to realize how late it was. I should probably just go. It was nice meeting you too, he said in a soft, polite tone, making the two adults blink. Mito, though, caught his shoulders and gave him a stern look that made him freeze in place before her eyes softened, and she cupped his cheek in her hand gently. You must be joining the academy too, right? She asked softly, and he nodded, blushing a bit in embarrassment at how she treated him so kindly. He wasn't used to this behavior, with everyone almost always giving him the cold shoulder. Mito squealed in delight inwardly at the adorable boy who was a shy mess at her mere touch right now. He was so cute. She turned her eyes to Tobarama, who had his arms crossed and was looking at the scene in fascination as if it was a movie for him to enjoy. Tobarama, since you have missed your spree with Tsunade already, why don't we take this adorable thing with us to make up for lost time? She asked with a playful smile. He smirked and nodded, raising an eyebrow at the boy who was looking between the two with lost eyes. Of course, he is in need of new clothes and equipment for the academy too, he said, nodding in affirmative. Naruto's eyes widened and Mito watched him squirm nervously. What's the matter? She asked him in a gentle voice and looked to see his adorable wide eyes looking at her apologetically. You don't have to. I have clothes already in my house, he said softly, trying to make them see his point that he didn't really want them to see. Both elders glanced at each other in confusion before turning back to the nervous blonde. Then you must need books and scrolls, right? You can't have those since the curriculum is revised almost every year by Tobarama, she asked him, and he bit his lip and said nothing. The two elders were quite curious at his strange actions now. Mito knew who he was. There weren't many blondes who donned the Uchiha symbol proudly on their shoulders. She knew who he was, the only outcast Uchiha in the village. And she, for the life of her, couldn't see how people could ostracize such an adorable thing in front of them so cruelly. How much are they? He asked softly. Both of their eyes widened a little, and they knew now what he was so nervous about. The Uchiha clan, as compensation for the actions of their clan head, had to pay off all the costs for the damages caused during the rampage of the boy's father. As such, the clan elders had seized the amount from the head family's funds, taking a huge chunk off from their fortune. No one knew what happened to the rest after his mother's death. But Tobarama did, not for what had become of the rest of the family's fortunes, which were still a mystery in themselves as to how large they truly were and what became of them. But he knew of the boy's plight and the reason for his current nervousness. He had come to know it through the now clan elder and his ex-subordinate Kagami Uchiha. The man had tried as much as he could to make the boy's life comfortable, but hadn't been able to do much despite that. A lone man against the rest of the clan's despise, he couldn't do much no matter how much he had wanted to. But the clan still had to uphold its honor as the oldest and noblest of them all, and as such according to the ancient traditions of Uchiha Orphan Children Fund. The clan gave the boy a fixed sum of money as set by the elders of that time each month until he was old enough to take care of himself, thereby being considered an adult or having a stable income source in his life, whichever condition was fulfilled first. And that in itself was where the problem lay. The Uchiha clan's traditional laws hadn't been updated for a long time, and the amount was a sum set decades ago, therefore not enough for a proper and comfortable living in this day and time. Now, that wasn't usually a problem for the orphan child, since the Uchihas had their own shopping districts and way of life. Their clan members could be said as one of the most caring and protective of all the clans. As funny as it sounded, it was true. The children who had been orphaned for some reason would get huge cuts in prices and discounts all over the things they purchased, to the point of getting some things free in their clan compounds, therefore nullifying the need for any extra money other than that old fixed stipend. But Naruto wasn't a simple orphan. No one cared if he lived or died. Instead, most would prefer it if he died and was no longer a threat to bring more shame to their clan. Mito saw through Tobarama's contemplative expression and knew that the man was rummaging through his mind for a solution. But in this case, she was a bit ahead of him. Tobarama, don't you have some manuscripts of the books you wrote last year for the new curriculum? She asked him, making the shaggy, white-haired man nod in affirmative at her question. But they are mere prototype manuscripts I wrote, containing only the most essential of materials. It had to undergo a complete rewrite by the order of the council, since my writings were far too complex and detailed for children as young as them. He cut her musings short. Can I have them, please, Aji-san? Asked the soft and shy voice of the blonde who was standing quietly to the side and listening to their conversations for a while now. Tobarama, though, saw his eyes, the eyes that were eager to learn. But what if he couldn't understand them? They would do more harm to the boy than good. Please, I'll give them back to you if I don't understand. But if you can, I'll take them. He asked him in a pleading voice, and those innocent eyes made even his heart melt. Oh, how the mighty has fallen. He sighed. Looks like age really was catching up to him. He crushed those thoughts instantly. What was he thinking? He wasn't old. He hated being old. And he scolded himself inwardly. All right, he said, and Mito giggled when the boy perked up with a smile in an instant. To Naruto, they served two purposes. First, he got off from paying. But that wasn't the reason he asked for them. They were incredibly complex and detailed, written by the Hokage himself. Now, that was a challenge. And how would he be Hokage if he couldn't even understand one's written knowledge himself? Tobarama wanted to see how far the boy would go with those manuscripts. He would keep an eye over him just in case he pushed himself too far and wasn't able to cope with the detailed knowledge himself. Though he had a hunch that the boy might surprise him, and he loved these kinds of surprises a lot. All right, then I'll bring them over to your house tomorrow. Then we can see if you need those clothes and equipment really or not, he said stoically with a hint of warmth and ruffled the boy's hair, who just looked at him with affectionate and longing eyes. Naruto had seen fathers do this to their children, and now he knew how nice it felt. Tobarama saw it, and a slice of guilt flashed through his heart when he saw those longing blue eyes that looked for affection in even the smallest of things. He was the very reason the boy had eyes like those in the first place. He had taken his father's life, in combat or not, and it weighed heavily on his shoulders now. This was why he never let emotions out of his heart. They made things complicated. Now he knew whatever the boy would say when he came to know he was the one responsible for taking his father's life, the boy would despise him. And deep within him, he knew it would hurt him. But he would endure it, for he was a shinobi and he had promised his father to look after the boy. Don't worry, Izuna. I've got eyes on your boy now, he thought when he watched Mito pinch the cheeks of the blonde who was blushing and mumbling incoherently with pinched cheeks to let go. Not that the Uzumaki heiress was listening to him in the slightest. All right, Aji-san, Mito-sama. I'll be taking my leave now, he said politely with a slight bow, and the two were surprised at the manners he had at so young an age. Before Mito could break out of her thoughts and tell him to not call her that, the blonde was off with a wave. Now how was she supposed to tell him? Her thoughts trailed off, and she smiled at the stoic Senju slyly. Tobarama grew uncomfortable at the sight of that smile. That smile meant she wanted something, and he was an essential part of it. But the thing that annoyed him the most was that she always got what she wanted, no matter what he argued with his ever-present logic. For that was the power of women that not even Tobarama Senju was able to overcome. He just prayed to the heavens that Tsunade didn't turn out like her grandmother. He even shuddered to think what she would do to men when she grew up. Her temper was already of the legendary and fiery Uzumaki's. He just didn't know then how much the relations between the Senju and Uchiha clans were going to change in the coming future. Chapter 5. Next morning, Konohagakure no Sato. The shining rays of a huge fireball placed in the sky made their way past the windows of out towards the little blonde currently snuggled up in his futon. The curled-up blonde ball in between the large room squirmed slightly, just enough to make the blanket covering him show his displeasured face. Mew, a soft mule rang in his room, his blanket getting plucked by something offending, making him clutch it tighter in his sleep. Go away. Sleepy. He mumbled sleepily, curling up into a more little ball. But the thing clutching his blanket tried even harder now much to his added annoyance. "What, Kiera?" he whispered sleepily. His sky-blue eyes squinted while trying to adjust to daylight when he took notice of the wide brown slitted eyes of his favorite cub. "Mew," she mewed softly, licking his cheek and curling up by it with a small yawn. Though Naruto regained his bearings and finally came to his senses, but even still he couldn't help the smile that lit up his face at seeing his friend there. "How did you get here, girl?" he asked her, brushing her fur to get a soft purr out of the little feline. "You shouldn't be here, Kiera. It might make me get into trouble, and they'll send you away into some guarded place." He whispered in a cautious tone, but didn't get anything more than a small twitch of her whiskers when he kissed her cheek softly. He let out a sigh. She must have followed him back yesterday, or somehow found out where he lived, but he couldn't do anything about it now. He himself had been wanting to take her home now that she was getting bigger and a lot playful to hide in the hidden clearings behind the mountains any longer. So it was all for the better, at least for now. He sat up, scooping the ball of fur in his arms, who didn't feel much like resisting from the friendly touch she had gotten used to. The blond boy walked downstairs to his dining room, straight for the fridge, and put the small cub on the table who was watching her unofficial master quite curiously. He filled up a bowl with a half carton of milk he had and placed it on the table, much to the joy of the little furry thing who had dug in as soon as the bowl touched the wooden surface. He sat down on the table, his chin on his arm, only to look at his lone friend fondly lapping up her milk. His finger rubbed her nose, making her mew in a hurt voice at being disturbed during her meal. He laughed, though, when she licked off the small droplet of milk on his finger while she was at it, getting herself a small bonk on her head. "Glutton," he whispered playfully, seeing the cub mewing in a hurt voice, and he was glad she was here now. At least his house wouldn't be as lonely as before. He himself cut off a small piece from a loaf of bread and started on frying a couple of eggs, feeling a small nudge on his ankle. He looked down only to see the pleading eyes of Kiera looking at him innocently, no doubt hungry from the fresh smell of frying eggs making him smile. He cut off a small piece of his omelet and threw it down, which was eaten before Naruto could even realize, and watch the ball of fur nuzzle against his leg, no doubt quite content now. "You're going to run me dry like this, you gluttonous cat," he said playfully, much to the confusion of the cub who just went up onto his lap while he enjoyed his meal in silence. His eyes glanced at the clock to see it was almost 9 now, and he rose an eyebrow, remembering he was going to have some guests over today, and grinned. He picked the yawning cub up in his arms, instantly hopping upstairs into the bathroom. "All right, Kiera, time to get you cleaned up," he said, getting a yawn out of the cub, who was still quite sleepy and clearly wasn't expecting what came next. Splash. "MEWWW." The cub mewed in horror when he had thrown her into the warm water of the tub and looked at him with hurt eyes when he stepped in a moment later after getting undressed himself. Now, we'll have none of that. You're going to have to be clean so you don't ruin things in the house, girl." He admonished the cub, who enjoyed getting herself rubbed with a little bubbly shampoo massage as was felt by her purrs. The joyful bath ended when the water was cold, and he drained the tub, coming out with a little cub wrapped up in a towel and being brushed off the water with some muffle mules. He let the dry fur ball out of his grasp, who jumped down and shook her body expertly to dry herself off, and ran up to the small folded mattress by the side cupboard that was open and found herself a new spot to sleep. Naruto just shook his head at the lazy cub with a smile and went onto the closet himself, sliding it open to see rows of clothes stacked up neatly, ranging from all sizes and colors. Naruto smiled and took out his blue shirt with a little Uchiha symbol on the bottom right corner in the front and put on some black pants while running his hand through his silky locks. Knock, knock. Naruto was surprised at hearing the knock so early. Surely Tobirama wouldn't be coming this early in the morning, right? He ran down the stairs and opened the door with a polite bow. "Welcome to the Uchiha residence." He spoke up politely, only to get his hair ruffled playfully. "Now, no need to be so formal with your Ji-chan now, is there?" The playful voice of Kagami Uchiha said, making him grin and step aside to let the man in. Kagami made his beeline straight to the living room and sat down on the couch, smiling at the boy who offered him a glass of water. "So, I heard you came looking for me back at the Uchiha clan office, he asked, getting a happy nod from the boy. He already did have a hunch as to why the boy would have wanted to meet him. I guess you came to me regarding your admissions to the academy, and he asked and got an instant nod from the boy. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. He trailed off, seeing the boy shaking his head, which now had him thrown into a loop. No need, uncle. I already got my admission forms signed by the Hokage. The boy answered his confusion, making the man perk up in surprise. Kagami couldn't help but look at the boy in pride. That was the drive a child his age should have. That's great, Naruto. I'm proud of you. He spoke in warm tone, making the boy gaze shyly at his lap while his cheeks turned pink in embarrassment. Kagami was still surprised that Tobirama Senju had taken the time to meet the boy on such short notice. But he remembered that the man was a bit too curious when it came to matters concerning him. He rose an eyebrow when he saw the boy perk up, as if he had remembered something important, and he was all ears for the kid. He considered his nephew in all but blood. Tobirama Ji-chan is great too, uncle. He is so fun and so cool. He even brought me my signed form to the back of the Hokage monument himself and played with me a little, he said, making Kagami blink owlishly at the bot. Now that didn't sound the least bit like his sensei. Tobirama Senju, playing with a 6-year-old child, the idea was laughable in itself to him. Naruto, you're sure you went to the Hokage, right? He asked suspiciously and a bit worriedly, so as to not hurt his happy demeanor in the slightest. The boy blinked innocently and pulled the form out of the side drawer to show him the proof. Of course I did. See, he stamped this, he said, handing the man the folded form. Kagami unfurled the paper, raising an eyebrow at the amount of mistakes and the adorable way his nephew had filled the form out. It didn't even have a photograph on it for Kami's sake, but sure enough, there, in the bottom right corner, donned the official stamp of the Nidaime Hokage, along with his signature of approval for enrollment into the academy year. How his sensei, the man who prided in perfection in even the most minute of things, had let this form slide, he would never know. But he had. See, it's a sign right, plus I see him daily on the monument too, you know, the boy said with a pout, making Kagami chuckle and nod. He handed the boy his form back, which was put back in its haven with the utmost care by our little blonde boy. Then Kagami's mind wandered back to another point that might need looking into by him personally. Do you need some money for buying the books and starting stuff for the academy? He asked him, making the boy look down at his lap and shake his head. Kagami's smile slipped, seeing his state of sadness. He knew the boy never really liked asking him for money and won't come to him for it unless it was absolutely necessary. It was one of the things he absolutely loved about the boy, yet it made his worries increase for him all the more. But once again, the boy perked up, surprising him for the second time with a wide smile when he shook his head, much to the elder Uchiha's confusion. Tobirama Ji-chan is going to let me borrow some of his spare books and scrolls. He's going to bring them by today. Isn't it awesome, uncle? He asked happily, and now Kagami's mind was spinning. What the hell did that boy do to my sensei? Was all he could think of, and nodded dumbly, seeing the boy grin his goofy grin, though he couldn't help but feel happy at the joyful expression on the kid's face. Looks like my boy has it all figured out already on his own. You really are growing big, my boy, he said in a warm tone, making Naruto nod happily. He stood up to take his leave, Naruto doing the same out of courtesy, and walked him to the door. All right then, do really well at the academy and make me and our clan proud, Naruto. We are called the elites and the best of this village for a reason. Always remember your Uchiha heritage and be proud of it, all right? He said sternly, and Naruto smiled and nodded proudly. Just you see, I'll ace the academy, Naruto boasted proudly, making Kagami chuckle and pat his head a couple of times to calm him down. The boy in turn looked sheepish and bowed politely when Kagami turned to leave. Naruto walked in, going straight to the porch of his house, leading to the vast gardens his estate housed. He loved them as if they were his life. His mother used to tend to them and had taught him her skills before she passed away, and he took care of them as a remembrance to the times he spent here with her. He looked down when he felt a small weight on his lap and brushed the pure white fur of the cub, now rested on his lap softly. "You're really smart, Kiera. I'm glad you didn't come out in front of Aji-san," he whispered, placing a kiss on her head to get a small purr out of the little feline, and kept brushing her hair. He saw her yawn and sighed tiredly himself. The cub was too lazy for her own good sometimes, but he loved her all the more for her antics. "Knock, knock." Naruto's head snapped back, hearing the doors knock, and he ran upstairs quickly with the little ball of fur in his arms. He ran into his room, opening the closet containing his futon and mattresses, and placed the cub on them. "Mew." The cub mewed in confusion, tilting her head to the side cutely. He placed a ball by her side to play with, and kept another pillow that she was glad and curled up on instantly. "All right, now you stay here, and don't come out until I tell you to, K?" he asked, not really expecting an answer, and ran downstairs straight to the main door. He opened the door and saw Tobarama standing there with his usual stoic and dead-fish look marred on his face and his arms crossed in front of his chest, but he was surprised to see the red-headed woman with her hair in two buns, the same one from yesterday, standing there with him. She wore an elegant white kimono with a red obi and the Uzumaki spiral adorned on the back of it. Plus, he saw strange tags with some strange markings there hanging by her head. He bowed to them politely like his mother had taught him to do if someone came to his home. "Welcome to the Uchiha residence," he said politely, and the two looked at each other with a smile at the young boy's manners and the way he held himself like a true heir of royal blood. The two sighed inwardly, though, instantly noticing the differences between this blonde and the one they had at home. They had tried to have Tsunade be just like him too, soft-spoken and polite, but the girl had been spoiled rotten by her grandfather before they could instill their ways of manners into her. She had even picked up on Hashirama's gambling habits, and his infamous bad luck, and his legendary losing streak was even bad with the girl, and added with her fiery temper, while the situation she always found herself caused more trouble to them. "It is our pleasure to make your acquaintance, my cute little thing," Mito cooed the boy, ruffling his hair, playfully pinching his bubby cheeks, making the boy a little shy, and his cheeks turned pink, clearly not used to such affection from a lady. Naruto led them into his house, unaware to himself the way those two took in the sights of the large yet elegant estate. It had been quite a few years since Tobarama stepped foot in this house, the last time being when he brought the news of Izuna's demise to the boy's mother. He shook at that line of thought while the boy walked them into the guest room. The two stepped in the traditional Japanese-style room and sat on the two offered cushions by the table in the middle. Several calligraphy scrolls hung on the wall as decorations, while small but faintly visible Uchiha clan symbols were carved into the wood almost everywhere. But both the elders couldn't help but feel nostalgic at the faint amounts of thick and potent chakra still lying everywhere around the house. It belonged to the man who had carved the wood himself, along with Madara Uchiha, to build the house from the ground up as a symbol of alliance between the two formidable clans. "I'll go and get some refreshments. Please make yourselves comfortable," he said with yet another boy, and left before Mito could stop him for the formalities. She put her cheek in her palm, puffing the exposed cheek with a pout, though smiled seeing the faintest of smirks dawning on the current Senju clan head's face. The boy certainly is full of surprises. He holds himself like a true heir of royal blood should do, and his house has been well taken care of, Tobarama's stoic voice said with a hint of pride in his voice. He was always one to take note of such fine things and admire them, and the boy was scoring high marks on his list of manners, discipline, and lifestyle. Mito herself had expected everything to be a complete mess. With a small child like him having the whole house to himself, she hadn't expected. Well, this. But only one thing was still ringing in her mind right now. "And he's such a sweet little munchkin, too." She cooed and gushed happily, making Tobarama sigh and pinch the bridge of his nose in exasperation. She was more into these things when it came to little kids. All these Uzumakis were too damn impulsive for their own good sometimes. Both their musings were cut short when the door in front of them slid open while their little host walked in with a tray full of simple and plain cookies with 2 cups of tea. He served them with a little sad smile. "I'm sorry, I only have these," he mumbled apologetically, a bit ashamed at having to serve his guests such bland-looking snacks. The two glanced at each other and dismissed his little nervousness away by picking up their cups and taking a sip of their beverages. Tobarama placed the cup down, once more taking note that the boy was sitting on his knees in a formal way rather than simply sitting comfortably like he could have. Mito too took note of it, but didn't give it much thought as much as Tobarama did. He pulled out a scroll from his hip pouch, handing it over to the boy who took them with a grateful smile. That contains all the learning material you will need for the academy, he stated stoically, dismissing the boy's question with his answer even before it could be brought out of his lips. Naruto nodded hesitantly, not quite understanding how a little scroll like this could be all the learning material he would need for the academy. Did they really teach so little at the academy? Was all his innocent and naive 6-year-old mind could perceive at the moment. He unfurled the scroll slightly, only to frown even more in confusion, and looked at it inquisitively. He couldn't understand, even in the slightest, what this was. Maybe they would teach him another language in the academy. Mito let out a soft sigh, seeing the boy looking at the scroll a little calculatively, yet with a firm confusion now marring his face. She couldn't believe that Tobarama could imply that the boy really knew what a storage scroll was when he hadn't even had a single day at the academy yet. She looked at him with narrowed, accusing eyes while he stared back at her impassively, not quite understanding what her problem was. She turned her eyes back to the blonde who had finally given up on trying to understand the scroll and was rolling it back up. "Naruto," she called out, making the boy perk up and look at her questionably. She smiled, seeing his wide, sky-blue eyes sparkled, a hue so vibrant it seemed as if he were carrying a piece of the heavens themselves. The Uchiha's distinct, sharper features gave his gaze an exotic charm, hinting at the striking figure he would grow into, one that might turn more than a few heads someday. "Come on over here," she patted the space by her side. The boy, though a little confused, nodded and went to sit by her side when she took the scroll in his hands and unfurled it yet again. She scooted closer to him, startling him a bit, and put the scroll straight in front of him. "Naruto, this is a storage scroll," she explained, getting a nod from the boy who was now paying rapt attention to her. He loved learning something new, and this must be some shinobi affair. Though he looked on in amazement when she placed 2 fingers over the strange symbols and there was a small poof of smoke. His eyes widened when he saw the small pile of books and scrolls now resting atop the storage scroll. Mito smiled at seeing his excited, glimmering eyes and smirked slyly to the ever-stoic Senju, who had a small frown marring his face at not realizing this small fact a little earlier. Was his cheeks vibrating? Perhaps he was trying very hard not to pout in frustration. How did she knew? Well, she was not the wife of Senju Hashirama and daughter to Ashina Uzumaki for no reason. She could predict what the person might be taking from just some subtle body moments, only though both rose an eyebrow when the boy, instead of going for the books or scrolls concerning the academy, picked up the storage scroll from underneath them and was looking at it as if it was Cammy's gift to man. Wow, how did this little scroll hold so many things? Is this scroll special? Why did these small markings change slightly? How many books can it hold? Where do you get these? He asked in rapid fire, not taking his eyes off the scroll even for a moment, and Mito was surprised that his eyes had caught the slight change in the seals with just a single glance. No one ever noticed them even after going through them for years. The kid had sharp eyes, she mused, smiling softly at his starstruck face while he was looking at the scroll in pure excitement. "This, Naruto, is a storage scroll," she explained patiently, taking it from his hands, and he nodded, looking at her for more information that she was more than happy to provide him with. "You have to pump chakra into it to store things in it, or take them out whenever you want," she explained, making him nod, but not quite convinced with her vague information, which she picked up on in an instant and grinned. She loved explaining things regarding Fuinjutsu to anyone willing to listen. It was such an obscure and unknown art except for members of her own clan. She pointed her fingers on the strange markings, tracing the expertly drawn kanji over them to start her explanation. These strange markings, or kanji, as you can see in some, are seals she explained, tracing her fingers over the intricate symbols on the scroll. They belong to a rare and obscure branch of shinobi arts known as Fuinjutsu. Naruto leaned in closer, captivated by the unfamiliar symbols. Fuinjutsu is powerful, she continued. These seals can store items, chakra, even people in a way, all within the confined space of scroll. The scroll itself isn't special. It's these seals that make it all possible. She paused, letting the weight of the concept sink in. With enough skill, a shinobi can manipulate these seals to hold or release anything they want. She explained patiently, and now the boy had a satisfied smile on his face, liking the little details in her explanation, and was still in awe at the power of these small seals, as she called them. Sugoi. They must be so powerful. If these little small markings can hold so many of our things in a simple paper scroll, then the complex techniques in this branch would be amazing too. He whispered, gazing at the scroll with a spaced-out look, not noticing the wide eyes of the adults who were staring at him in stunned silence. Both glanced at each other in a seemingly silent eye-to-eye conversation, and Mito smiled slyly at the prospect of having a new candidate who was willing to venture into this exotic branch of the shinobi arts at so young an age. Naruto broke out of his stupor and instantly asked the first thing that came up in his mind. "Will they teach this to us at the academy too?" he asked innocently, but the hope in his eyes wasn't lost to either of them. Tobirama shook his head, breaking his heart a little at the thought of not being able to learn them in the academy. Naruto, Fuinjutsu is a scarce and rarely practiced art that not many venture into of their own accord. Mito spoke in her warm voice, making him nod sadly. But he was still confused at her words. "But why is that? It seems so cool," he whispered, looking at the storage scroll in front of him longingly. Mito put her hand on the boy's head and brushed his silky golden locks gently. Both the elders were surprised how interested the boy looked into learning this non-flashy and boring art. "You really are a surprising child, my little one. Most children love ninjutsu, or taijutsu, since they look and seem so cool, and all but brush off Fuinjutsu, since they're only simple markings or calligraphy arts combined with a little basic ninjutsu to create something much more complex. It is really rare for one to take an interest in it on their own," she explained patiently, getting a small nod from the boy while she kept brushing his soft hair she adored so much right now. She couldn't help but gush at his adorable yet saddening crestfallen expression. "It is the specialty of my clan, you know," she said, making him perk up with a smile. "It is only learnt by a rare few outside my clan, and even within us, only a rare few ever get the honor of being called masters at this art. It is the most complex art known to the shinobi world," she stated, and saw the boy turn his gaze back to the storage scroll with a small bout of silence reigning in the room now. Both Tobirama and Mito looked on in curiosity at what the boy might say next, seeing his contemplative face. For Naruto, it intrigued him to no end. In his mind, it was utterly stupid that they didn't teach this at the academy. So what if it was hard? That made it all the more reason for anyone to learn it. "Where can I get books on Fuinjutsu?" he finally asked, breaking the bout of silence, and Mito smiled widely at his words. For Tobirama, it was a loss of words. Normally, children his age ventured into ninjutsu or even kinjutsu since it looked so cool and flashy, piquing their innocent attention a lot. But this young boy was something else. Now Mito was especially intrigued by the kid, no matter if he was an Uchiha. Fuinjutsu prospecting students were rare enough to think of such trivial things. She turned the boy's face to her, by her finger placed on his right cheek, and gave him a little smile. "Well, I'm not so bad at Fuinjutsu. Why don't I show you a few things, and we'll see if maybe you want to pursue learning the art in the future or not?" she asked him curiously, and Naruto beamed at the nice lady with a happy nod. "Really? You'll teach me?" he asked her with a voice of uncertainty, but grinned when she nodded with a smile. "When can we start?" he asked happily, and she giggled at the boy's enthusiasm. "Well, we could start now, but I don't think you have a calligraphy kit with you, so I'll have to bring one tomo." She was cut off as Naruto spoke up. "What is this calligraphy kit? May I have it? What does it contain?" he asked with so much enthusiasm, and she giggled, shaking her head. No, Naruto-kun, it is rare for someone other than the Uzumaki clan members to have a sealing calligraphy kit with them. Again, Naruto spoke up, making her surprised when she saw his vigorous shaking of head. Madara-jiji's library has so many things in it along with my father's. I don't know what all of them are or how to use them all, but maybe you can find this sealing kit in there, he asked her, not wanting to miss a chance at learning Fuinjutsu even in the slightest. Mito was surprised, but the idea now certainly seemed plausible as she nodded at the boy, who smiled happily and stood up while taking her hand in his own. She followed him with a smile while he escorted them through the hallways of his house. This time Mito and Tobarama truly saw how beautiful the house truly was, never having explored it so much before. Naruto stopped in front of a sliding door with the Uchiha clan symbol embossed over it proudly. He slid it open and stepped in, with the two elders following him in to see what had Madara really kept in his house. Their eyes widened in unison to epic and comical proportions at seeing the sight that was now in front of them. The room had shelves after shelves in several rows, each of them stacked full of scrolls and various other items concerning the shinobi affairs or his clan materials. Tobarama turned his eyes to the right to see the last row stocked full of weapons of all kinds, but two of them caught his eyes. There, hung on the wall, were Madara Uchiha's personal war fan and Izuna Uchiha's personal katana. It made several memories of battling against the bearers of the two weapons, stored in such pristine condition, fly into his mind. He walked onto the second row with scrolls and saw them all arranged in several sections of nin, tai, and jinjutsu. There were jutsu scrolls of all ranks and elements. Even non-elementals were categorized separately from the elemental ones. It was quite probably larger than the village's own personal library. That in itself was filled more than 3/4 of the contents provided by the members of the Uchiha clan, with them using their Sharingan to document the techniques they learnt from various enemies of various lands. His family, too, must have documented and preserved each and everything they had scoured over the generations and kept them here for safekeeping. But that in itself raised a peculiar question in his mind. Naruto, do you by any chance know why your clan elders haven't taken this all in and absorbed this into the clan's property? He asked the boy, his voice laced in disbelief, while unfurling a simple Durank Jutsu scroll to see the personal signature of none other than Madara Uchiha himself at the end of it. And he was surprised yet again when the boy nodded simply. The weapons section alone was enough for the clan to raise hell over a single family possessing it, and try and absorb it into the clan's funds, which wasn't taking into account the amount of knowledge that was amassed in here. Mito, too, was shocked herself that the little boy knew of the reason why his clan hadn't pulled it in themselves and absorbed it for the clan's strength. Hi, Ka-chan told me when she brought me here sometimes. He whispered, sadness clearly lacing his voice as he struggled not to cry. Composing himself, he continued, only someone closely related to our family can enter this room. I don't know how it is, but she told me that this room recognizes our blood and chakra signature, and only when it sees that it is someone from my family can they enter it. No one has ever been here except you two till today. He explained innocently, looking for the small kit Mito had told him about, and not seeing the completely baffled and shell-shocked faces of the adults behind him. Mito, though, looked around and narrowed her eyes at the markings laced all over the walls of the room. It was embedded with several layers of security, privacy, and silencing seals. Nothing short of breaking and done by a full-blown seal master. After hours of breaking through the sequence of seals would one be able to access this room. Clearly, whoever set this up didn't want anyone to be sneaking around here without her permission. And knowing the kinds of people the previous two owners of this house were, it wasn't the least bit surprising to the Uzumaki clan heiress. The two were very strict when it came to privacy in their lives, and this showed it to the fullest. Then why have you brought us here, Naruto? It is a family heirloom that has been protected by your family for generations. Why show this to us? Asked the ever-curious Tobarama. Mito wanted to scold the man for such a blunt and rude question that could be taken as an insult for the boy's courtesy to them. but she was curious to this as well. So she let it slide this time and opened all ears to the blond boy rummaging through the shelves with his tongue sticking out in frustration at not being able to find the kit in this treasure room of a place. "I trust you too," came his answer with a small cough when he found something old and full of dust, making them quite surprised when he continued on. "Ka-chan told me only to bring those in here that I trust completely, and never bring anyone from my clan here since they might try to take this all. But I trust you too after all. Tobirama-ji-chan is the Hokage, and Lady Mito is really nice too. You guys brought me books and helped me get in the academy. Lady Mito even offered to teach me. No one's ever been this nice to me," was all he could say when his shoulders were caught, and he was turned around only to gaze into the warm violet eyes of the crimson-haired woman. "Naruto, don't call me Lady Mito," she whispered softly, cupping his cheek in her hand, and loved the affection with which he looked at her, laced with his complete confusion at her words. "Call me Mito Bachan from now on, okay?" she asked gently, and he nodded, a bit embarrassed when she scooped him in her arms for a hug. She walked with the boy through several shelves, her face still showing surprise at finding some basic level Fuinjutsu scrolls stacked in the shelves too. She was guessing that this sealing work was quite probably done by Madara himself. Tobirama, though, was scouring through his particular interest: ninjutsu scrolls. He hadn't found anything that had piqued his interest for now, and for the life of him, there wasn't even a single forbidden jutsu scroll in there. For that, he was glad as well as disappointed. Glad that a kid as curious as him didn't have dangerous things to tinker with in his leisure time, and disappointed at not finding anything particularly of interest to him. "Naruto, you say you haven't brought any Uchiha here?" Tobirama's voice rang through the room, getting a simple nod from the boy. Tobirama nodded in affirmative, gazing at the jet-black blade encased on the wall, safely making him remember his battle with the last Uchiha clan head. "That includes Kagami too, right?" he asked, and got yet another nod, surprising him quite a bit knowing how close he was to the boy. "Ka-chan made me promise to never bring another Uchiha in here no matter what, and only those from outside that I could trust completely. So I didn't tell Uncle Kagami, since he is an Uchiha." He spoke innocently, and Mito smiled at the blind faith the little boy had in them. Tobirama too was happy, but the boy was quite naive right now. Any clan, no matter who it was, would give just about anything to get their hands on the things collected in this room to get a chance at increasing their own strengths. He himself had half a mind to absorb it all into the village archives, but he couldn't touch a family heirloom like this from a boy to whom it meant the world, and he couldn't bring himself to break the trust boy showed in them. It would definitely go against his honor. Mito crouched down and looked him straight in the eyes with a serious look on her face. "Naruto-kun, now you have to promise me another thing, just like you did for your Ka-chan. You will that for me, won't you?" she asked him in her gentle tone, getting an instant nod from the boy who had simply no qualms with it. "Don't bring or even tell anyone about this room other than us. You don't know what people would do to get their hands on this if they knew what was here. Promise me the room stays a secret with only us knowing about it," she asked softly, and Naruto nodded innocently, trusting the woman. After all, she said the same thing as Ka-chan told him, and she was always right in his mind. "Hi, I promise you, Mito Bachan," he said in his soft yet melodic voice, making the woman smile and ruffle his hair playfully. She caught his chin in her fingers and placed her lips on his forehead. "Let's go. I found it," she spoke, playfully, getting a grin out of the boy. She took his hand in her own and led him out, looking behind her to see Tobirama still scouring the place like a hungry scavenger. He abruptly paused, his gaze locking onto a scroll mounted on the wall opposite the room. It was decorated with intricate gold dragon markings, with a dragon's head protruding from one side and its tail from the other. Clearly, this scroll held significant importance to be displayed in such a grand design. "Let's go," she said firmly, leaving no room for arguments and pulling the man out by his ear, who yelled out protests in return that he wanted to stay a little longer like a child. Tobirama followed the two with a slight slump in his shoulders at being denied the chance to learn something new, but his face lit up with a slight smirk seeing the two in front of him walking hand in hand. He stayed silent and cherished the two interacting in front of them silently. The boy's innocence and kind heart was really contagious. He had already wormed his way into his heart, and he already knew that Mito adored the boy with all her being. Having found herself an apprentice, she had long since given up looking on after her repeated failures at scouring for one. They sat back in the living room while Mito had pulled the boy onto her lap, much to his embarrassment, but she wasn't taking any of it. She placed her chin over his head and pulled open the calligraphy kit, getting down to business now. She showed him the proper way to rub an inkstone and showed him how it was done so he could follow in her lead. He did as he was asked patiently, rubbing the required ink off the stone for their practice session. Mito wouldn't tell him right now, but this was a moment every seal master cherished when he decided to take on an apprentice. She took a brush in her hands. Instead of using the support between her index finger and thumb, she placed it in his hands on merely her fingertips for the added precision that was needed for the art of sealing. Naruto looked at her hand with narrowed eyes and took a brush in the same way in his left hand, once more surprising her with a new edge she found in him. "All right, Naruto, watch this closely, all right?" she asked in but a whisper, feeling his head bob up and down under her chin. Her hand expertly traced the kanji for fire on the blank sheet in front of her. Naruto tried to do the same, though his ending strokes came a bit sloppy, as was expected of someone trying their first hand at the art of calligraphy. Tobarama smiled, sipping on some tea he had poured from the kettle. The boy had been kind enough to bring them earlier, and watched on the boy's shaky hands take their first steps into the obscure field of sealing. He was still surprised that even after 2 hours straight of silent whispers and the finesse-laced brushwork, he didn't seem to be letting pee anytime soon. He had tried the same with Tsunade, but alas, she was a bit too hot-headed and loved taijutsu and breaking training dummies instead of the boring art that was sealing. Mito noticed it too, glancing at the clock to see how late it truly was, and caught his hand with the brush, kissing the back of his head gently to halt his calligraphy session for the day. He looked back, a little peeved and mostly confused, but smiled when he saw the smiling face of the crimson-haired woman he sat on top of. "That's enough for today, Naruto-kun. It's already time for the sun to set." She answered his query before it be brought out, making him look out the glass door in the room and have wide eyes at seeing the slightly darkening sky, showing how late it truly was. He got off her lap, and both elders stood up from their interesting day, smiling at the boy who walked them out to the door. The two turned around, reaching his doorstep, getting a polite bow out of the boy. "Thank you for taking the time to visit and teach me. It was really nice. Arigato." He spoke in a soft tone, making Mito crouch down and poke his nose playfully. "Thank you for having us, my adorable little thing. Now you come to my house tomorrow after academy, lets you off, and we'll start off where we left today, all right?" she asked, making the boy beam and wrap his arms around her neck, making her giggle and hug him back equally happily. "But where do you live, Bachan?" he asked after a moment, realizing he didn't even ask for her address as of yet. "Just ask anyone near the eastern ends of the clan district for the small Uzumaki clan compounds, and you'll be hushed up to me easily. So come anytime. I'm free and alone all day long, so don't worry about the time. It would be nice to have such nice company with me from now on." She chirped up in a chipper tone, getting a small grin out of the blonde, and she grinned back. Tobarama, not a man for many words, as usual said his simple goodbye and left with a curt nod of gratefulness for having them at his place. After a small dinner with his little cub who had slept her way straight through the day to hide in his room, he was out like a light as soon as he hit his futon and slept. Chapter 6. Next morning, Naruto woke up with a start, happily grinning from ear to ear. Today was the day he finally got to go to the academy. He glanced beside his pillow, where a small cub was curled up, sleeping soundly. He scooped her up, lifting her and waving her playfully into the air. The cub woke with a startled mew, blinking as she tried to make sense of the sudden movement. "Mew," she squeaked as Naruto rubbed his cheek against hers. She nuzzled into him, settling into the familiar warmth of her energetic master. "Today's the day, girl. I'm finally joining the academy," Naruto chirped, rolling up his futon and tucking into the closet. Humming with excitement, he jogged into the bathroom, glancing back to see the cub scurrying off as soon as her eyes landed on the filled tub. But with a quick grab, Naruto caught her, laughing as he gently threw her in the water, her mewling protests. He prepared a modest breakfast, setting out a small bowl of milk and a slice of crispy bacon for the cub. He left a bit more milk in her bowl, hoping it would hold her over until he returned. In a rush of excitement, he stuffed his bag with the books and supplies needed for a first year, only to realize with a jolt that he was still wrapped in a towel, completely forgetting to dress in his excitement. But today he ran into his parents' room. A wave of melancholy washed over him as he took in the quiet, lonely, and untouched space. The bed remained unmade, with a few wrinkles in the sheets, just as they'd left it. He hadn't made the bed up ever since this room lay vacant somehow. Keeping the room this way helped him hold on to memories of them, a small, comforting piece of the past nestled in his present. "I'm going to the academy today too, San. Wish me luck," he whispered to the walls and walked to the closet in the room. Instantly, he saw clothes stacked up in rows neatly in a layered way, having 3 rows of them ranging from all sizes. His father bought clothes and either wore them once or simply kept them in storage since he didn't like them when it finally became the time to wear them. So they were mostly in pristine condition, thus the reason he never got worried for buying any clothes. He couldn't bring himself to touch anything in the room that still held traces of life. It felt almost sacred, as if those items still carried his parents' presence. Each detail was precious, a small piece of them he could hold on to forever. Carefully, he selected a crisp, white, long-sleeve shirt with a high collar. The Uchiha symbol was embroidered on the cuffs, and a subtle emblem was embossed at the nape, a small tribute to his heritage. He slipped on blue pants and a pair of matching blue sandals, a look that mirrored what his father wore in old photographs. The resemblance brought a quiet joy. Dressing this way felt like honoring his father's memory, a small attempt to step into his shoes and keep his legacy alive. He swung his side back on by his waist and ran down to see the cub waving its tail while waiting for him at the doorstep. He picked the cute thing up in his arms and brought her to eye level, getting a curious stare from the cub who leaned closer and licked his nose to get a giggle out of him. "All right, girl. Now I'll be back by evening. I put the milk in the kitchen in your usual bowl for lunch and some spare meat I cook for my sandwiches. So take care of the house while I'm gone and don't make a mess of the place, Kay?" he asked, but got a simple tilt of the head to the side while she licked her nose with a yawn, no doubt oblivious to his words. He let out a soft sigh and dropped the fur ball down on her feet, who ran into his room, no doubt to sleep, and he walked out, shaking his head with a smile. At least someone waved him off from home on his first day. He couldn't help but think in happiness and ran into his clan streets towards the academy with an extra hop to his step. He couldn't even care less for all the snide remarks and looks being sent his way when he ventured out of his clan grounds. He was just too happy to be bothered by them. Konoha Ninja Academy. Naruto walked up to the academy's main gates, rounding the corner with a bounce in his step, only to pause in surprise. The area in front of the gates was completely empty, silent, and still. He'd imagined it bustling with students and parents saying their goodbyes, a mix of excited chatter and anxious farewells. But a quick glance at the street clock reassured him. He wasn't late. It was only 9, and classes wouldn't start until 9:30. He was just a bit early. Entering the building, Naruto's gaze wandered through the hallways that would soon become so familiar. Each doorway, each corridor felt like an invitation, and he couldn't help but smile as he imagined all the memories he would make here. His ears picked up soft, muffled voices behind closed doors, which only heightened his excitement. Following the directions on the form Tobarama had given him, he finally found his assigned classroom and stopped just outside the door. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself, his face breaking into a smile. He slid it open, instantly turning nervous when he saw the population residing in the room clearly wasn't what he was expecting. The parents were in there too, along with their children, and all eyes were on him as soon as he opened the door. But he saw most of them narrowing their eyes at him after a moment, and he looked down a bit to ignore them, but it still hurt him to see those accusatory gazes on his first day. "Can I help you, young man?" He was startled by a male voice when a man wearing a green vest and shinobi clothes along with the village's headband stood in front of him with a start. Though he did smile a small relieved smile, seeing the man's warm smile and kind eyes looking on at him in pure curiosity. He pulled out his sign form, handing it to the man who took it with a curt nod. "I'm assigned to this class, sir." He spoke softly and as politely as he could, making the man smile. He turned his eyes back to the blonde with a raised eyebrow. "Then why are you so late? All children were supposed to be here an hour earlier with their parents for an introductory orientation. Didn't the lady handing out the forms inform your parents of this?" he asked, making Naruto look at his feet and shake his head negatively. "I don't have any parents, and my form wasn't taken from the academy, sir. Someone gave me an extra." He answered the man's question in his soft voice, making the man turn a bit saddened at his reply. An orphan, such a small age at that. He thought sadly and nodded at the boy. He looked onto the details of the form he was handed. He rose an eyebrow, reading his clan name. Quite happy he had got an Uchiha to teach, though they did narrow and dangerously on the paper when he read his father's name on the sloppily filled paper. His gaze turned up to the boy, now with a slight glare instead of the warm eyes he had treated him earlier with. "He is related to them, huh?" he thought venomously, while the blonde boy in question was now looking at his feet to avoid those venomous eyes glaring at him. He put the form down for him to take back. "Go and take a seat." He spoke dismissively while Naruto trotted away from the man who wasn't the least bit amused at his presence right now. Instantly his heart broke, seeing all the parents and guardians pulling their children away from him harshly, as if he were the plague. His eyes watered hearing their hushed whispers telling their children how he was a bad boy and to stay away from him since he was nothing but trouble like his forefathers before him. He stood all alone in a corner and stared at his bag with a bitten lip to control his tears from falling. The teacher told them all to take a seat when the bell rang and the parents started making their way out. He walked up, instantly seeing all the children covering the seat by their sides with their things so that he could not sit with them. He ignored them all and walked up into the corner seat by the window with a small, sad smile. "Looks like I won't be making any friends anytime soon," he thought sadly, looking up when the teacher opened up his register and started calling out rolls. He looked out the window at the bird's nest in the tree, knowing his name would be in the end with his surname being Uchiha. Swish, clack, huff, huff. Naruto glanced back, resting his cheek in his palm as a sudden commotion by the classroom door caught his attention. His curiosity piqued as he watched a blonde girl burst into the room, slightly out of breath. Her hair, a shade less golden than his, was pulled back into a high ponytail, and her hazelnut honey-brown eyes sparkled with excitement despite her flustered entrance. She wore a simple, white, thigh-length kimono, its clean lines and elegance contrasting with her hurried appearance. "Sorry, sensei, I overslept," she mumbled apologetically, still catching her breath as she walked up to the front of the class and handed her crumpled form to the instructor. The man took it, his expression shifting from mild annoyance to surprise as his eyes scanned over her surname and a list of names under parents and guardians. His eyes widened slightly, and whatever words of reprimand he had prepared vanished in an instant. Here, standing in front of him, was the heir to the illustrious Senju clan. He quickly handed the form back to her with a respectful smile, any thought of scolding forgotten in the shock of the moment. She trudged up the steps, scanning the room for an empty seat among the few children who had already settled in. The first one she spotted had a boy with a smug, prideful smile, 2 red tattoos marking his cheeks, exuding an air of confidence that felt almost annoying. As she walked past, he called out, "Hey, why don't you sit with me? I promise I won't bite much." His voice was teasing, but she merely rolled her eyes and moved on, leaving a seething Inuzuka behind, visibly frustrated at being dismissed so easily. As she continued down the aisle, her gaze fell upon another empty seat. This one was next to a boy with classic onyx black eyes and dark hair, exuding that same high and mighty attitude she recognized all too well. "Uchiha," she thought with a frown, quickly dismissing the seat next to the boy with the dark hair. The reputation of the Uchiha clan loomed large, and she wasn't in the mood to deal with any of that right now. Her eyes continued to scan the room until they landed on the back corner of the class, where a blonde-haired boy sat quietly. What caught her attention were his striking eyes, an unusual pale hue that almost seemed to shimmer in the light. They were captivating, with a depth that suggested a wealth of maturity beyond his years. The intricate patterns surrounding his irises added an air of mystery, making him stand out from the other students. Though she did smile at having found a seat for herself and hopped in by his side with a grin. Naruto looked on surprised when the girl took a seat by his side instead of all the other vacant ones. But he was even more surprised when she placed her bag in her desk sloppily, with its handle half hanging out, and turned her gaze to him with a wide smile. Tsunada Sanju. Nice to meet you. She trailed off, putting her hand forward for him to shake. Naruto had a wide smile himself as he looked on at the offered hand and nodded, beaming in joy. I'm Naruto Uchiha. Nice to meet you too. He trailed off halfway in his words when the girl pulled her hand back with a huff. He pulled his hand back and looked away towards the window to hide his misty eyes, filled with unshed tears threatening to break free of their confines. She hated him too as soon as she knew his name. He didn't glance in her direction for the fear of aggravating her any further than he already might have done. Tsunade was surprised when the boy had extended his hand along with an introduction, even after hearing her full name. But she wasn't going to be falling for any pranks or snide remarks from him. Those damned Uchiha kids always did that with her, and she hated them with a passion. She did feel a little sad, though, when she caught sight of his sad gaze while he stared out the window. She had half expected some sort of arrogant remark or a revere taunt, but nothing of the sort came from the boy. He sat in silence with her doing the same, and looking back to the front with a blank face. Her day couldn't start off any worse than Tsunade Senju. The voice rang in the room, making her ears perk up at her teacher's call, and she called out a hi and concentrated on the man now. Naruto Uchiha. She couldn't help but see the small glare the teacher sent her side partner's way when the boy mumbled a soft hi and looked away. All right, class, we'll start with some history lessons today. The teacher called out, making Tsunade let out groan inwardly. She hated history with a passion. It made her sleep when her granduncle tried to drill their clan history into her thick skull. The teacher droned on through the textbook lesson, while she struggled to keep her frustration in check, fighting the overwhelming urge to pull her hair out or drift off into slumber during that thrice-damned history lecture. Her cheeks puffed up childishly in annoyance, seeing many of the kids around her had already dozed off, their heads lolling forward or resting on their desks halfway through the long lecture, and turned her eyes to her side. Her eyebrow rose in surprise at seeing her partner paying rapt attention to the lecture as if it was the most interesting thing he had done all morning, and she frowned seeing him jot down little notes in his notebook in between the teacher's pauses. Only these stupid Uchihas can pay so much attention to these boring lectures. She pouted to herself and slammed her head on her desk to keep herself awake through the lecture. Naruto opened up his book for reference, seeing many little side notes made there which were quite helpful to him, as well as gave him some additional knowledge on the topics being explained, while he kept up with both the book and his sensei in full attention. The teacher looked up when he heard a small yawn, only to see half his class asleep, and sighed tiredly. Well, he couldn't expect anything else in a history lesson, he supposed. Rhyming. The bell rang, making all the children jerk awake in unison, when the teacher snapped his book shut and told them of the taijutsu lessons after the lunch break was over. Naruto packed his books and took out his sandwich, unwrapping the plastic wrapping, and munched a soft bite out of his self-made lunch. Everyone pulled out their home-made lunches and bentos. Tsunade grinned, taking out her back and popping her hand in to pull out the bento her mother had made for her. Her eyebrows furrowed while she rummaged for her lunch, only for it to turn into a full-blown scowl before her face marred one of pure horror. She remembered her mother calling out to her and keeping her lunch on the table, but she didn't remember herself putting it in, while she was running around the house due to being so late. She slammed her head on the desk and let out a soft sigh. She had forgotten it at home. Naruto looked to the side after hearing her sigh and was a little confused as to why the girl hadn't brought out her lunch yet. Well, she was a little late in the morning, so... "Did you forget your lunch?" he asked nervously, making her look at him with irritated eyes. She huffed and looked away, feeling a bit embarrassed that he had pinned the reason right in on the first try. "Why do you ask? Going to compare me to the elite Uchiha?" Her snarl trailed off with an innocent blink of confusion, seeing a wrapped sandwich being forced in her hands. She looked at him stunned. No one else had bothered asking why she wasn't eating except for offering her to sit with them, that she had refused as politely as she could in her hungry state. "Why are you giving me this?" she asked in a baffled voice, figuring it must be some sort of prank, while Naruto had his innocent look on her and gave her a blink of confusion. "Well, we do have taijutsu lessons after lunch," he pointed out, making her nod, but not quite getting his point. "So we'll have a lot of physical training and you'll need our energy. You wouldn't be able to go through them on an empty stomach. I brought an extra with me in case I got late for home, so you can have it if you want," he told her, and went back to munching on his sandwich in silence. The silence was eating away at Tsunade's heart while she stared at the food in her hands with a bitten lip. The guilt was eating away on her now. She hadn't even talked to him nicely, yet he was the only one kind enough to see her plight and offer her his food. "I'm sorry," she mumbled in a soft whisper. Her cheeks turned pink in embarrassment at having to apologize to a classmate on her first day. Naruto, though, didn't hear her whisper in the whole loud racket in their class and looked on at her curiously. "I'm sorry I didn't hear you. Can you repeat it?" He trailed off, seeing her glare at him with her puffed-out cheeks. "I said I'm sorry for treating you the way that I did, all right?" she asked quickly, her face turning tomato red from the effort it took to get out an apology out of her heart. "But don't expect me to repeat it," she mumbled in an embarrassed voice, making the boy blink in confusion. "Why want to do that?" "Because I won't. Get it?" she asked him sternly, and he merely nodded dumbly, not quite getting why she was getting so hyper. Maybe she was a lot hungry, he answered to himself intelligently and munched on in silence. "And thank you for sharing your food with me," she mumbled as an afterthought, this time surprising him. No one had ever thanked him before, so it did embarrass him a little, and he merely nodded timidly, munching on his lunch with a smile. Tsunade dug in her sandwich, and her eyes widened in surprise at the strange burst of flavors in her mouth. It was unlike anything she had ever had before, a bit weird but still nice. She thought it was perfect a moment later and devoured the sandwich hungrily. She choked on a large bite of it at the end and gulped down the offered water bottle half in a single gulp while patting her chest. Naruto smiled that she liked his cooking, as little as he knew for himself, and kept going through his own at a slow, albeit calm pace. "So why aren't you being mean to me?" she asked, making him stop in his small bites and look at her with a confused look, his head tilted to show his confusion quite clearly to her. "I'm sorry I don't get you," he said cutely after a moment of silence between them, and she merely stared at him incredulously. "You're an Uchiha, right?" she asked, pointing to him with her finger for emphasis of her point, getting a nod from the boy. "And I'm a Senju?" she asked yet again, getting yet another nod from the boy, who remembered her name from the morning introduction, but wasn't seeing her point. He stared on at her innocently while she was staring at him expectantly for a sudden breakthrough. "Sorry, but I'm still not getting you," he finally said to break the thick silence, making her head drop tiredly. Was she going to have to explain everything around here? "Our clans have been enemies for generations," she said, her voice tinged with frustration. "All the Uchiha kids try to bully me or pull pranks on me," she thought to herself, "and in the end, I always end up beating them to a pulp." With a sigh, she continued, "So, in a nutshell, they're just plain old mean to me. Why aren't you doing the same?" She looked at him with genuine curiosity as he took his last bite, chewing thoughtfully before popping open his bottle for a drink. "Well, you haven't done anything to me, so being mean to you just for being a Senju is quite stupid," he said simply, and she was surprised at his simple yet deep words. She grinned and shook her hands free off the breadcrumbs, to extend it for a shake when he finished drinking water from his bottle and popped it close. Then I guess we can be friends, so let's start again. I'm Tsunade. Senju, nice to meet ya. She chirped up happily, making the boy smile. He wiped his hands with his handkerchief, making her quite embarrassed that she hadn't done the same. But she had probably forgotten that at home too, she thought in silent embarrassment when he shook her hand with a grin. I'm Naruto Uchiha, it's nice to meet you too, he said in a chipper tone, making her grin and nod when they finally shook hands at the start of a new friendship. All right, class, it's time for your first taijutsu lesson, so everybody come out now. The teacher called out from the door, making them all start to walk out with Naruto and Tsunade walking out together in the back. Chapter 7. Konohagakure no Sato. Konoha Ninja Academy. All the fresh admissions of the academy students stood in the open clearing they were led into by their new instructor. The teacher picked up on his clipboard, having the names and details of all the new students in his palms. He coughed to get the attention of the children from the chatter, getting quite successful when all the wide and curious Inuknet eyes turned to him. All right, this is the first day of our regular weekly academy taijutsu spars we'll have from now on. Now, before we begin, go and run a couple of laps around the academy for a little warm-up, he spoke up, getting nods from them. All the students starting running with Naruto and Tsunade flanking the back of the group. Why we have to huff run for this? Tsunade asked, huffing in her jog after they had taken a complete round of the academy grounds, which were quite large in themselves. We have to do warm-up so we don't hurt ourselves in the spars. Plus, we just had lunch, so Sensei must want us to warm up first. Naruto answered calmly, not at all fazed at running the laps they were ordered. And as a pure-blooded Uchiha, he had a considerable amount of stamina. Perhaps not as absurdly high as some Uzumaki and Senju, but still impressive. You Huff have an answer for everything Huff, don't you? She asked in annoyance, her breathing a bit labored, but not losing as much as a speck of speed. Naruto, though, didn't quite get her point at this. Huh? He asked intelligently, making Tsunade try to sigh, but instead she panted and shook her head. Naruto just looked on ahead with a nod when the end came and Tsunade collapsed onto her knees from exhaustion. Naruto himself placed his palms on them and took deep breaths to calm down the blood rush. All right, class, that was very nice for your first day. I'm glad all of you completed your laps. The teacher's proud voice rang in the clearing, getting smiles from them all. Now, come on and gather up around the ring, he said, and all of them stood up shakily, completely exhausted from running, while Naruto straightened up with a deep breath. He saw Tsunade still sitting and not looking to get up anytime soon, and smiled at his lone friend sprawled on the ground right now. Come on, let's go, he said softly, extending his hand while placing the other hand on his knee with a soft smile. Tsunade looked up, brushing her flailing bangs from her face to look into the twinkling sky-blue eyes as well as the outstretched hand in front of her. But for the first time, she noticed how pretty his eyes were. It was like staring into emeralds that held the sky itself. Not at all like all the other Uchiha's plain, boring black eyes. Ignoring the thoughts, she put her own hand in his with a grin. He pulled her up, and she dusted her kimono off when she caught him in a headlock, much to his confusion. She couldn't let him think she wasn't able to get up on her own after all. That doesn't mean I couldn't get up on my own, get it? She asked sternly, making him a little confused yet again, but he nodded dumbly, figuring that was the best thing to do right now. She grinned and nodded, placing her hands behind her back with a cheeky smile, and walked along with him to the sparring ring. Now, children, I'll introduce all of you to the sacred tradition of shinobi hand-to-hand combat. These were used by our Hokages themselves to toughen them up, he said, perking up most of the ears around the ring. We will go through one-on-one paired combat exercises to simulate a situation of real combat and let you have the experience needed when you further your shinobi careers. I'll explain the rules along with the spar, so can Insui Nara and Hyasuke Hyuga please enter the ring, he called out, and the two boys stepped in the ring. One with his hair in a high, albeit lazily tied ponytail, while the other had his clan's signature pupil-less white eyes to signify his clan status for him. All right, now, both of you raise your hand like this. He showed them a half ram seal in front of his chest, and both copied the man. This is called the seal of confrontation. It usually marks the beginning of a jutsu, so it signifies your willingness to fight an opponent. When you end the spar, you both clasp the seals together as a mark of goodwill and friendship to your opponent. This is called the seal of reconciliation. So now, do the both of you get this much? He asked the two, instead getting nods from all of them around the ring in unison. And now I'll explain the rules of engagement. The fight ends either when the opponent is put in a position where he can't fight back. No weapons or jutsus except kunais can be used, and that too for only hand-to-hand combat. No maiming or fatal blows to harm your opponent are allowed. The person who steps outside the ring loses automatically too, and I can step in at any moment to stop the spar if I see someone's going to get hurt. Do I make myself clear? He asked sternly, getting nods from the two boys, and smiled, raising his hand. Then let's have an honorable first spar. Hajime, he called out with Hyasuke dropping in his usual gentle fist stance. Though all of them were confused when Insui turned around and started walking away until he was finally outside the ring. Thick silence reigned in the clearing at the strange actions of the Nara boy. Insui, what are you doing? The teacher finally asked the boy, who merely let out a lazy yawn and shrugged. You said that stepping out of bounds signifies defeat, sensei. So I willingly lost since one of us must lose for this troublesome spar to end. It is merely logical for me to do so, to end it as quickly as possible, more so since it is too much work. He mumbled, lazily scratching his head, making the teacher slap his hand over his face. Everyone snickered at the teacher's expense, who decided to let it go since this was only the first day. And it wasn't surprising for someone from the Nara clan to do this. They were renowned for it, actually. All right, just please make the seal of reconciliation before you go. If that is not too much work, that is. The teacher said dryly, and sighed tiredly when they did. Though Hyasuke did have a small scowl on his face at not getting as far as he had wanted to, but said nothing in the end, and both walked out. The teacher rummaged through the list and smiled when he read the next two names out loud. Akio Inuzuka and Jin Uchiha. Step into the ring, please. His voice rang out through the silence of the clearings. The two boys in question stepped forward, their faces completely polar opposites to that of their opponent. Akio had simple shaggy brown hair with the classic red Inuzuka tattoos donned over his cheeks. His teeth having two feral canines like all the Inuzukas were displayed on show with his smug and prideful grin. Jin, on the other hand, was an Uchiha straight through to the textbook. The boy had the signature onyx black eyes with matching spiky raven hair of his clan. The boy's eyes looked bored while his face was stoic, trying to hide the little excitement that came at the prospect of facing his first opponent in combat. All right, today's my day. I get to beat an Uchiha down into the ground on my very first day. Talk about luck. Akio boasted proudly, but frowned when he heard a scoff from his opponent. As if, Jin muttered, but Akio's sharp ears picked up on his whisper, and he scowled. You've got something to say? He growled out heatedly, getting yet another snort from the ever-stoic Uchiha. I said as if a mutt like you could ever even hope to touch me, an Uchiha. We are called the elites of the village for a reason, and I'll show the reason to you right now, he stated confidently, without a hint of doubt in his voice, making the Inuzuka glare at him. His fangs were bared while he looked ready to rip his head apart, if need be. We'll just see about that. He spoke angrily, dropping into the first kata of the Inuzuka's widely known Fang Taijutsu style. That we will. Jin spoke up, entering the most basic of Uchiha clan's many Taijutsu stances. The Uchiha clan had seemingly created many stances over the years by embedding many of their copied stances and modifying them to be used with their Sharingan. Only a select few still use the original and ancient stances of the old times that belonged purely to them now, most of them being considered long since forgotten, so seemingly every Uchiha fought in a different way than the other to appear deceptive and unpredictable to enemy shinobi. All right, that's enough. Break it off, you two. Now make the seal of confrontation. The teacher ordered and nodded when the two boys did so, albeit a bit reluctantly in Jin's case. He pulled his hand up over his head and brought it down to signal the start of the match. Hajime, His voice rang through the clearing, and Akio was off in a flash. He charged forward with a battle cry, rushing his opponent by running towards him. Jean merely stood fast in his own stance, letting the boy make the first move and have his fun while he was at it. Akio cocked his fist back behind his head and brought it forward. Jean merely slapped it away with the back of his hand to let it whiz past his ear and blocked his left fist with his own right palm. The raven-haired kid went to put a huge uppercut under his chin and seemingly end the match, but the Inuzuka jumped back a couple of steps to break off their little bout. Jean yet again dropped into his defensive stance and put his palm in front of his face. His hand made a motion to his opponent to urge him to attack. Akio saw his taunt coupled with his arrogant smirk, and the Inuzuka clan's legendary temper kicked in. All he saw was red. He charged forward, jumping up and aiming a kick for the Uchiha's neck. Jean brought his right arm up and blocked it with his forearm, aiming for his opponent's torso with his free left hand. The blow being quite weak from the lack of precision the completely angered boy was putting behind it. Akio, still unbalanced from his angered and blind charge, could do nothing more than watch the incoming strike to his stomach and brace for impact while he landed on his feet with a little stumble. Jean mustered up all his strength into the strike, twisting his wrist and embedding his fist into the boy's solar plexus, who stumbled back a couple of feet and fell to his knees, clutching his aching stomach with an agonized cough. Jean ran in and jumped up, twisting his body in midair to make his right heel make contact with the feral boy's cheek, who rolled sideways and out of the ring's boundary line. Clap, clap, clap. The whole audience around the ring clapped for the two, especially the teacher, who was pretty loud and felt proud to have such a great spar on seemingly his first day. Excellent, you two. I couldn't be prouder to see such an excellent spar on our first day. Jean, you were especially excellent. Not that I could expect anything less from a member of the Uchiha clan, the teacher said, pride evident in his voice. The raven soaked it all in with a slight puff of his chest and walked back with an arrogant smirk. Sugoi Jean-kun, that was so awesome. Many girls squealed in delight with stars in their eyes. He walked back into the crowd, walking past Naruto with a slight bump to his shoulder. Beat that dead last. He taunted in a voice only meant for Naruto, which he promptly ignored and shrugged off his bump as if it was nothing. Ugh dash. Naruto turned back on hearing the sound of small thump and saw Jean lying sprawled face first on the ground. He merely tilted his head to the side in confusion as to why he would do that when he saw the boy get up, with his dirt-covered front, glaring heatedly at Tsunade, who was whistling innocently while playing with her toe, drawing circles in the ground in all the innocence of the world. You might want to get up, Uchiha, or you might ruin the proud Uchiha clan's name, she said in an all-too innocent voice, making the boy growl and clench his fists tightly. Everyone around them snickered, other than Naruto, that is, who was still trying to figure out what was going on between the two. I won't forget this, Senju, Jean said angrily and got up, dusting himself off while Tsunade stuck her tongue out playfully to further annoy the already annoyed Uchiha. She felt a tug on her sleeve and looked to the side to see a quite confused Naruto looking at her questionably. What happened? Why is he so angry at you, Tsunade? Naruto asked in a lost voice, making the girl smile cheekily. She patted his cheek playfully and shook her head while the raven-haired boy walked off to the side and a ways away from them to maintain his distance. Nothing for you to worry about, she chirped happily, hiding the fact about sticking her foot out when that annoying Uchiha had bumped into her new friend to get back at him. Tsunade never let an annoying Uchiha get away without a payback. So why was he being such a pest to you? You two know each other or something? She asked curiously while the teacher was taking the Inuzuka boy to the infirmary to get him some checkups and rest for a little while. Naruto nodded his affirmative at knowing the boy. Jean and I have met in the past in our clan grounds. He hangs out with other kids from our clan, he explained, getting a scowl from Tsunade. She didn't want to tell him that he was the idiot that was on the top of her beat the bullies to the pulp list and merely nodded, motioning for him to go on. Well, they don't like me hanging out with them, so I always keep my distance from him, he explained and got a nod from the girl who could see his point. She wouldn't want anything to do with that annoying brat as well. But he especially doesn't like me since I wear the Uchiha clan symbol on my clothes so early while he cannot, and is always trying to show me up in front of others. He spoke as an afterthought, getting a confused look from Tsunade. She looked on closely on his collars to see his clan symbol and even the one on the back of his neck, and then glanced at the brooding boy who had none whatsoever on his plain dark blue clothes. "What's wearing a clan symbol got to do with you two?" she asked in a completely lost voice, making Naruto confused too. Then he remembered not many people outside of their clan knew of their traditions and nodded to himself, further confusing the girl. "Right, you wouldn't know, but not anyone can wear our clan symbol just like that. It is a matter of pride for our clan to wear it on our clothes and represent our clan in front of others. Only those who have passed our rite of passage can wear it on themselves after getting the approval of any one clan elder," he explained calmly, getting a nod from the girl, who had her finger over her chin while she absorbed the new information in. Then her eyes went to the clan symbols dawned on his clothes. "So you have passed this rite of passage, and he hasn't?" she asked curiously, and got a simple nod from the boy, making her grin and catch him in a headlock. "Cool," she chirped happily, ruffling his hair while he tried to shake the excited girl off. Then another thought ran through her mind, making her let go off the boy, who sighed in relief and straightened out his shirt slowly. "What is this rite of passage thing anyways?" she asked him curiously, making him smile at the ever-curious girl. "It is a small ritual of sorts that all Uchiha have done since ancient times. The Uchiha clan doesn't deem their members worthy to wear the clan symbol until they master their fire element completely and show the complete control over their element to an elder of the clan, who then gives them his approval to wear our symbol on our clothes. I managed to master it a month ago and showed it to Kagami Aji-san, who gave me his approval. Jean hasn't yet, so he doesn't like it very much that I can wear it while he cannot." He trailed off, seeing the glittering eyes of Tsunade looking at him proudly, and stood there confused when she caught his shoulders in her hands tightly. "You can shoot some awesome cool fireballs from your mouth, even unleash a whole stream of flames?" she asked, and barely contained excitement, making the boy quite confused at her sudden perking up, but he nodded dumbly. She was quite impulsive, he told himself, and nodded inwardly in a sage-like manner. "You should so do in your spar. I bet everyone will be amazed," and the look on that Baka's face. Tsunade giggled mischievously, making the boy quite confused, yet a little worried and scared, seeing her strange laugh and rubbing of her palms together with a spaced-out look on her face. He put his palm on her forehead and the other one on his own, making the girl snap out of her little day-time fantasy to look at the worried eyes of her blue-eyes friend. "Your temperature seems fine," Naruto mumbled to himself and nodded, making the girl become agitated at his innocent insinuation. "Oi," she said indignantly, but the boy didn't hear her and shook his head yet again in deep thought while he went over her idea. "Anyways, I can't do it in the spar," he said, making her pout cutely. "And why not?" she asked in an irritated voice, making him sigh softly at his short-tempered friend. "It would be so awesome to see him burn up his opponent," she mused, grinning mischievously. She could just imagine the teacher and that Jean Baka's face when he did something so awesome. Once more she felt a hand on her forehead, which then moved to her cheek, while she looked at a worried Naruto, having a palm on his own forehead to check her temperature. Maybe we should take you to the infirmary," he mumbled, quite worried, seeing her strange expressions making her eye twitch. She bonked his head softly, which he rubbed with much added confusion. "Why won't you do it?" she asked, trying to change the topic and save herself any further embarrassment from the innocently oblivious, dumb blonde friend of hers. "Sensei said we can't use any ninjutsu, remember?" he asked, making her pout yet again. She was about to open her mouth to say that rules can be bent every once in a while when he continued on. "Plus, I can hurt my sparring partner by doing that. That won't be nice," he whispered to himself, making her pout increase with a slight puff of her cheeks. She tried to come up with a retort and open her mouth before closing it wordlessly, and in the end just kept up her pout. "Killjoy," she mumbled, sulking at having her awesome plan fail before it could even begin, and now Naruto felt bad at making her so sad. He didn't want his only friend to be sad all because of him and poked her arm cutely to get her attention. But I can show you some jutsu I learned after the academy if you want to see it so much. He asked to make her feel a little better, and instantly all her sadness lay forgotten when she grinned and nodded. Yeah, we'll do that. So now let's beat up our opponents, and then you can spout some cool fireballs and fire streams for me all evening long. She cheered happily, raising her fist up in happiness. Naruto was confused and wondered what to do when he raised his own fist up to copy her, and she blushed in embarrassment, pulling his hand down when all the eyes around them turned to their antics. "What are you doing?" she whispered in a hushed, embarrassed voice, and he rubbed his neck sheepishly with a careless shrug, having no idea himself, and got a soft sigh from her lips. But she couldn't help but smile at his helpless smile and perked up seeing her sensei come back from the infirmary and taking his place back in front of the ring to make all the whispers around cease momentarily. All right, now moving on to the next spar. Will. He trailed off to see who was matched next, and everyone saw his narrowing of eyes before he looked back up to the all of them with a stoic blank face. "Tsukumo Hatake and Naruto Uchiha, please step into the ring," he said in a tone of finality. Naruto grew a bit nervous, hearing all the whispers and seeing all the pointed fingers with the hushed whispers of "it's that boy" being the most prominent in them all. "Go on and show him who's the boss," Tsunade chirped up, giving him a slight push on his back while he stumbled a bit but regained his balance to look at her cheery face, and all his fears lay forgotten. He hadn't really put anything into training his taijutsu up till now, only focusing on his ninjutsu to get his fire element mastered so he could wear the clothes that donned his clan's symbol proudly. The most experience he had in hand-to-hand combat was from what he had read in a scroll in his personal library and remembered the katas that were pictured in it. And reading didn't do much good in physical exercises, and he couldn't replicate it perfectly from the picture presentation without the muscle memory needed for it. That much he knew himself. He would have to do this one on instinct alone. He stepped into the ring to see his silver-haired opponent step in with a much too serious look on his face. For Tsukumo, he had heard of the Uchiha clan's feared reputation in combat around the whole village by several adults. And for what he had seen in the previous spar, he was expecting his opponent to be just as, if not, even more lethal. Though he saw the blonde boy in front of him take a deep breath to calm his nerves down and smiled seeing his nervousness. "Let's have a good match." Tsukumo spoke up, breaking the nervous silence between them by extending his hand for the blonde to shake as a show of some good sportsman spirit before the match, unlike the previous one. Naruto smiled, albeit a bit nervously, and clasped the offered hand in a shake when they all heard a shout from the crowd. "Go Naruto, kick his ass," Tsunade shouted happily from the sidelines while shaking her hand to cheer him on, gaining incredulous looks from her not-so-minced words, as well as the fact that the Senju princess herself was rooting for the village pariah proudly in front of everyone. Naruto looked a little embarrassed at the amused smile marred on the face of his opponent. "You have quite an interesting friend there," he said, not at all hiding the mirth laced in his voice, and Naruto nodded sheepishly. "Yeah, she's a bit impulsive," he said, agreeing with him wholeheartedly. "Oi, I heard that," Tsunade shouted indignantly, waving her fist in threatening manner from the sidelines, while Naruto rubbed his neck sheepishly at his frowning friend and nodded his head apologetically before she smiled and started rooting for him again. "All right, now make the seal of confrontation." The teacher finally interjected to break their antics. Both boys held the seal in front of their chest, before Tsukumo dropped into his clan's classically balanced stance of being a bit offensive as well as defensive. Naruto tried to imitate the stance he had seen in his scroll, much to the confusion of all the crowd surrounding him. "All right, calm yourself down. Right palm open forward, straight in front of your chest to avoid any and all incoming blows from your opponent. Keep your left palm back, curled up halfway to either block the following attack and counterattack with your right, or simply counter with your left if not the case." He recited the first paragraph in the scroll and spread his legs a bit to further his balance as per the instructions and prayed to Kami this worked out for him a little. Meanwhile, in the balcony on the second floor's hallways in the academy, two figures stood there, their elbows resting on the railing, while their seasoned and veteran eyes stared at the battlefield. "So why are we here again?" the man standing to the right with a stoic yet slightly bored expression on his face asked. "To watch the inaugural fights of the academy year. What else?" The man by his side answered his query equally stoically and almost instantly getting a grunt of exasperation from his partner. "Well, we haven't done this any time in the past," he retorted dryly, quite annoyed at wasting his time here, seeing kids fight it out. "There's a first time for everything then," the stoic man by his side retorted, making the man by his side glance at him curiously. "You're getting old, Tobarama. Maybe you should start taking your medicines on time." The slightly bored man spoke, making the current reigning Hokage without an ounce of fear in his eyes at who it was that he was talking to. "I don't need medicines, and I'm not old," Tobarama retorted, sounding almost offended at the mention of age and medicine. Preposterous. He wasn't old, just well past his prime, that was all. And as far as he was concerned, he'd rather be caught in a Sharingan-induced Jinjutsu than stoop to taking any age-defying pills. The man beside him, much to Tobarama's annoyance, simply chuckled. Shaking his head, he snapped his fingers to light a cigar, then tossed it effortlessly into the air and caught it between his lips in a smooth, practiced motion. He took a slow, casual puff, exhaling a thin stream of smoke, clearly enjoying every bit of his own dramatic flair. "This is what old people like us do, pass their time while looking at those who would surpass us one day and take our reins from us when our time finally comes. To nurture ones so young with all the care we can offer, that is our duty as adults of the village." The man spoke, his voice suddenly serious and the wizened words laced with an air of experience. "And you call me old?" Tobarama murmured in an annoyed voice, clearly not at all happy at being called old. It was the only thing that got on his nerves, and not many had the nerve to talk to him with a straight face, much less how his partner was taking to him. The man by the Hokage's side merely pulled back his breath to inhale the smoke and let out yet another silent puff before the cigar rested expertly in between his fingers. Both adults watched the first true fight in the rings come to an end, and Tobarama scoffed. Typical Inuzuka clan members, easily riled up and lose their heads before the fight even begins. Stupidity and dumbness runs in their genetics, he said, not at all impressed by the fight, while the man standing by his side nodded in agreement. He ran his hand through his shaggy brown hair. His coal-black eyes narrowed at the boy exiting the ring on his own feet. Typical Uchiha, all arrogant on a style seemingly bastardized off of some other true taijutsu stance for their almighty Sharingan, only to make themselves seem original and deceptive. How far has the great mighty clan fallen from its true glory? He commented dryly, getting a grunt of agreement from Tobarama. The brown-haired man chuckled, seeing Tsunade trip the Uchiha when he bumped into the blonde boy by her side on purpose to get back on him. "She's Hashirama's granddaughter, all right. Part Senju, part Uzumaki." He chuckled, seeing her stick her tongue out at the seething Uchiha, who went off while red-faced in embarrassment and anger. Tobarama let out a tired sigh and palmed his face at her antics. He had to make her take a course to handle herself a bit better, lest she get into trouble all the time. Though the shaggy white-haired man did perk up at the mention of the second name in the announcement of the next fight. The man by his side glanced to his side, watching the Hokage lean forward with eyes that had a hidden gleam of excitement, making him smirk knowingly. "So finally the fight you dragged me here for," he commented pointedly, and Tobarama frowned at being read so easily. It was a wound to his pride, as being hailed a man who was a master at hiding his emotions and completely unreadable to his opponents. That blonde boy was going to ruin his reputation soon enough like this. His partner followed his fixated gaze to the blonde boy, shaking hands with his opponent, and his eyes narrowed on the small symbol embossed near the back nape of his neck, making him raise an eyebrow and lean a bit forward himself. Well, well, well. Already donning the Uchiha clan symbol on him, eh? I can see why he intrigues you so much. This should prove to be not as boring as the other one. He spoke, clearly a little interested himself, getting seemingly no reaction from the Hokage. He glanced once more to his side, only to raise an eyebrow at seeing Tobirama's slightly wide eyes. He turned his eyes back to see what had gotten him so shocked, only for him to copy his expression a moment later. His cigar dropped from his mouth in shock at seeing the boy entering a sloppy stance of the taijutsu style they hadn't seen in action for quite some time now. "Isn't that the dash?" he murmured, still in shock, and Tobirama nodded numbly, too shocked himself to care about his lack of masking emotions. The interceptor fist, the original taijutsu style of the Uchiha clan. He murmured, nostalgia kicking in both of their minds while their faces lit up with small, proud smirks. Both their gazes rested on the crest embossed on his shirt now. "He certainly does his heritage proud," the brown-haired man murmured, getting a curt nod from Tobirama, the proud smirk still not going off his face. "That he does," he agreed, though his partner still couldn't get one thing. Where the hell did he come across that style? Wasn't Madara the last one to inherit it, and it was seemingly lost with him? He asked, and once more got a nod from Tobirama, though he did have a pretty good guess where the blonde might have come across such a powerful style. "I have no idea," he lied smoothly, getting narrowed glances from his partner who had caught on to his lie, but said nothing in the end. Now, quite a lot interested in the fight himself, and let out a small puff of smoke. Chapter 8. Back in the academy arena. Tsukumo rose an eyebrow, seeing the peculiar and seemingly quite useless taijutsu stance the blonde had dropped in. It had so many holes in it that it wasn't even funny. It would most probably need godly instincts to block all the attacks that would enter his guard virtually in no time whatsoever. Though he kept the comments to himself, questioning a fighter's ability in their chosen style would be nothing short of an insult. After all, looks could be deceiving, and for a shinobi, deception was second nature, woven into their very essence. He dropped his own stance, legs widely stretched with both arms in a forward guard to either defend or block at virtually the same time. The teacher saw straight through the holes in that style, though didn't comment on them, quite content to watch the brat humiliate himself in front of everybody. He pulled his hand up as a gesture to get ready, and both nodded at seemingly the same time when he brought it down, the whole clearing now in thick silence to await the pending fight. "Hajime," he finally called out, and Tsukumo took this as his cue to charge his opponent head first and take the first hit and flow of the spar right from the start. His feet jogged through the small distance between them quickly, and he wanted to exploit that huge gap in his guard up front right from the beginning, and end it as quickly as he could. He closed the distance between them quickly, slowing down when he was within arm's reach of the blonde, who still stood as calm as a rock, and let him come in for the strike. Tsukumo slid his right foot in to get into his guard, when Naruto mirrored his movement and slid his left foot back almost instantly, negating Tsukumo's attempt. Though the silver-haired boy was having none of it, as was shown when he slid his left foot in a small arc into his guard, and once more Naruto slid his right foot back in the same arc to mirror his movement and render his charge virtually useless. Tsukumo finally had enough and brought his left fist near his waist and pulled it forward to Naruto's stomach, which was blocked by Naruto's right palm easily. He cocked his right fist back to follow up and pulled his left back when Naruto blocked it with his left palm quite efficiently. He twisted his body in a 360-degree motion to bring his left elbow for Naruto's gut, which was caught by both of Naruto's crossed palms to brace for the force behind his blow. Tsukumo brought his left knee up to his waist and pushed it towards the blonde's right bicep, who curled up his arm to block it with his forearm and put his hand behind the limb to brace for the strength behind it. Tsukumo's eyes widened in horror when he saw the blonde boy smirk ever so slightly and realized how open his own guard was now, while he was trying to penetrate his opponent's seemingly impenetrable defense. Naruto crouched down on his right knee, circling his body in a 270-degree arc to swipe off the boy's lone right leg from underneath him, as was the counter he had read about in the scroll he had found in his grandfather's personal library section. Only hours of practice gave Tsukumo the required time to hop a little and let the not-so-smooth swipe pass underneath him harmlessly while he stumbled back, a little off balance which wasn't lost to the blonde. Naruto stood up straight and rushed ahead, cocking his left fist back and pushed it forward to the silver-haired boy's face. Tsukumo tilted his head to the side, letting it slide past harmlessly, and Naruto pulled it back, following up with his right, which was slapped back by Tsukumo. Tsukumo saw him twist himself in a complete circle and threw his previous spars at home. He knew what would follow next, so he knew his chance was now. Naruto pushed his arm in a horizontal arc to aim for Tsukumo's cheek, but only met thin air, and his eyes widened in shock. Where as he dashed, his thought trailed off midway when a strong swipe from underneath him took his legs away and dropped him flat on his back. He coughed when his back and head hit the rough ground harshly, not used to the sudden blows and spars, and felt his arm being caught in a hand when his eyes were closed momentarily. Tsukumo twisted his arm and threw him around to make him fall down face first on the ground and painfully put it near his spine, getting a moan of pain from his opponent to make him stop lest he snap it. He flicked out a kunai from his holster and placed it on the blonde's neck to signify his defeat cleanly to the instructor who called the match. And that's the match, Shosha Tsukumo Hataki. The teacher clapped proudly and Tsukumo let the blonde's arm go. Pathetic. All the attention of the crowd turned to the snide voice from the side, only to see to the source being Gene himself. Being sprawled face first in the dirt while your opponent sits on you. Even a complete loser like you shouldn't have lost so badly to someone from outside our clan. You really are a disgrace to the Uchiha clan, just like my father said you were. He finished his comment, making everyone around the boy laugh at the blonde's expense. The words pierced through Naruto's chest like a hot knife, and he sat up, his hair shadowing his eyes while he clenched the dirt in his fists tightly. Like always, he didn't reply back to the taunt or the laughs. Completely oblivious to the silver-haired boy holding a seal of reconciliation for him to complete behind him. "Hey kid, you alright? You're not hurt, are you?" The teacher decided to add a little salt to his wound, and his voice showed more of mirth than that of concern, getting another round of laughs from everyone. "Sensei, not even a loser like him can be hurt from getting beaten in a single counter." Akio added smugly to add to his popularity by going with the flow of the crowd, and everyone snickered at his comment yet again. Naruto stood up and walked away, completely ignoring his opponent's confused yet worried gaze on his back. He dusted his shirt clean off the dirt and walked to the tap by the side for drinking water. He opened it up, drinking down a gulp from it before splashing some onto his face, and ran his wet hand through his silky hair to make them glimmer brightly in the sun. He couldn't believe how badly he had been beaten, but not again. This was the last time, he promised himself silently. The grandson of Uchiha Madara would not be defeated again. "Hey," a soft girly voice called out from behind him. He turned around to see Tsunade standing there with her hands behind her back and a warm smile on her face. His hand pulled out his handkerchief and wiped off his face, his heart turning cold and staying silent to let her have her fun of taunting and making fun of him just like everyone else had done. "Don't worry about them. You were awesome out there. And you'll definitely win next time. I know it. After all, we are here in the academy for quite some time, Annie," she asked in her playful voice, making him look up surprised. She was still rooting for him. "Aren't you here to make fun of me like the others?" he asked her in a lost voice, only to have her frown at his words. She stomped her way towards him angrily, making him take a couple of steps back from the obviously angry girl who put her index finger on his nose to make him turn a lot more nervous than before. "I'll let you know, I was cheering for you from start till end, you idiot." She scolded him. He merely averted his eyes to the side in shame at letting her down. "And never once did I laugh with them." She continued on with another poke to his nose to emphasize her point, and he looked at her with wide eyes to see the plain conviction in her eyes and behind those words. In a moment, she retracted her hand back and let out her usual cheeky grin. "And don't be all mopey broody, just cause you lost, Kay?" she asked him and got a tilt of the head from him in honest confusion. She placed her hands on her hips and narrowed her eyes, making him shrink under her gaze. His mother used to do that, and it was still quite effective in his mini-me of her right now. We are here for another 6 or 7 years. So what if you didn't do good and lost? You have plenty more chances to show all of them up, she said firmly with a sage-like nod, finally making him smile and nod. Excuse me, they heard a third voice, and Naruto looked on in confusion as his opponent from before came from behind them. He put his hand forward with 2 outstretched fingers for him to take. You didn't make the seal of reconciliation earlier, as are the rules, and I don't want to ruin a tradition coming for generations on our first day here at the academy. He spoke with a smile. Naruto looked down on the outstretched hand, and yet another smile broke onto his face while he nodded in return and stretched out his own hand with 2 fingers clasping his fingers in a perfect seal. It was a good match. You had me worried there for a few moments. Tsukumo spoke in an honest tone, shocking him to his core at the admiration his voice held for him. For Tsukumo, he knew the boy was strong and would get even stronger in time. It was his gut feeling. I'm not sure if we were properly introduced. I'm Tsukumo Hatake from the Hatake clan. It's nice to meet you, he said in a happy tone and extended his hand, this time for a shake and the start of a new bond of friendship between the two. Naruto once more looked down, surprised at the offer of friendship, and saw the genuine look in his eyes while his hand clasped the other one almost on its own. I'm Naruto Uchiha from the Uchiha clan. It's nice to meet you too. Naruto spoke in his ever-soft voice, getting a nod and a smile from his new silver-haired friend. Both stumbled when a white and blonde blur barreled into them from their side, clasping their necks with her arms. I want to be friends too, chirped Tsunade with a cheeky smile, and all of them laughed at her antics while she put out her tongue childishly. Tsukumo looked at Naruto with a raised eyebrow. You have quite an interesting friend indeed. He drawled out in an amused voice, and Naruto sighed softly, nodding sagely at his words. I told you, she's a bit impulsive, he answered tiredly, and Tsunade puffed out her cheeks and raised both her arms over their heads. Bonk, bonk. Damn it, it hurts. Both Naruto and Tsukumo rubbed the small lumps on their heads comically in unison with a small tear drop in their eyes. Tsunade huffed and turned around, crossing her arms with a small scowl on her face. You two deserved it, she mumbled firmly, making the two smile at their impulsive female friend. Tsunade Senju and Misa Yamanaka, please step into the rings. They heard their teacher's voice, and Tsunade's ears perked up. She grinned at having had her chance finally come up and pulled the 2 boys behind her, almost dragging them like rag dolls behind her. All right, my chance. Finally at last, she chirped up, forgetting her previous anger instantly. The 2 boys glanced at each other and sighed in unison while they were dragged back towards the crowd quite forcefully. They had an impulsive friend, all right. Both drawled out inwardly and smiled as they wished her luck at her fight. Meanwhile, in the balcony on the 2nd floor's hallways in the academy. A shame, really, the brown-haired man commented, puffing out a small cloud of smoke from his lips to draw his companion's ears to him. Tobirama hummed in confusion at his words. The blonde Uchiha, he seemingly had no experience in hand-to-hand combat before this spar. But the stance was quite clear in his mind, most probably from learning the theory behind it. He missed many chances to counter, but his defense was still strong. A little more experience, and he will be acing through the physical workouts in no time. The style was built for his body, fast and agile, requiring flexibility in maneuvers and the keenest of instincts. The boy was born with them in his palms. He will master that, if he has the drive to do so, that is, he explained, making Tobirama contemplate his companion's words. He has the drive. He finally spoke, getting yet another raised eyebrow from the smoking man by his side. Oh, you know him quite well, I presume. He intrigued you, doesn't he? He stated more than asked, and Tobirama merely stayed silent, his silence answering the man's question completely. The smoking man, though, smiled, seeing the 3 who were by the side near the tap, and seemingly nurturing a new start to some precious bonds. This was the thing they lived and fought for each day, to secure a peaceful childhood for them before they were thrust into taking up the mantle from them and trained to be shinobi. He intrigues me too, the both of them do. He finally drawled out to break the silence that had sprawled between them when they saw Tsunade pulling them back for her turn to the ring like sacks of potatoes. This time, it was Tobarama's turn to raise an eyebrow, though he smirked a moment later but said nothing, turning his eyes to see Tsunade's match, if it could be called so much. As soon as the match had started, Tsunade had charged and buried her fist in the other girl's stomach with all her strength, who, in turn, had fallen unconscious. Everyone watching the match sweat dropped when Tsunade poked the girl with the tip of her foot sandals. "Oi, I didn't hit that hard. Get up, I want to fight." She poked her head again, but the girl was out, cold foam coming out of her mouth. Tobarama and the instructor palmed their faces in unison at the girl's antics, though the former was still proud of his grand niece to finish her spar off so early. "Sensei, I'll make the seal of reconciliation later. She isn't making one right now." Tsunade spoke, poking her opponent yet again as if she were a log, getting a tired nod from the teacher, who picked the girl up and walked her to the infirmary with a tired sigh. He had a girl high on sugar in his class, it seemed to him. She walked to her two new friends with a wide and proud grin, which was seemingly returned by Sakomo wholeheartedly. "You did great," he spoke, making her grin widen, and turned to her first friend to see what he thought of it. "Congratulations." Naruto spoke in his ever soft and polite tone. She smiled, hearing the honesty in his calm and soft voice. He was certainly different than all her other friends, in a weirdly nice sort of way to her, and she nodded. They watched the rest of the matches till late in the afternoon, before the day was called off, much to the relief of some of the exhausted students. Naruto packed up his bag slowly to make sure he didn't forget anything, unlike his female partner by his side, who was logging in everything hurriedly like a man on a mission. He saw her struggling with the zip, since the clogged up things in it were now making it quite bigger than it should have been seeing it from a morning. "Damn it, close up." Tsunade scolded the bag, much to the confusion of Naruto, who sighed softly and decided to stop her before she ripped it apart. "Will do. You need help?" he asked her, and got a slight glare from the fired-up girl, which turned into a tired sigh and a nod. He smiled, taking the bag and rolling up the scrolls and closing the books and things in it properly before placing them in an organized manner. Finally, he zipped it up and handed it to the girl, who took it with an embarrassed smile. "Gomen, I get a little angry sometimes," she mumbled in a hushed whisper, which he dismissed and slung his own bag over his shoulder by his waist. They walked out of the academy together, with Sakomo having left a little early since he had some work, and both walked towards the clan districts together. "Oi, you still have to show me some fire jutsu of yours," she spoke up in their walk pointedly, making him nod in remembrance of his promise. "All right, I'll show it to you. Where I learn it then, Kay?" he asked, and got a happy nod from the girl. He took her to near the edge of his own clan compounds when Tsunade saw him walk down the stairs of the bank and onto the porch of the river. Naka River. Both young kids stood on the wooden porch of the river, watching the sun, now halfway down, signaling they still had a couple of hours before it finally settled down completely. He took his bag off and kept it by his side, taking a deep breath before he got started on it. Snake ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Fire style, fireball jutsu, he exclaimed while his hands blurred through hand seals that were quite fast for Tsunade to follow. Even though they weren't that fast, to her they were awesome. He took in a deep breath, lining his lungs and windpipe with a protective chakra layer that was the first and most basic requirement of any fire jutsu to be performed without burning one up himself from the inside. It was the most volatile of the elemental natures for a reason. He blew out the hot breath churn up his body and put his fingers near his lips in a small C-like shape for the fireball to be directed and controlled. The air coming from his mouth ignited due to the immediate change in temperatures as soon as it left his lips, in a small shallow stream of flames going forward. Tsunade frowned and wanted to scold him for showing her a small stream of flames instead of an actual. She covered her eyes when the narrow stream suddenly expanded into a huge red fireball. The water in the river let out a huge hiss of steam, boiling under the extreme pressure of heat its usually cold water wasn't used to. Sugoi, show me more Naruto. I want to see more jutsu, please. She pleaded with her hands clapped in the manner she was saying a prayer, and he panted, wiping the sweat of his brow, and nodded a little tiredly. He couldn't refuse his friend after all. He smiled, turning back to the river, and took a deep breath. He closed his eyes, focusing on converting his chakra into fire, again encasing his windpipe and lungs with even more chakra. He envisioned his chakra shifting, igniting from within like embers catching a flame. The warmth spread, growing hotter and more intense as he molded the energy to match the fierce, destructive nature of fire. With a steady rhythm, he wove the hand signs. Tiger horse, snake dragon, rat ox tiger. When he felt the chakra reach its peak, he opened his eyes and shouted with confidence, "Fire style, great fire annihilation technique." With one powerful exhale, he released the transformed chakra, unleashing a massive wall of flames that surged forward, stretching across the lake's surface. The fire spread in a wide, brilliant arc, turning the calm water into a blazing sea of orange and red. Steam hissed as the intense flames met the cool water, creating a mesmerizing, fiery spectacle. This time Tsunade's jaw dropped as she watched on with starry eyes at the awesome jutsu and sheer power he was wielding for a Shodel right now. He panted a little and wiped his forehead, a small smile of pride on his lips for having mastered his fire element for now. Though he did raise an eyebrow when he saw the wide puppy dog eyes of Tsunade staring at him pleadingly. "Teach me," she said, instantly clasping his hands in her own, making him quite surprised at her request. He smiled a little and shook his head in negative, making her frown. "It's not easy, Tsunade," he said, and her frown turned into a full-blown scowl, and he placed his finger on her lips when she began to say something to shush her up beforehand. "It isn't that I don't trust you, it's that we don't know your elemental affinity for now. Kagami Aji-san told me that we can use our own element jutsu rather easily than those that are polar opposites of them. If they aren't of your affinity, you have to first master the pure manipulation of that element before you move on to the actual jutsu part. You actually have to do that with your own affinity too, but we can use our jutsu, albeit a bit weaker than they could be, without learning pure manipulation first." He explained her, and she nodded with a calm look on her face now that she knew his reasons. "So your affinity thingy is fire?" she asked, and he shook his head. "Dunno, haven't checked it yet. Actually, Aji-san said we don't start on pure elemental manipulation until we are at least Chunin," he said, making her frown in confusion, and he knew the reason. So he sat down with her doing the same, and both looked down in the river's clean water flowing past their naked feet. "I'm from the Uchiha clan, so I have a natural affinity to fire like all Uchihas, no matter my natural element. Every one of us has at least some sort of affiliation with the fire element, and all of us do master this jutsu," he explained her unasked question, making her nod sadly. "Your clan is so cool. All that they teach me is some stupid chakra control exercises. All I can do is stick leaves on my forehead," she mumbled, waving her feet in the water with a saddened look. He felt really bad at her saddened demeanor. It didn't look nice on her chirpy face at all. Chakra control is pretty important too. The better the control, the less chakra we use in our jutsu Tsunade. For example, I can only do at most 5 fireballs and 2 great fire annihilation a day when I'm completely fresh for now. With more control, I can increase it to maybe even double that," he explained, making her nod. It was the same thing her granduncle said too. "You know everything. How are you so smart?" she asked him with a voice laced with admiration. He got a little embarrassed from her words and waved his hand dismissively. "I don't know everything. I just know a little about this because Ojizen explained it to me when he showed me this jutsu, and I read some scrolls at my house." He spoke modestly, making her put out her bottom lip cutely. "Don't be like that. You're awesome. I wish I could do that," she said honestly, once more waving her legs to take her mind off it. Naruto fell in thought at how to cheer her up before he perked up. I know how about I teach you a small fire jutsu used to light up small flames for camping and stuff? It's how I started. And even if you don't get the jutsu, you can use this in the future for outside camping and stuff. He suggested, making her grin and nod happily. He got up and showed her the little technique that was virtually simple and not at all dangerous for anybody. Seeing how small in scale, it was all one could get was a harsh throat for a couple of days if done wrong, unlike the higher rank fire jutsus. And it was taught to everyone for what he knew, so he saw no harm in it. Alright only has two seals, one being horse, but the main one being tiger. That is the one that triggers all fire jutsus and is the last seal of them all, he explained, getting a nod from the girl. Both tried to light up some dry leaves and sticks for an hour before they saw it was a little late, and Tsunade picked her bag up. I have to go now, but I'll see you tomorrow, okay? She asked, and he nodded with a smile. He was now looking forward to his days in the academy and walked her to the village's shopping center until they parted ways before remembering about the other thing he had to do now before he went home. Cammy, I forgot all about meeting Mito Bachan, he exclaimed to himself and ran to the eastern part of the clan districts hurriedly. He looked around the place she had told him to look into and that he would find it easily. His eyes caught sight of a large house in the corner with a small spiral symbol on its entrance, the same one that was on her kimono's obi yesterday, and knew that was the place. Uzumaki clan compounds. Naruto knocked on the door and stood there calmly for a couple of minutes, trying to regain his breath while he was at it. Mito opened the door, having an idea as to who it might be, and much to her happiness, it was her adorable blonde she was thinking of so much today. But she did frown with her hands on her hips. "You're late, Naruto-kun," she admonished him half-heartedly, and he rubbed his neck and nodded apologetically. "Sorry, I went with my friend and lost track of time." He spoke in a sorry tone, making her smile that he had made a friend on his first day. Cammy knew he deserved it more than anyone, and she welcomed him in, respecting the boy's true and honest answer along with his straightforward attitude. Naruto walked in the house's hallways that had a lot more homey and warm feel to them than he had ever felt before. They were quite vibrant with many colors and paintings or some strange calligraphy, most probably seals, if he could guess right, all around the place. She took him to the calligraphy room she used for her own sealing practice and sat him on the couch. "All right, you sit here, and I'll go and bring something to drink for you, all right?" she asked him, getting a small, happy nod from the blonde who watched her leave and let out a little tired yawn. Rubbing his sleepy eyes off their sleep, he was exhausted after that little expedition with Tsunade and the toll the day had taken on him. Mito came back with a tray of some cake and milk, only to smile silently at the adorable sight in front of her eyes. Naruto had fallen asleep on the table with his head resting on his crossed arms, no doubt exhausted from his day. She put the tray aside and sat by his side, brushing his hair gently to find him breathing softly, no doubt in a deep sleep at the moment. He looked so cute in her eyes right now. He must have been quite tired from whatever he had done on his first day. Yet he had come to her for practice just because he had promised her to, and that in alone made her so happy. She placed a kiss on his head and scooped the boy up in her arms to take him up in her guest room and place him in a proper bed for a nice sleep before she went to his house to get him some clothes and maybe his little furry companion too while she was at it. Chapter 9. Sharingan revived. Naruto, Chronicles of the Uchiha. Konohagakure no Sato. Time skip 2 years. Konoha Ninja Academy. Alright kids, this is the final day of the second semester. The testing done today with all of you will go on your report cards, so please take this seriously. The teacher spoke, his voice and eyes pointedly glaring at a certain blonde-haired kunoichi of his who merely stuck her tongue in response out at the man for pointing at her specifically. He let out a tired sigh and picked up the stack of papers on his desk, starting to distribute them all around the class. Naruto took the paper from the instructor, putting it down on his desk with a blank side facing him as was instructed to them, and waited patiently on his desk, his fingers crossed in front of his mouth with an almost peaceful aura surrounding him. The instructor stood in front of the class, glancing at the clock to see it was almost time, and spoke up as soon as the second hand of the clock hit 12. You may begin. His voice rang through the silence of the room. Naruto flipped the test around, his eyes working their way through the questions furiously to see if there was anything that would trouble him. And much to his relief, there wasn't anything of that caliber. Instead, it seemed a little easy to him. His sky-blue eyes glanced to the side, to see Sakomo, whose eyes looked like it was on fire as he was rearing past the test like an enraged bull, and he snickered at the boy who seemed like he would burn straight through the paper in a few moments. Then he glanced up front into the second row, from the front where his blonde friend sat, and he let out a tired sigh from his lips. I'm doomed. Kasan is going to kill me for this. Tsunade cried in her head, fantasizing about what kind of punishments would be levied on her for failing this stupid test. She hated history with a passion. What were they going to do with knowing who became the show-damed Tsuchikage, after all? That guy was most probably dead, for crying out loud. And why the hell should she care about someone named Hanzo, let alone his title? Hanzo of the Salamander? It wasn't as if she'd ever come face to face with him in battle. Now, anatomy and biology were cool. She always aced those tests. It just intrigued her so much, and she would be able to know more about the workings of the human body with that. Not learn about some stupid guy who has been dead for decades and haunting her life right now. And then there was that clown who wore an oxygen mask, like some asthma patient. She pulled out her hair in frustration. How could she have fallen asleep when she had finally decided to get to studying for this last night? Oh, that's right. It was so boring that she had fallen asleep quicker than listening to a lullaby. And she didn't even want to know what her granduncle was going to say when he heard of this, which he most probably would. And that scared her more than she wanted to admit. I shouldn't be doing this. Naruto sighed tired, but in the end, the temptation to do something for her was too much. He knew she was a bit of a klutz, and way too lazy to get it done herself. Plus, Shinobi didn't play fair. That at least put some of his guilt at rest for doing this. He flicked out a kunai when the instructor was listening to a student's doubts regarding a question, for which he was quite glad right now. He saw the small amount of blank space at the bottom end of the paper and smiled a small smile, brushing his hand through his silky hair, coming onto his sparkling eyes to seem totally normal to everyone around him. He channeled some wind chakra into it while it was right above his lap. The kunai hummed a little, making him quite nervous, and glanced up to see no one had noticed, and quickly cut a straight line on the bottom end of the paper. The kunai cut cleanly through it, as if a machine cut, leaving no shreds of evidence that he had tampered with it, and pocketed his kunai again, picking his pencil up to start working on 2 of his tests. He ticked all the multiple-choice questions one by one with relative ease, whizzing past them and writing down the answers at the bottom of the cleanly cut paper to some of the rest of them. The teacher walked up, looking about the class, and stopped by Naruto's side. His eyes narrowed in on the boy's paper, quite specifically the bottom half of it. Naruto was barely containing his nervousness and kept going through ticking the questions so as to not rouse any attention from the examiner for their test right now. Hey kid, he called, placing a hand over his shoulder, making him stiffen and give the man a nervous smile. Hi, sensei, he asked, afraid that the teacher might have caught on to him when the teacher pointed to the small scribbles jotted down on the bottom half of his sheet. This is an official academy test to be graded by the educational authorities. Rub off your little notes before you hand the test in, or you might get some marks deducted for that. He pointed out and went down the stairs to keep his gaze on all the students. Naruto let out a sigh in relief and continued working on both his tests quickly and efficiently. The cut was made so clean that the teacher hadn't noticed it, and he was glad for that right now. His training in wind manipulation was paying off in spades right now. He put his pencil down as soon as the last question on it was answered and looked up to see Tsunade with her hands over her head, ready to pull off her hair in frustration while her chin rested on her desk. No doubt still lost as to what she would do now. He slid the small slip from the bottom of the test out and put it over his lap, held between his index and middle fingers. His eyes glanced to the instructor to wait for him to get into the perfect position for him to do this. His eyes narrowed calculatingly when the man reached the far end of the other corner and his back turned to him. Perfect, he's in a blind spot. There's no way he'll see this, he thought, a smirk now adorning his lips as the slip in between his fingers hummed and straightened like a slim sheet of metal when sharp wind chakra coursed through it, and he flicked it expertly towards his target with a flick of his wrist. Clack! Tsunade looked up startled when a slip of paper embedded into her desk like a shuriken with its corner engulfed deep in the wood. A moment later, it lost its sharp edges and fell down like a simple slip of paper that she quickly slid down onto her lap before someone saw it. She looked to her side to see her partner too nervous to notice and turned her honey eyes down to her lap. Question 1. Land of Gold. Question 5. Samurais are only found in the Land of Iron. Question 7. Fire Daimyo is protected by 12 of his handpicked shinobi called the 12 Guardian Ninja. Question 10. The Water Country has an additional branch in their Black Ops instated by the Shodai Mizukage to hunt down renegade shinobi of their village called the Hunter Ninjas of the Kiri's ANBU Black Ops. Question 13. The Uzumaki clan was the clan responsible for setting up the barrier across Konoha. Note: start studying history. It isn't that boring, and I won't always be there to save you from history. Naru. Tsunade crushed the small slip of paper in her palms, pocketing it quickly. She bit her lip and turned her eyes to the back, only to see Naruto gazing out the window, seemingly done with the test. No doubt it's some bird's nest he had found interesting. She saw his lone eye glance at her for only a moment, his lips adorning a small smug smirk before he turned his eyes back outside, while his chin rested lazily on his palm. She looked down onto her paper and let out a soft smile. He was always looking out for her no matter what, just like he always did. Whether she asked her or not, she knew he was watching her. Like he always said, "I've got eyes on you, Tsuna," in his soft yet playful voice to her, whenever she was hard-pressed in some tough situation. He would give her that cammy, annoying poke to her forehead, as if she were a spoilt child in his eyes when he would pull through a trick of some kind, which she most probably was in his eyes. She quickly jotted down the answers he had sent for her, seeing how little time she had left. As soon as she had finished the last answer, a voice was heard throughout the academy. Rear-ending. The bell rang, marking the end of the test, and the instructor stood fast in front of the desk looking at all his students firmly. "All right, time's up. Pencils down," he called out, getting all students to obey. "Now, come up one by one and put your tests here on my desk face down, and you can go for the accuracy and weapons tests outside," he called out, and everyone did so. Naruto got up, put his test down on the instructor's desk, and walked out, putting his hands in his pockets to look for Tsukumo. And a blonde and white blur whizzed past the students coming out of the class and straight onto the oblivious blue-eyed boy's back. "You're a lifesaver, Naramwa," Tsunade chirped up, jumping onto his back with a giggle while her arms were around his neck for support and her knees curled up back, and she placed a tight kiss on his cheek. "Oi, where's my kiss?" A third voice drawled out from behind them, only to see a silver-haired boy grinning stupidly at the two. Tsunade stuck her tongue out childishly. "It's in hell. You'll get it after you die, Saku no Baka," Tsunade retorted instantly, getting a chuckle out of both the boys while she hopped down her feet to feel a couple of fingers poke her forehead. "Start studying history, idiot. I won't always be able to bail you out." Naruto spoke in a half-scolding manner before walking out for the training grounds. Tsunade puffed her cheeks and jumped by his side to walk with him. "Well, you could have helped me get more than the passing marks," Tsunade retorted dryly, rubbing her forehead with her palm. "There is only enough time for you to jot down what I sent, Tsuna," Naruto replied back with another poke, making her bristle in anger, yet she couldn't deny his words. The bell rang as soon as she finished writing the answers he had sent for her. It annoyed her to know, and that he always seemed to know everything, and he was always right no matter what he said when it came to the stuff concerning anything related to shinobi. "Now stop being such a wise guy, and Kami forbid stop poking me," she shouted childishly, rubbing her forehead, her face flushed with anger while he just walked on, completely unfazed by her angry words and quite used to her antics by now. "Tsukumo, though. Guys, am I missing something?" he asked in a lost voice, feeling like a third wheel in the group, not getting what was going on, and fell in step with the two bickering blonde friends of his. Nothing for you to worry about. Naruto answered simply, putting his right fist out only for Tsukumo to side bump it with his own left fist. Yeah, now let's ace those damn shuriken and kunai tests. Pumped up Tsunade, happy that it wasn't anything related to history now. Weapons and accuracy tests. Tsukumo corrected wisely, making Tsunade frown. Smartass, she mumbled with a cute pout, making Naruto chuckle at her lame naming and Tsukumo grumble about the stupid nickname she had stuck him with. The trio stepped out with the rest of their batch mates to see a table lined up with kunais and shurikens, as well as several bull's eyes on the opposite wall. All right, class, this is the last grading test for the semester. All of you have to throw 6 kunais and 6 shurikens to score as many points as you can. Now I'll call 2 of you in pairs so we can get this over quickly. Now, the teacher called them out by turns. Tsunade got 11 points out of a possible 12, with Tsukumo a close 10 behind her by a single point. Everyone got off their turns until it came to the last 2, with matching surnames on the list. Naruto Uchiha and Jin Uchiha. The teacher called out while the 2 boys stepped forward. Jin glared at Naruto with all the hate he could muster. He resented him with his very being ever since the second half of their first year when Naruto and Tsukumo had finally started to catch up to his high scores before surpassing him and leaving him in the dust with a blonde at the top and his friend a close second in just about everything they did, while Tsunade was the kunoichi to beat in their batch with her topping just about everything. Everything except history, that is. Jin picked up his weapons and threw them all by the turns, each hitting a perfect dart in the center, making him smirk at seeing the perfect score of 12. There was no way he could be beaten. And Naruto Uchiha scores a perfect 12 with a single point for the extra credit demonstration while throwing all his weapons at once. The teacher's voice called out, lacking any hint of pride or warmth and a small scowl on his face at seeing the target's center Liden with kunai with the shurikens forming a small plus around them. Everyone let out oohs and out of shock at seeing his target, while the boy calmly stepped by his friends to find Tsukumo with a competitive glint in his eyes and trying to burn holes in his target, while Tsunade was puffing out her cheeks. Show off, she mumbled, and Naruto sighed tiredly. She was going to burst her cheeks one day if she kept this up, and the instructor stood in front of them after rounding up the last of their scores. All right, congratulations to you all. This marks the end of your second year. Now you all have a month-long vacation before we move on to the new year. So go on and enjoy your time with your family. He called out and stepped into the building, leaving happily chattering students behind. The trio retrieved their bags from their lockers and slung them on while walking out of the academy. So what are you guys going to do in the vacation? Tusan is going to finally start training me in Kenjutsu this fall, Tsukumo said, working out the kinks in his back with a stretch while they walked through the streets of the village. I'm going to study some more anatomy and biology in my free time and gamble some of my money at that Han and show game I found last week at a stall in the shopping districts. You know, there's a 50% chance of my winning, which is higher than any other, so finally my luck will shine. Tsunade chirped up, pumped at her idea, and Tsukumo dropped his head in defeat, while Naruto let out a soft sigh of defeat too. He knew exactly how this was going to turn out. What about you, Naruto? Tsukumo asked to gauge what his friend was going to do on his vacation, and Naruto shrugged, carelessly making the 2 of his companions' sweat drop. Dunno, train in what I find interesting and study some scrolls? He asked more than stated dryly, making Tsukumo nod. That was just how his friend was, he knew that much. Guys, I'll go, and see you 2 tomorrow at our usual place, Tsukumo said hurriedly, making Naruto raise an eyebrow at his agitated friend. What's gotten into you? He asked with Tsunade nodding in agreement to get a cheeky smile from their friend. I'm going to go get myself a nice training katana today for my vacation-long training, Tsukumo said, making Tsunade and Naruto look at him in jealousy while he smiled in victory. Lucky! The 2 mumbled with a slump in their shoulders with a depression cloud hanging over their heads. Tsukumo laughed and ran off towards his house while waving his hand back at them. All right, I'll see you tomorrow, Jana, he called out, and both waved at him. Naruto walked towards the clan districts with Tsunade in tow, and he raised an eyebrow when she didn't take the turn for her house. I'm coming with you. Don't want to go home right now, she said, simply making him nod. It wasn't unusual for her to spend her day at his house. No, she loved lazing around there and had almost made it her haven away from home. Uchiha clan compounds. The duo of friends walked within the fortified clan compounds of the Uchiha, getting several curious glances towards the blonde girl by the Uchiha airside, but none were too surprised after seeing it several times already. Though none did understand why or how Tobirama had allowed his granddaughter to be so close to the Uchiha family's heir that he had resented the most in his past, none were brave enough to question his decisions. He was their Hokage after all. Naruto opened the large oak gate to his estate and walked in with Tsunade in tow, her hands clasped behind her back with a little smile. He slid the key into his door and turned to open it to step inside his house. Tsunade slid off her sandals and threw them everywhere before hopping in the house, leaving a sighing Naruto behind. He so wanted to slap his forehead in exasperation. He slid off his own footwear and put them neatly, doing the same for his impulsive friend when a small sound rang in the silent hallway of his abode. Mew. A soft mew reached the ears of both blondes, making Tsunade ears perk up like a rabbit. She saw the glowing slitted eyes and grinned, seeing the adorable white cub with her tail wagging excitedly at seeing her master return home. Kiera, Tsunade chirped in a chipper tone and ran up to coddle the adorable thing in her arms. Kiera ran towards Tsunade herself, making her grin and open her arms when she jumped up in pure bliss. The white blur of fur went past her side, causing the blonde girl to land straight on her face onto the floor. Her body twitched comically, while the cub in question rested in Naruto's arms comfortably with a purr. He brushed her fur and rubbed her head with a finger, kissing her head gently. "You hungry, girl?" he asked the cub, who mewed in the affirmative, making him chuckle and move inside the kitchen, while Tsunade sat on the ground with a twitching eyebrow and a tick mark dawned on her forehead. "That traitorous, no good ball of fur," she mumbled furiously, watching her friend walk inside, and she followed and only to plop down on the couch tiredly with a sigh of relief. However, she did glare at the cub, who hopped on her couch and was standing in front of her face with a curious glint in her eyes. "What do you want, traitor?" she mumbled in irritation, getting a tilt of the head from the cub in question, and her heart melted when the cub licked her cheek. "Come to mama," she cooed and scooped her up in her arms, hugging her for dear life, which the cub loved if her purrs were any indication. "Kiera, come and have some lunch." Naruto's voice rang in the kitchen, and she slicked her way out of Tsunade's arms expertly, who tried to keep her in her arms, but ended up falling off the couch face first again. She grumbled incoherent curses at the feline, rubbing her aching nose with an annoyed expression on her face, seeing her lap up whatever he gave her to eat quite happily from her bowl. Half an hour later, the garden of the Uchiha household was quiet, filled with the soft buzz of crickets. Tsunade lay lazily on the grass, eyes half closed, simply listening to the sound around her. Naruto sat nearby on the porch with Kiera, the tiny cub sprawled out on her back beside him, her legs sticking up. He grinned, tickling her small belly. "Where does it all go, you little glutton? You don't grow, you're not chubby, and you're still so small." Kiera let out muffled mewls, her tiny paws swatting at him, barely putting up a fight. Tsunade smiled to herself, watching them. Kiera had slipped so easily into their lives, feeling like she'd been a part of them all along. "Oi, where are you guys?" A familiar voice called out, surprising them quite a lot. "We're in here, come on up back," Tsunade called out, and sure enough, both saw Tsukumo come around with his hands behind his back and a wide, stupid grin on his face. Tsunade shifted her body and laid on her elbow, looking at him with a raised eyebrow. "I thought you were going to buy your sword, smartass," she pointed out wisely, getting an eye twitch from the boy at her name calling, but he gulped it down for now and grinned. His hands were put out in front to show them a beautifully crafted katana unsheathed with a completely white blade and a black sheath to go along with it in his other hand. Tusen gave me the family sword when I got home. I ran straight from home knowing you two would be here. Isn't it cool? He asked with a cheeky smile, getting nods from the other two who were looking marvelously at the beautifully crafted sword. It's called the White Light Chakra Saber, by the way. It's been passed down within my family for generations now. He explained to add a bit more fascination to it and got dumb nods from his starstruck friends while Tsunade ran her finger on the blade in amazement. Sugoi, you've got such a cool sword, Tsunade whispered, making him puff out his chest with pride. Idiots have all the luck in the world, she added, immediately deflating him as he slumped, comically crying a waterfall of tears. Naruto laughed at the exchange, unable to hold back his amusement. The three of them spent the rest of their free day together, enjoying their friends' happiness and each other's company. They played card games, Tsunade's choice, of course. And as usual, she didn't win a single round. Chapter 10. Sharingan Revived, Part 2. Naruto, Chronicles of the Uchiha. Konogakure no Sato. A week later, some unknown clearings on the borders of the village. Naruto walked through the trees that surrounded the forest clearing, taking in the untouched beauty all around him. This part of the forest was new to him, and he was certain no one else had been here either. The soft, untrampled grass growing thickly across the ground was proof of that. He looked up and smiled as the sun's rays filtered through the leaves, casting a gentle glow over the clearing and lighting up the space with a warm, natural sheen. He stepped carefully, each footfall light and mindful, avoiding any insects or snakes that might be hidden in the thick grass. He loved moments like this, exploring hidden places within the village that few others ever bothered to visit. To him, it was a loss for anyone not to know their home down to its roots, to miss the beauty woven into every untouched corner. At last, he emerged into a small clearing, secluded and timeless, hidden within the dense forest. His eyes widened with awe as he took in the sight of a massive tree at the center of the clearing, its trunk thick and towering, like the heart of the forest itself. Naruto walked closer, the tree's presence filling him with quiet wonder. It was as large as a small house, its bark rough and ancient. He reached out and placed his small hand on the bark, feeling the faint, rhythmic pulses beneath his fingertips, almost as if the tree were alive and breathing. It seemed to hold within it the heartbeat of the forest, a steady, life-filled energy that resonated with his own. He walked slowly around the tree, his gaze tracing up and down its massive trunk, debating whether to climb it or not. But he froze mid-step, his eyes narrowing as something unusual caught his attention. A particular patch of bark, partially hidden beneath a tangle of wild vines, stood out. His curiosity piqued. He pulled a kunai from his holster and carefully sliced away the vines, brushing away the dirt and leaves with his hand. Beneath the tangled growth, faint but unmistakable, were words carved by human hands. Konogakure no Sato. It read, faintly etched into the rough bark. The familiar words struck a chord in Naruto's chest, filling him with a sudden sense of connection to whoever had once stood here, carving these same characters. Without hesitation, he began slicing through the remaining vines, channeling wind chakra into his kunai for a cleaner cut. Bit by bit, he peeled away the tangled growth, revealing more of the ancient bark, his heart racing with a mix of excitement and wonder as the hidden message slowly came into view. Today we stand here, asking ourselves the same question every shinobi has probably asked himself at one point in his life. What is a shinobi? Why do we kill others as a way of living, mindlessly staining the ground scarlet? My friend asked me this today, too, after our small truce of peace marking the stop of centuries of conflict between our clans. So I answered him today, and we decided to carve this out for life here as a sign for the future generations to remember the horrors we went through and the time when we stopped to think of the past that lay behind us. A shinobi is one who endures no matter the obstacles. That is what we could say in a sentence. Why do we kill then? Why destroy life? To protect life, life must be taken. That is the very law of nature. The cycle goes on and on. But what differentiates us from animals is that we have the sense to feel others' pain and bask in it to share their sufferings. That is what me and my friend dreamed of years ago, a place where everyone will understand each other's sufferings and pain and grieve together. A place where children will grow up peacefully, shielded from the violence outside the confines of that peaceful wall covering them. We dreamed of a village where children, adults, and the elderly would come together and form bonds, where children won't be thrust out to kill before they know how to hold a brush, and can enjoy the taste of sake before they die. And today the two of us are content that this dream has come true. For today, this place marks the beginning of the peace we dreamed of achieving one day and shake hands to form a village where everyone can be happy. Today, here with a shake of our hands, we unite the two great clans of the Senju and of the Uchiha to form Konohagakure no Sato. Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Year 1197 Warring Clans era. Naruto's eyes went wide, and he leaned closer, brushing his hand gently over the inscription as if to truly feel the words beneath his fingertips. Gigi, he murmured to himself, his voice barely a whisper. At that moment, he understood what the first Hokage and his grandfather had tried to accomplish together. This secluded place, seemingly untouched and forgotten, held a piece of their dream. No one else had come here since if his instincts were right. He read the words over and over, each pass deepening his sense of awe. The handwriting was a blend, one side with the bold, strong strokes of Hashirama Senju, and the other with the precise, elegant script of Madara Uchiha. The year marked was the final one of the Warring Clans era, just before the foundation of the first shinobi villages. Naruto felt as if he were looking through time, back to an age where two powerful men, once bitter rivals, had shared a vision of peace. Together, they had put an end to the clan wars, halting the relentless bloodshed that had plagued their world. He could almost sense their presence, lingering here, in this hidden sanctuary where their hopes had been carved into the living bark of the tree. A sudden chill prickled at Naruto's senses, and his eyes narrowed as he scanned the trees, catching a subtle movement just beyond the clearing. Without hesitation, he flicked his kunai into the shadows, startling a flock of birds into the sky. Rising to his feet, he looked around, tense and alert. "Who's there?" He called, his voice firm, but edged with caution. Silence met him, thick and heavy, but he didn't relax. His hand clenched around his remaining kunai as he called out again. "I know you're there, so there's no point hiding anymore." This time, a reply drifted back to him, chilling and mocking. "You're sharp for one so young, just like that old man. To sense my presence, so attuned at your age, basking in the forgotten dreams he carved into that tree." The voice was childlike, but it twisted with a dark amusement that set Naruto's instincts on edge. A low, blood-chilling laugh followed, reverberating through the trees. Naruto immediately flicked another kunai into his other hand, holding it in a defensive cross in front of him, his stance shifting into a ready kata. "What do you want?" he demanded, his voice steady but guarded, knowing he was entirely on his own in this hidden, forsaken part of the forest. He steeled himself, prepared for whatever threat was lurking in the shadows. "Nothing." The voice echoed from all directions as his eyes darted around, trying to pinpoint the source. His untrained senses struggled to locate whoever was hiding there. "But everything," the voice continued, cold and unsettling, making him tense. His gaze snapped to a strange hooded figure draped in a straw cloak, perched silently on a tree branch. Instinctively, he launched a kunai at the figure. It caught the weapon effortlessly by its hole with a single finger, shaking it in a disapproving gesture. "Your potential lies hidden," the figure whispered cryptically, its words leaving the blonde boy puzzled. Naruto felt an ominous sensation creep into his mind, his unease growing as the figure remained cloaked in the shadows of the tree, obscuring its features. "What do you mean?" Who are you? Naruto demanded, gripping a handful of shuriken in his free hand, ready for any sudden movement. The figure chuckled, the sound sending a shiver down his spine. Who I am is irrelevant. What matters is that your hidden potential must be brought to light. But first, certain conditions must be met, he said in a tone that, while childish, carried an unsettling edge, throwing Naruto completely off balance. What conditions? What potential are you talking about? Naruto demanded, trying to extract any clue he could from the enigmatic figure. The man only responded with a low, chilling laugh that sent a shiver down the boy's spine. The potential that emerges when you witness someone you love torn away from you. Right before your very eyes, he whispered, leaning forward and wagging a finger, his voice dripping with malice. Naruto couldn't suppress the cold dread that crept over him as he stared at the stranger, whose eerie demeanor screamed of danger. Today, you'll achieve it, the man continued, his voice soft yet heavy with ominous intent. Naruto's confusion turned into alarm. What do you mean? He asked, his voice sharp with rising panic. Your friend, that girl, the man murmured. Naruto's heart sank as his eyes widened in horror. He knew exactly who the man was referring to. There was only one female friend he cared deeply for. His gaze hardened into a glare so fierce it seemed to pierce through the man's twisted grin. The stranger shuddered briefly under the intensity of Naruto's hatred, but his lips curled into a vile smirk as if relishing the reaction. What have you done to Tsunade? I swear if you've harmed her in any way. Naruto growled, his voice low but laced with fury. He leveled a deadly glare at the figure before him, kunai gripped tightly in his hand. His threat only earned another childish laugh as the man raised his hands in mock surrender, the gesture almost taunting. No need to get all worked up over little old me. I come in peace, the man said in that same unsettlingly playful tone. Naruto snorted inwardly, his suspicion unwavering. This man's demeanor might be ridiculous on the surface, but there was something far more dangerous lurking beneath it. Then why mention her if you come in peace? Naruto asked, his voice sharp and demanding. His instincts screamed at him to get to the bottom of this cryptic game. Well, wouldn't anyone mention the person who was abducted by shinobi from a rival village? The man replied, tilting his head with exaggerated curiosity. Naruto froze. His kunai slipped from his fingers, clattering to the ground as his mind reeled. What? He breathed, the word barely audible. The man's grin widened, savoring the horror reflected in the blonde's widening eyes. That girl. I saw a man take her from a clearing, tied up, gagged, and slung over his shoulder like a sack of grain. He drawled, his tone dripping with cruel nonchalance. Before he could continue, the cold press of a kunai against his neck silenced him. His smug grin faltered as he felt the unmistakable weight of an unrelenting presence. His gaze flicked up and locked onto Naruto's. What met him wasn't just the stare of a child, but something far more unnerving. Those glimmering, frost-blue eyes bore into him, sharp and vivid as if they could unravel his very being. The colors seemed alive, shifting faintly, catching every glimmer of light and refracting it with an almost unnatural clarity. They pinned him in place, like a predator toying with prey, stripping away his confidence and peeling back his bravado layer by layer. The man blinked, momentarily startled, a shiver running down his spine. Then, the boy standing before him dissolved into a puff of smoke. His widened eyes darted to the source of the blade at his throat, realization dawning too late. Shadow clone, he thought, and heard a small whisper in his ear that made his grin widen to ever-epic proportions. Where is she? Naruto asked coldly, and the man couldn't help but feel glee on his insides. The southern edges of the village. He must have crossed them by now and moving on towards the borders of the country. I would hurry it up if I were you. He whispered before Naruto saw him disappearing right in front of his eyes, as if he wasn't ever there in the first place. Who was he? Was he telling the truth? What should I do? He thought, his mind jumbled up with a million doubts and questions right now, while his hands shook in fear of what might happen to her. Should I go back to the village for help? Naruto's mind raced. No, it would take too much time. That man would escape without a trace by then, especially with how far ahead he already is. There's only one way. Without hesitation, he blurred from the branch, his form vanishing in a burst of speed. He darted through the forest, leaping from branch to branch, chakra surging from his feet with such force that branches splintered in his wake. As the dense canopy of trees began to thin, Naruto saw the tree break. Without slowing down, he launched himself from the last branch, landing on the ground in a full sprint. He pushed his legs to their limit, pumping chakra into his muscles to keep fatigue at bay. His movements became a blur, the ground beneath him barely visible as he sped forward like a gale. You're going the wrong way, Gaki. The voice came from his side, calm yet mocking. Naruto snapped his head toward the source and saw the cloaked figure from earlier, shrouded in a straw hood, walking alongside him as though unbothered by Naruto's blazing speed. You won't catch up to that man, no matter how hard you try, the figure said, his tone infuriatingly wise, as though he held all the answers. Naruto's eyes darkened dangerously, a sharp glint flickering within them that made the cloaked man hesitate, as if for a moment the boy could see straight through him. Watch me, Naruto said, his voice steady, carrying a cold resolve that froze the words in the man's throat. The cloaked man raised an eyebrow, his unease growing, as he watched Naruto veer toward the edge of a massive cliff. His disbelief turned to stunned silence when the blonde doubled his speed and leaped off the precipice without a second's body twisted midair, his arms extended for balance. As the wind whipped around him, he reached for a kunai from his pouch and drove it into the rocky cliffside. Sparks flew as the blade cut into the stone, slowing his descent in bursts of resistance. The cloaked figure, still standing at the cliff's edge, let out a low whistle of admiration. Interesting, most interesting, he murmured with a grin, his earlier bemusement replaced with a flicker of genuine curiosity. Before Naruto's feet even hit the ground below, the man vanished once again, dissolving into the air as though he had never been there. Naruto's hair whipped wildly around his face as the wind howled past him. The kunai he had embedded into the rocky surface groaned under the immense strain before snapping in half with a sharp crack. Acting swiftly, he yanked out 2 more kunai, gripping them tightly in both hands. With all the strength he could muster, he drove them into the rock simultaneously. The blades bit deep into the stone, and his rapid descent began to slow. He forced the kunai further, burying them up to their hilts, until one struck a small, embedded boulder, jolting him to an abrupt halt. Using the momentary pause, Naruto planted his feet against the rocky surface and released a controlled burst of chakra. The force launched him backward in a graceful arc, allowing him to twist midair and land firmly on the ground below. He skidded backward across the dirt, dragging the kunai against the ground to slow his momentum. When he finally came to a stop, he noticed the blades had been chipped and dulled beyond use. Tossing them aside, he flexed his aching arms, which throbbed from the strain, but he paid the pain no heed. He had no time to waste. Naruto broke into a sprint again, his legs pumping as he darted forward with renewed urgency. Reaching a small stream, he leaped from boulder to boulder, crossing the water in moments. As he landed on the other side, the edge of the village's borders came into view. Without hesitation, he pushed himself harder, his feet pounding against the ground as he approached the forest ahead. Spotting a branch, he vaulted up and perched upon it, scanning the area. His sharp gaze landed on a faint footprint pressed into the bark of another branch. A small smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Got you. The abductor must have been moving in a hurry, too rushed or too confident to cover his trail properly. Naruto's instincts flared. He knew he was close, right on a man's heels now. But even as he pressed forward, his mind couldn't help but wander back to the mysterious figure from before. Why is he helping me? What does he gain from this? He clenched his fists and shook his head sharply, forcing the questions aside. There's no time for that now. I'll deal with him later. Right now, I have someone to stop. Somewhere near the border of the land of fire and the land of rain, a man cloaked in black, his face hidden beneath a featureless mask, moved swiftly through the treetops. Each leap from branch to branch brought him closer to the borders of the rain country. The intelligence about Konoha's lax patrols had proven invaluable, allowing him to infiltrate undetected. Slung over his shoulder was the Senju heiress, bound and gagged, her muffled protests barely audible against the rushing wind. Soon, she would be in Kumo's grasp. Her potential, whether as a future Jinchuriki or as part of their breeding programs, would bring unparalleled strength to their village. By the time the Leaf discovered her disappearance, it would already be too late. Trailing him were two figures, equally obscured by dark, nondescript clothing that left no trace of their identities. The shorter of the two, a lithe individual with a smooth gait, carried themselves with an eerie grace, their movements silent as a shadow. The other, taller and broader, exuded an imposing presence even in their concealment, a faint shimmer of steel visible under their cloak. "Stay alert," the leader muttered under his breath, his voice a low, gruff whisper. "The Leaf isn't as careless as they seem." The shorter figure responded with a sharp nod, their voice muffled by a mask. "No signs of pursuit so far." The larger figure chuckled softly, his tone dripping with overconfidence. "If anyone's following, they're just throwing themselves to their deaths." But their confidence was premature. Swish! The leader veered sharply to the side, a pained grunt escaping him as three shurikens embedded themselves into the back of his left thigh. He stumbled midair, landing unsteadily on a nearby branch. "Leader," the shorter figure hissed, their head snapping toward him as they skidded to a halt. "I'm fine," he growled, though his voice was strained. His grip on Tsunade remained firm, the girl's muffled screams growing more frantic. The broader figure turned, his concealed face scanning the empty forest. "Who's there?" he barked, his deep voice echoing. "You've got some nerve, Leaf scum." The leader spat, his sharp gaze darting across the dark canopy. "I'm a censor. You can't hide from me." Swish! Another metallic whistle cut through the air. The shorter figure shifted fluidly, narrowly avoiding a kunai that embedded itself into the bark beside them. "Distance attacks," the figure murmured, voice calm yet edged with tension. "They're toying with us." The leader's senses flared, and his masked face turned upward with a sinister grin. Not for long. From above, a blonde figure descended rapidly, a kunai gripped tightly in his hand, aimed straight for the leader's skull. "A child?" the broader figure scoffed, their voice dripping with disdain. "You sent a child to stop us?" The taller figure stepped forward, unleashing a volley of shuriken with deadly precision. But when their eyes met the boys, they hesitated. A glimmer of unnerving intensity radiated from his sharp gaze, as if he could see through every move they made. It was a glare that promised he was far from ordinary. "Enough playing around," the shorter figure muttered, their hands weaving through a flurry of silent seals, chakra surging ominously around them. "Let's finish this before it gets messy." The leader launched a volley of shuriken, his movements sharp but calculated, aiming to neutralize the apparent child before him. He internally scoffed, convinced that this was just a minor nuisance. Naruto's limbs snapped up, shielding his torso as the shuriken seemed to embed themselves into his arms and legs. Tsunade's muffled screams intensified, her body thrashing against her bonds in horror. But her panic turned to shock when Naruto vanished in a puff of smoke, a battered log dropping where he had stood moments earlier. "A substitution?" the masked leader snarled, his irritation evident. Before he could act, a kunai slashed toward his waist. He twisted just in time, raising his forearm to block the attack, only to meet Naruto's cold, determined blue eyes. The eyes, a brilliant shade of blue, were sharp and intense, focused entirely on him with a clarity that seemed to cut through the air. The masked man leaped backward, but Naruto stayed on him, refusing to relent. His twin kunai lashed out in precise, rapid strikes, forcing the man to draw a short blade to counter. The clash of metal rang out sharply as the man parried each blow, his arm expertly deflecting the flurry of attacks. Yet even with his skill, the relentless ferocity in Naruto's strikes left no room for complacency. Each slash was executed with surgical precision, each movement flowing seamlessly into the next. "Damn brat," the man growled, his voice strained as he maintained his balance despite the weight of Tsunade on his shoulder. "Walk away now while you still can, or I'll make sure you never walk again." Naruto's gaze hardened, his stance unwavering. "Try me," he muttered, his voice low and filled with uncharacteristic venom. From the side, the shorter figure moved swiftly, their chakra flaring as they lunged with a concealed blade aimed at Naruto's blind spot. But the blonde's instincts screamed a warning. He ducked just in time, twisting mid-motion to counter with a spinning slash, forcing the assailant to retreat. The larger figure, watching from the shadows, stepped forward now, their presence like a looming specter. "You're wasting time, leader," he rumbled, his tone cold. "Let's deal with him." The leader's patience wore thin, and his grip on his blade tightened. "Fine. But if he dies, we lose our leverage. Don't kill him." The trio shifted their stances, readying themselves to face the determined genin who stood between them and their escape. The leader and the larger shinobi exchanged a brief, silent look before nodding in agreement. The smaller figure, who had been silently waiting for their chance, stepped forward with a twisted smile beneath their mask. "You may have some skill, kid," the smaller shinobi taunted, his voice high-pitched and mocking. "But you're still just a little brat in over your head." Naruto's eyes narrowed, sweat trickling down his brow as he slowly backed up to gain some distance. He could feel the weight of the kunai lodged in his limbs, but the pain was nothing compared to the desperation to keep Tsunade safe. The small figure rushed at him, moving like a blur. Naruto barely had time to react as the shinobi weaved through the air with the grace of a snake, his blade flashing toward Naruto's throat. Naruto barely managed to deflect the strike with his kunai, but the force sent him stumbling backward, momentarily off balance. The smaller shinobi laughed, circling him like a predator toying with its prey. "You're slow, Gaki. You think you can protect anyone with that level of skill?" Naruto gritted his teeth, pushing past the pain in his limbs as he regained his stance. "I won't let them win. Not Tsunade, not now." With a grunt, Naruto charged again, his kunai aimed at the shinobi's chest. But the smaller figure was too quick. The blade darted toward Naruto's exposed side, and he barely managed to twist away in time, feeling the rush of air where the blade had been moments before. Not fast enough, the small shinobi taunted again, pushing forward with another volley of rapid strikes. Each slash came quicker than the last, forcing Naruto to block, dodge, and retreat in rapid succession. The pressure was immense. His limbs were heavy, and his chakra reserves beginning to deplete. Naruto could feel the frustration building, his breath coming in sharp gasps. The attacks weren't lethal, but they were overwhelming. Every time he thought he could land a blow, the shinobi would evade and strike from another angle. He wasn't just fighting one-on-one. He was being pushed into a corner, forced to defend with every ounce of his strength. Meanwhile, the leader and the larger shinobi had already moved forward, trusting that the smaller figure would handle the boy. "He's just a child," the leader muttered, a hint of amusement in his voice. "We'll deal with the girl. Let's not waste any more time here." The larger shinobi didn't respond, but simply nodded, and the two moved toward the distant border, intent on completing their mission. Tsunade's muffled screams echoed in their ears, but they paid her no mind. Back in the clearing, Naruto was struggling. Sweat dripped down his forehead as he narrowly dodged another strike from the smaller shinobi. He could feel the weight of his own exhaustion bearing down on him. "Think, Naruto, think." Suddenly, the small shinobi surged forward, aiming for the opening on his left. This time, Naruto couldn't avoid the strike. The shinobi's blade caught him across the arm, drawing blood, and Naruto grunted in pain. His hand went numb for a split second, and the kunai slipped from his fingers, leaving him vulnerable. The smaller shinobi grinned, his eyes gleaming with sadistic satisfaction. "It's over, brat." Naruto's mind raced as the world seemed to slow around him. "No, I can't let this happen. I have to protect her." In a burst of instinctive chakra, Naruto shoved the smaller shinobi back with a powerful thrust of his palm, sending him crashing into a nearby tree. The moment of respite was brief, but just enough. Naruto took a deep breath, his mind focusing despite the pain and exhaustion. "I won't let you win," he muttered under his breath, steeling himself. His hands moved quickly, weaving the seals for a technique he rarely used, a defensive wind jutsu known as futon, kaze no kyusaku, wind of a small typhoon. The air around him began to shimmer as chakra surged, forming a dense, swirling dome of wind energy. It wasn't a lethal technique, but it would be enough to give him a moment's breathing room. The smaller shinobi's eyes widened in surprise. What are you doing?" he shouted, charging forward again. Naruto's eyes blazed with determination. "You'll see soon enough." With a yell, he released the technique. A violent gust of wind exploded outward, twisting in all directions like a miniature typhoon. The force of the wind sent the smaller shinobi flying, tossed helplessly in random directions like a ragdoll. The shockwave blasted through the clearing, uprooting plants and scattering debris. The shinobi struggled against the force, his momentum carrying him far from his original position. The wind technique had served its purpose, and Naruto now had the briefest of moments to gather himself. The shinobi slammed into a massive tree trunk with bone-crushing force, his body crumpling against the bark. The impact caused a massive branch to snap, splitting off from the tree and piercing through his chest like a spear. The sound of snapping wood and the sickening crunch of bones echoed through the clearing. Naruto froze, his eyes wide as he watched the shinobi's body hang limp on the jagged branch, life extinguished in an instant. There was no struggle, no final word, just the eerie stillness of death. The moment stretched, the silence deafening. Naruto's chest heaved as he stood frozen, his mind slowly catching up with the violent action he had just taken. Did I? But there was no time for doubt. The other two shinobi, the leader and the larger one, had already made their move, heading toward their objective with Tsunade still in tow. Naruto's gaze snapped to the trail they'd left behind. "I'll finish this," he muttered, wiping the sweat from his brow. He still had enough chakra to chase them down, and he would. He had no choice. With renewed determination, Naruto surged forward, leaping into the trees, his every movement calculated and swift. His mind was clear, his focus sharp. "I won't let them get away with this. Not Tsunade. I'll catch them," he muttered through clenched teeth. "And when I do, they'll regret ever crossing me." Naruto's eyes locked on the two remaining shinobi as he closed the gap with brutal speed, his instincts driving him forward. He wasn't thinking about the pain in his body or the exhaustion creeping in. All that mattered was getting to Tsunade. But before he could reach the leader, the larger shinobi sensed his presence and intercepted him with a deafening roar. In the blink of an eye, the shinobi used a sealless shunshin, teleporting behind Naruto with terrifying speed. Without hesitation, his massive fist collided with Naruto's back, the force of it resembling a freight train crashing into him. Naruto's spine nearly shattered with a sickening crack, and a wave of excruciating pain surged through his body. The impact was so intense that his muscles seemed to strain and contort, unable to withstand the overwhelming force. His body crumpled like a rag doll, crashing into the ground with bone-jarring force, the dirt and rocks beneath him exploding in all directions. The bigger shinobi wasted no time. He was on Naruto before the boy could even react, driving a brutal combo of punches into the back of his head. The first blow sent stars flashing across Naruto's vision, and the second left his thoughts scattered. Every inch of his skull felt like it was going to implode. The world spun in dizzying circles, but Naruto gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stay conscious. He refused to let himself be beaten down so easily. Above him, Tsunade's muffled cries echoed in the air. Her hands twisted against the bonds as she screamed Naruto's name, her body jerking desperately in her restraints. She couldn't bear to watch him suffer, her heart torn with helplessness. "Don't you dare die, Naruto!" she screamed in her mind, the gag choking her words, but the raw pain in her eyes was enough to show how deeply it hurt. The larger shinobi, thinking the fight was over, moved to finish him off. He pulled a kunai from his belt, his face twisted with a sadistic grin. He raised it high, aiming to drive it straight through Naruto's skull. But just as the blade descended, Naruto's form vanished in a puff of smoke. The kunai stabbed into a log, splitting it in half as the real Naruto reappeared behind the shinobi. Now on his leader's eyes widened in disbelief. "You?" "Not yet." Naruto spat, his voice cold and raw, dripping with defiance. Blood poured down the back of his head, trickling beneath his hair and staining his clothes, a painful reminder of the brutal impact. The punch had struck with such force that he could feel his skull fracture, the sensation of sharp, spreading pain ricocheting through his body. His vision swam, blurred by the dizziness, and the world around him seemed to tilt. Every breath was a struggle, but he refused to let himself collapse. Not after everything he'd been through. He wasn't done yet. The larger shinobi cursed loudly, realizing his mistake. The leader, furious at the blunder, snarled at the bigger shinobi, his face filled with fury. "You idiot! I told you not to underestimate him." Tsunade's heart stopped as she watched the scene unfold, her body racked with fear. Her eyes were locked on Naruto, the blood flowing from the back of his head, staining his hair and clothes, pooling beneath him. It was a sight she had seen too many times before, but never like this. The sight of him, broken and on the edge, made her stomach twist in knots. Naruto had always been resilient, always defying the odds. But this time, she wasn't sure he could pull through. The blood, the way it was pouring from him, it had been too close for comfort. She could feel the panic rise in her chest, her mind screaming to do something, anything before it was too late. Tears blurred her vision, but the fire in Naruto's eyes told her everything she needed to know. He was still fighting, and as long as he could, he would never give up. The leader's gaze hardened as he saw the larger shinobi falter for a moment, his earlier mistake now evident. Frustration twisted across the man's features, his patience wearing thin. He had underestimated the blonde brat, but no more. He was done with games. "Enough," the leader snarled, his voice cold and authoritative. He glared at the larger shinobi, his eyes filled with a mixture of annoyance and command. "You wait ahead. I'll deal with this brat myself and bring back his head." The larger shinobi, still shaking off the remnants of the shock from Naruto's quick escape, hesitated for a moment, but upon meeting the leader's cold stare, he nodded reluctantly. He stepped back, grumbling under his breath, but following orders without question. His job was done for now. The leader turned back to Naruto, a cruel smirk spreading across his face. "You got spirit, kid. Too bad you're just a little too stubborn for your own good." He drew a sword from his belt, the blade catching the moonlight as he slowly advanced. Naruto's legs trembled beneath him, his body screaming for rest, and the sharp pain from the blood flowing down the back of his head made every movement feel like agony. His skull throbbed, a constant reminder of the brutal punch, but his determination burned brighter than ever. His blue eyes, now narrowed with focus despite the blood staining his face, locked onto the leader. The intensity in his gaze was unmistakable, cold, unyielding, as if nothing could shake the resolve deep within him. The words came out low, but steady, filled with the weight of his resolve. I'm not going anywhere. Good, the leader sneered. You're just a challenge. I need to have some fun. The Jounin snarled and pushed back, slashing at Naruto, a vertical strike who blocked it with a crossguard over his head with his twin kunai. The blonde winced at the brute force behind it and was forced to one knee, skidding back when he saw the man letting out a kick with his right leg and blocking it by crossing his arms in a crossguard. Naruto cursed inwardly. The man was too strong and experienced than the two he fought earlier, and the leader only had one disadvantage: that Tsunade was on his shoulder. While he, on the other hand, could not use his arsenal of ninjutsu, comprising mostly of fire and wind jutsus and shadow clones that would only drain him quickly and leave him open for the kill from how exhausted he already was after the long chase to catch up to the man and his teammates for 3 hours now. He ducked under a horizontal slash and rolled away from a vertical one that followed it. While the sword was embedded in the ground with a small cloud of dust to show the force behind, it would cleave him straight through if it made direct contact. The Jounin had to give some points to the brat, no matter how annoying the pest was in his eyes. You're good, brat, but how long can you keep this up? The man's voice was thick with mockery, a cruel smirk spreading across his face. Your head injury won't take you far. Better give up, and I'll make it painless. Naruto's gaze didn't waver, his focus unwavering despite the blood dripping down the back of his head. The man's taunt hung in the air, but Naruto paid no heed to it. He couldn't afford to. The man was right in his assumptions, though. Naruto could feel the exhaustion weighing him down, his body growing slower with each passing second. His muscles screamed for relief, and his chakra reserves were dangerously low. He was at a severe disadvantage. Ninjutsu was out of the question. There was no way he could gather enough chakra for a proper jutsu without risking Tsunade's safety, especially if he accidentally caught her in the crossfire. In his clones, he didn't have enough chakra to even think about pulling off the numbers he needed to set a trap. Taijutsu was equally hopeless. The man was a seasoned Jounin, far more experienced, and his raw strength was something Naruto could barely contend with in his current state. Every time he moved, the pain from his head injury surged through him, making each step feel like an eternity. The only thing keeping him alive was his agility and speed, and that too was failing quickly as he was forced to dodge another swing of his dodge, and the man was adapting to his style slowly yet surely. That left only one choice. In a desperate move, Naruto hurled one of his kunai at the man, hoping to create some space. The enemy didn't even flinch as he effortlessly flicked it away with a swift swipe of his sword. With a predatory grin, the man charged at him, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of the hunt. Naruto's back slammed against the rough bark of the tree, the impact reverberating through his battered body. The force of the hit sent a violent jolt through his spine, and a sharp, blinding pain exploded in his chest, making him gasp for air. The man's grin widened as he raised his sword, preparing to bring it down in a powerful vertical slash that would cleave Naruto in half. With his body protesting every movement, Naruto forced himself to twist around the tree, narrowly evading the blade that whipped through the air with deadly precision. The sword missed him by mere inches, but the agony in his back was unbearable. He hopped back a couple of steps with the Jounin following him, and now his sword had lightning coursing through its blade to be done with the blonde, even with a merely small glancing blow. If only I could make hand seals right now, this brat would be dead, he thought, and gave a roundhouse kick for the blonde's arms, who twirled around a tree and dodged it at the very last moment yet again. This went on for 4 more rounds, each more grueling than the last, until Naruto finally collapsed to one knee. Sweat poured down his face like raindrops, mixing with the blood that had already stained his skin. His chest heaved as he gasped for air, each breath a battle in itself. His body screamed in protest, but his spirit refused to break. The man watched him with a bemused expression, his eyes narrowing as he let out a chuckling laugh at the sight of the downed boy in front of him. I must say, boy, the man spoke, his voice dripping with mockery, you were impressive, able to hold your own against an elite Jounin for so long and still breathe. And to top it off, you even managed to kill my Chunin subordinate somehow. But now, he took a slow step forward, the gleam of his sword catching the light as he raised it, ready to end Naruto's life. But before he could strike, Naruto, despite his exhaustion, swept his leg out, aiming to take the man's legs out from under him. The Jonin effortlessly hopped over Naruto's swipe, letting it pass harmlessly beneath him. With a swift, calculated motion, he thrust a powerful kick midair, his boots slamming into Naruto's chest. The blow sent him crashing backward, and the impact against the tree was brutal. His spine, still sore from a previous blow, screamed in agony as the shock of the new impact amplified the pain to unbearable levels. Naruto coughed violently, blood spilling from his busted lip and a fresh gash across his cheek. The skin split open from the force of the blow. He slid down the rough bark, his face bruised, swollen, and streaked with crimson. Every breath was a struggle, each inhale a stab of sharp, searing pain from his back as if it could tear him apart. His vision blurred, and through the haze, Naruto wiped the blood from his lips and cheek, fighting to stay conscious. The Jounin shook his head with a laugh when Naruto started going through hand seals. You won't be able to do any ninjutsu that would be able to take me down with the chakra levels you have right now, kid. This fight is... He trailed off when he saw the blonde's shadowed eyes glance up, now seemingly crimson with a single tomo in each of them, and ended the sequence on Tiger, making his eyes widen in realization and horror. Fire style. Phoenix flower jutsu, he exclaimed, pumping out a volley of small fireballs that made the Jounin hop back a couple of steps, right into the middle of the clearing. Just my luck. I get a Uchiha along with a Senju. You're going to be my compensation for wasting my time, Brad. But at least you will be a worthwhile present back home. The Jounin chuckled, letting the boy make another sequence of hand seals to pump out whatever last ninjutsu he wanted to before he fell over unconscious due to chakra exhaustion himself. Fire jutsus took a hell lot of chakra, and it was only a matter of time before a little child like him. Uzumaki sealing style. Naruto's voice rang in the clearing, and the man stopped laughing and looked around at the 6 tags slapped over the trees, all around him glow in unison, while the blonde went through strange hand seals he had never seen before. But he had heard of the reputation that the Uzumaki sealing skills held in the world. His mind went back to the 6 last-moment counters that Brat had done. Just now, and only now, did he realize what he was doing. But still, impossible. There's just no way a Uchiha like you could know seals. He shouted and raised his sword to charge at the blonde when Naruto made the final seal with a tired smirk. 6-point paralysis seal. Few in, he shouted when his remaining chakra reserve started getting depleted drastically and kanji sprouted out from all over the tags and covered the man and Tsunade all over their bodies and halted his charge midway, while Naruto's eyes watched in slow motion as the tip of the blade came towards his right shoulder and stopped just a hair's length away from making contact with his body. Naruto kept his palms on the ground, keeping the seals around him pumped up, and the man paralyzed with a smirk while a bead of sweat rolled down his forehead. You damn brat. How long do you think the seal will hold up? I can feel it wavering due to your depleted reserves right now. What do you think you'll achieve by stopping me for a little while before I cleave you? He sneered at Naruto, who shook his head in humor, further confusing the Jounin. I'm not stupid enough to try and stop you. He panted with half-lidded eyes, making the man look at him dumbfounded, and he merely continued, completely ignoring the man. No, I'm merely stalling your team. He completed with a deep breath, and his Sharingan wavered for a moment, making the man smirk that the seal was about to fall along with the boy. For what? He asked curiously before he slayed down the boy and took him with himself, and the boy's smirk widened ever so slightly, confusing him yet again. For them dash, Naruto said before he fell down to the side, and the seal disappeared to give him free movement. The man was confused when he felt a hand clasp the back of his neck in an iron grip, while Tsunade was slid off his shoulders roughly. His head was twisted around forcefully, and his eyes widened in horror when he saw the two pairs of glaring, hateful eyes in front of him. You have some nerve to try and abduct my grandniece in broad daylight. Tobarama's cold voice rang through the clearing, while Sasuke, Sarutobi, stood by his side, cleaning the blood off his hands and untied the little bonded girl from her bonds. His signature cigar dawned on his lips, as usual, letting out small wisps of smoke in the air. Gigi, how did you know I was here? Tsunade asked in confusion, making Tobarama answer her without taking his eyes off the man who was struggling in his grip for air and squirming like a headless chicken. Because of Naruto, he explained, and the Jounin's eyes widened at his words. How? He rasped out, not being able to get how he was able to get a message to the Hokage so quickly. It just wasn't possible for him to do so. The boy took a shortcut by the cliff behind our village to follow you, which was the only possible way for anyone to chase you on foot with the distance you had covered beforehand. Just as he crossed the river where our village's borders end, he let out a huge pulse of chakra on purpose to alert our barrier team. Sasuke spoke, and the Jounin glanced at the unconscious boy with incredulous eyes before his eyes rolled due to lack of oxygen. He fell unconscious when Tobarama hit his pressure point on his neck and let the body fall down like a sack of potatoes. To think Mito even taught him the intricacies of our village's barrier defense system. She isn't letting up on training him, Tobarama? Sasuke spoke up, drawing Tobarama's glance toward him. He gave a slight nod in acknowledgement, though his expression darkened as he looked at Naruto's battered form. The boy was a mess, blood-soaked and bruised beyond recognition. Tobarama winced, his gaze lingering on the massive wounds, the boy's body bearing the brunt of countless brutal attacks. It was ingenious of him, though, chasing after the enemy shinobi, landing a killing blow on the Chunin-level ninja, and simultaneously alerting him to the danger. Only when he contacted the barrier team did he learn that his grandniece had left the village as well. It was then, with that revelation, that he understood what was happening. Using the Hiratian marker placed on Tsunade's necklace, he had been able to track her down. The man had planned it through by placing a suppressing marker on the girl, but the Hiratian was still acting like a tracking beacon for him, even if he could not flash to her. The man was much too confident in his plans to be cautious of him. Naru, their thoughts were broken by the soft and concerned voice of Tsunade, her arms tightly cradling his head as if she could somehow bring him back to life. Her hazelnut eyes, usually so strong and confident, were filled with deep, overwhelming concern as she looked down at him. Her fingers trembled slightly as she brushed the blood from his face, unable to ignore the sheer severity of the wounds. His body was battered, his face bruised and bloodied, his shirt torn, and his back marked with dark, angry welts. It was a sight that tore at her heart. "Hey, wake up," she whispered, gently patting his cheek. His eyes blinked, unfocused for a moment, struggling to process the world around him. As his blurry vision cleared, he saw Tobarama's wide eyes staring down at him, and a strange man with brown hair, his cigar dropping in shock. The last thing Naruto heard before everything faded was Tsunade's soft, broken voice. "Narrow your eyes." Then, everything went black. Tsunade felt him go limp in her arms, her heart sinking as she felt the weight of his injuries. Tears welled up in her eyes as she hugged him tighter, unable to stop the flow of emotion. Her heart was breaking for the boy who had given everything, and now, it seemed, he was slipping away. Suddenly, she felt a hand gently clasp her shoulder. She looked up to see her granduncle's stoic face, his expression unwavering, yet there was a small, reassuring smile on his lips. It was the kind of smile meant to steady her, to give her hope amidst the overwhelming chaos. But Tsunade could feel the weight of her own helplessness. No amount of reassurance could heal the pain she felt seeing Naruto in this state. "He's fine." He spoke to calm the girl down and got on one knee when a tear rolled down her puffy cheek. But, she retorted, her voice shaky as she sniffled, unable to process the gravity of the situation. She wanted to protest, to say something, but Tobarama placed his fingers softly on her lips, shushing her mumbles with a quiet, reassuring touch. He's just exhausted. The boy ran 3 hours straight, jumped off a cliff to chase after you, and took on a team of Jounin, elite Jounin, and a Chunin head-on. He'll be out like a light for a week or two before he's up and about again. Tobarama explained calmly, his gaze softening as Tsunade's concern only deepened. But Tsunade, unable to hold back her emotions, wailed in frustration, clutching Naruto's limp form even tighter. Her voice broke through her sobs as she held him close. That idiot, what the hell was he thinking? Jumping off a cliff? I'll send him straight into a coma when he wakes up, she cried out in exasperation, her voice a mixture of anger and heartbreak. Sasuke chuckled softly at her words, shaking his head at the sheer absurdity of it all. Meanwhile, Tobarama slapped his palm over his face, a soft chuckle escaping his lips as he realized maybe he shouldn't have mentioned that little detail. He wasn't entirely sure whether Tsunade was going to scream at Naruto when he woke up or smother him with affection for his reckless heroism. Either way, he could already see how much this boy meant he couldn't stop laughing now that the rush was finally over and his grandniece was fine and dandy thanks to a certain Uchiha. But he did remember those crimson eyes he saw before the boy had fallen unconscious and glanced at Sasuke, seriously, who nodded and disappeared with the now-prisoner Jounin duo slung over his shoulder like a rag doll and disappeared in a swirl of flames. Tobarama himself flashed back into the village to get the boy some medical aid and get him checked up for all possible injuries along with his crying grandniece. 3 weeks later, Konoha Hospital. In a seemingly simple room, Naruto lay surrounded by a pile of flowers and gifts stacked around him, the faint scent of fresh blooms filling the air. His body ached with every movement, and the weight of exhaustion pressed down on him. His eyes flickered open, slowly adjusting to the light as his blurry surroundings slowly came into focus. He blinked, and his gaze locked onto a pair of hazelnut eyes that stared back at him in surprise. He blinked again, and she blinked back, a moment of stillness hanging in the air before Naruto, without a word, reached forward and pulled Tsunade into a tight bear hug. His face buried itself in the crook of her neck, and a sigh of relief escaped his lips. "I'm glad you're okay," he whispered, his voice barely above a breath. Tsunade smiled softly, her arms wrapping around him just as tightly. "You really are an idiot, aren't you?" she teased, her voice full of warmth and affection despite the concern in her eyes. He pulled back from the hug to check for any injuries, his hands trembling slightly as they cupped her cheeks gently. But she stopped him with a soft giggle, her voice light and teasing. "I'm Kai Baka. You're the one who was out like a light for 3 weeks," she said, her eyes sparkling with affection. Naruto rubbed his neck sheepishly, the action causing him to wince slightly. His fingers brushed against the bandages tightly wrapped around his head, his skull still tender from the brutal punches delivered by the Jonin. The bandages stretched down his neck, and his chest and arms were similarly wrapped in gauze and cloth, signs of the heavy wounds he had sustained. His body was still sore, each movement reminding him of the savage blows he'd endured. Despite the injuries, there was no mistaking the relief in his heart that he was still alive, still with her. He didn't recall much after the final blows, only that the pain had been overwhelming. But the soft bandages and the cool, protective wrap around his head served as stark reminders of how close he'd come to being taken from her. Before he could say anything more, Tsunade wrapped her arms around him again, her touch gentle but firm, as if to remind herself that he was here. She rested her head on his shoulder, her voice soft, a tremor of concern breaking through the teasing tone. "You scared me, Naruto," she whispered. Naruto's heart clenched at the vulnerability in her voice. He smiled gently, pulling her closer, despite the strain on his battered body. "You scare me too, Tsuna," he whispered back, his voice thick with sincerity. They stayed like that for a while, just holding each other, the room around them, the flowers, the gifts, and the bandages that marked his body, all faded away as the moment sank in. The pain in his body was nothing compared to the relief that coursed through him knowing she was here and safe. Meanwhile, outside the room, Mito stood by the small glass window of the door, her hands clasped over her heart, a fond smile lighting up her face. Ah, they're so adorable, hugging like that. She cooed softly, earning smiles from the two men seated beside her. Sasuke's fingers twitched, irritated by his inability to smoke in the room, and his frustration grew with every passing moment. Beside him, Tobirama calmly sipped from a can of cold coffee, seemingly unfazed by the situation. To distract himself, Sasuke popped a piece of chewing gum into his mouth, trying to push thoughts of his missing cigarette aside as they waited. Mito was taking her time, giving the Hokage permission to disturb the tender moment between the children inside. It was unbecoming of their legendary status to be scolded by a woman, but even so, "I'm so getting them married when they grow up," Mito whispered, her voice filled with warmth. An amused ah escaped her lips. The reactions were immediate. Poof! Tobirama sprayed a nurse completely brown by spewing coffee onto her. The nurse stood there, completely drenched, as brown coffee soaked into her uniform, while Tobirama gaped at the mess he'd made. "I didn't," he began, but no words could undo the disaster. Meanwhile, Sasuke, in the most Sasuke way possible, managed to choke on the chewing gum. His face turned beet red as he slapped his chest frantically, attempting to force the gum out. When that failed, he doubled over, rolling around on the ground like a fish out of water, gasping for breath between desperate coughs. He looked more like he was having a mini battle with his own lungs than a simple coughing fit. Mito, completely unfazed by the chaos, just pouted dramatically and watched it all unfold with a glimmer of joy in her eyes. "Man," Mito pouted and watched the scene inside with sparkling eyes. Inside, "Gigi told me you jumped off a cliff," Tsunade said sternly, her eyes narrowing at him, the weight of her glare making Naruto gulp nervously. He glanced around the room, desperately searching for an escape route that didn't exist. "Well, it wasn't exactly a jump," he stammered, trying to salvage the situation. "It was more like falling expertly and safely, with a lot of speed behind it." His explanation sounded as lame as it felt, and her narrowed eyes made him wish he could just vanish into thin air. She didn't give him a chance to finish. With a quick flick of her hand, she bonked him lightly on his shoulder before grabbing his collar. "Baka!" she scolded, her voice a mix of frustration and affection. "Don't you dare do anything so reckless again. You hear me?" Her grip tightened for a moment before she softened, waiting for his response. Naruto stayed silent for a moment, meeting her gaze with a calmness that caught her off guard. But as he shifted his weight, the sharp sting of his injuries shot through him, causing him to wince slightly. He quickly masked it, not wanting her to notice. "Won't you do the same for me?" he asked softly, his voice carrying a sincerity that was impossible to ignore. The pain from his battered body was starting to set in, but he pushed through it, trying not to show her the full extent of it. Her anger melted away in an instant. She looked down at the bed sheets, a soft blush creeping onto her cheeks. She fiddled with the fabric, avoiding his gaze. There was no answer she could give. She'd do it for him in a heartbeat, no question. "Whatever," she muttered, her voice lacking any real force. "Don't put this on me. You're the one who's stupid." Her words were barely above a whisper, but the warmth of her touch and the closeness between them filled the silence. She sat there on his lap, the quiet wrapping around them, comfortable yet unspoken, until it seemed as if the world outside didn't matter anymore. Naruto's eyes widened in shock when she pressed her lips gently against his cheek. The soft, unexpected warmth of the kiss lingered, and he froze as if the world had suddenly stopped moving. His heart skipped a beat, and he slowly lifted his hand to the spot where her lips had touched his skin, as though he could still feel the imprint of the moment. He glanced at her, but she had already turned around, her back to him, arms crossed tightly. The act of hiding her face only made her look more vulnerable, more flustered, and it struck him in a way he couldn't quite explain. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice barely above a breath. Naruto, still dazed, nodded but said nothing, not that she could see him. His thoughts raced, but before he could form words, she quickly added, her tone turning more serious yet still laced with affection, "And don't you dare tell anyone, or I'll kill you." He smiled, unable to help it, and reached out to poke her forehead playfully, the usual spark of mischief in his eyes. Despite the seriousness of her words, she was the same impulsive, stubborn girl he had always known, and it brought a sense of warmth to his chest. "Hi," he responded, trying to keep his voice light. But as he looked up, he caught her eyes again, those eyes that shone with wonder and curiosity, and something else he couldn't quite name. His breath hitched ever so slightly, and he let out a soft sigh, almost as if in surrender to the growing feelings he hadn't fully acknowledged before. "When did you learn that new jutsu?" she asked, her excitement taking over once again. "You never showed them to me. I'm definitely seeing them later." Naruto listened patiently as she blabbered on a quiet smile, tugged at his lips as he realized. This girl, this moment, meant more to him than he'd ever said aloud. She started her barrage of questions and answers by herself, while he listened on patiently to the obliviously blabbering girl. "Outside?" "Ah." She kissed, and "They're so cute." Mito cooed, barely containing herself from rushing in to scoop up the two in her arms. "Thump! Thump!" Mito's smile faltered as she glanced down at the two men lying unconscious at her feet, foam gathering at the corners of their mouths. Her eye twitched dangerously as she realized the perverted nature of their reactions. "Perverts," she grumbled under her breath, crossing her arms as she glared at the two grown men, who were still out cold. "It was just an innocent kiss on the cheek." She shook her head, waiting for them to regain consciousness before she sent them right back into the next round of unconsciousness, knowing full well they'd never live this down. The door creaked open, and Kagami stepped in, his eyes immediately falling on the two figures sprawled out on the ground in an awkward heap, their expressions a mix of dazed and utterly stupefied. He raised an eyebrow, his confusion evident. However, she was startled when Kagami came in and looked on confused at their unconscious Hokage and his trusted friend unconscious on the ground. A few moments later, Tobarama, who had been unceremoniously knocked out cold alongside his friend, slowly began to stir. With a groan, he straightened himself out, brushing off the disheveled state of his clothes and blinking the fogginess from his eyes, and looked at his ex-subordinate with a curious look. "How goes the interrogation?" he asked the Uchiha seriously, who smirked knowingly at his sensei, making him smirk back. Tobarama had assigned him in charge of cracking the abductors up, and Uchiha were viciously known for breaking their captive's mind during interrogations, when they were done due in prompt to the severity of the mind tricks they used, and Tobarama had told him to go all out, just that he got the information from him before the man was turned into a vegetable. He and his comrade cracked this morning, sensei. Your hunch was right. It was Kyumo. He answered his unasked question, making his eyes turn cold in the empty hallway of the hospital, and he leaned back while rubbing his temples. That night-aim rakeage coveting for their Kekiai Genkai and hidden techniques wasn't lost to him. But for him to go this far, why Tsunade then? She doesn't even have a bloodline, he asked stoically, and Kagami looked around. "We should talk in private," he answered, making Tobarama nod at his need for privacy. The matter must be urgent then. The three men disappeared, and Mito said nothing but knew what it meant and what fate her granddaughter had just been saved from. She moved in to meet the children, while the men went to go and talk about serious matters regarding international affairs, while she had a couple of blondes to coddle and hug them to death. In the Hokage office, Tobarama sealed the room, ensuring complete privacy before settling into his chair. Sasuke sank onto the nearby couch, lighting a much-needed cigar. The sharp scent of tobacco lingered as Kagami positioned himself across from Tobarama, his expression tense. "They want her to be turned into a Jinchuriki," Kagami began gravely. "Senju bodies are highly compatible with Biju, with Yuzushiogekure fortified beyond infiltration. Kyomo sees this as their next move to create a perfect, weaponized deterrent. Tobarama steepled his fingers, deep in thought. His sharp mind quickly identified one troubling possibility. You know what this means? Tobarama, Sasuke interjected, exhaling a puff of smoke. A stable Jinchuriki is only this critical under one condition. His voice trailed off, but the implication was clear. Kagami nodded, his voice somber. Today was far too close. If Tsunade, or Naruto for that matter, had been taken, Kyomo would have gained unprecedented leverage. They could breed a new clan of Jinchuriki right in their village. Tobarama's expression darkened, but Sasuke wasn't finished. Naruto needs to be questioned. He was nowhere near where Tsunade was abducted, yet he located her before anyone even realized she was missing. Something doesn't add up. Kagami chimed in, his tone sharper. And the infiltrator had intimate knowledge of our security protocols, almost as if he were one of us. We've got a leak. Tobarama's gaze hardened. What do we do, sensei? Kagami asked hesitantly. Nothing, Tobarama said after a long pause, reclining in his chair. Nothing, Sasuke echoed, incredulous. Tobarama nodded. We have no hard evidence tying the infiltrator's actions to Kyomo. Without identification, they can deny his allegiance outright. All we have is an interrogation report, and that's not enough to act. Both men fell silent, though frustration simmered beneath the surface. Tobarama continued, but make no mistake, this is a calculated move, a step towards something far more dangerous. He straightened in his chair, his commanding presence filling the room. Sasuke, take charge of our spy network. Monitor Kyomo and IWA. I suspect Ma may also be involved. Kagami, root out the leaks in our ranks. If an infiltrator managed this cleanly in broad daylight, our internal security would have been deeply compromised. As for Naruto, Tobarama's gaze turned cold. I'll question him myself. The room fell into a tense silence as the gravity of the situation settled over them. Tobarama's final thought, unspoken but heavy, lingered in the air. This was the calm before the storm. Yet, another troubling notion gnawed at the edges of Tobarama's mind. If Kyomo and IWA were so desperate to create a perfect Jinchuriki, perhaps Konoha, too, needed to consider its own deterrent. The idea was distasteful, but logic and pragmatism weighed heavily on him. The Kyuubi. The thought sent a chill down his spine. It was a force of unparalleled power, one that could either destroy Konoha or secure its dominance. Perhaps it was time to consider what they had long avoided, the necessity of weaponizing the Nine Tails to safeguard their village. Tobarama's lips tightened into a grim line. He would see this through, no matter the cost. Chapter 11. Graduation. Naruto, Uchiha Chronicles of the Uchiha. Konohagakure no Sato. Time skip 5 years. Uzumaki clan compounds. Should we stop, Naruto-kun? Mito's gentle voice rang out in the small training clearing of her estate. The boy in question was down on one knee, sweat dripping from his chin onto the ground below. His breaths were short and labored as he ran a hand through his hair, lightly slapping his forehead in an attempt to clear his mind. Despite his exhaustion, his resolve remained unshaken. Not yet, he murmured softly, but the determination behind those words wasn't lost on Mito. She smiled as she watched him dig the blade of his jet-black sword into the ground, using it to push himself upright. His movements were slow, his legs shaky, but when he lifted his head, his blue eyes glinted faintly in the sunlight, steady and unwavering, reflecting a quiet strength that couldn't be ignored. Mito flicked her own sword sideways, the sunlight catching its blade as it shimmered in the clearing. Naruto's sword mirrored the gesture, its edge glinting with a faint starry gleam. He stood up, his legs shaky but his eyes still the same defiant blue until the end. In that moment, she knew how stubborn he could be, his hand raising the blade by his side to leave only its tip touching the ground. Very well then, come. Mito called out sternly, readying her blade in front of her. The blond boy, exhausted but determined, gathered the last of his strength and charged, a cloud of dust rising in his wake. His blade met hers with a violent clash, the sound echoing through the clearing. For just a moment, their eyes locked, Naruto's intense blue gaze meeting hers before he broke the clash and launched into a relentless barrage of attacks from every direction. Sparks danced through the air as his vicious yet precise strikes were met with Mito's graceful deflections. Her red-handled sword moved in a seamless flow, her movements a deadly yet elegant dance as she countered his every blow. She narrowly dodged his straight slash aimed at her lower abdomen, letting the blade whistle past her by mere inches. In one smooth motion, she repositioned her sword, the tip resting just against his jugular. A soft smile tugged at her lips. "There, the spar's over," she said gently, her voice laced with a hint of pride. Naruto, visibly nervous, swallowed hard, attempting to speak but faltering. Mito gave a small smile, allowing the tip of her blade to pull back just slightly, enough to grant him the chance to gather his words. "Is it?" he whispered, his words laced with something that caught Mito off guard. The smirk that tugged at Naruto's lips made her pause. She'd seen it too many times now, and each time it meant he had something hidden up his sleeve. Before she could react, she swiftly nicked his neck. The result was instantaneous. Poof! The Naruto in front of her vanished in a cloud of smoke, making her heart skip a beat. But just as her focus snapped to the air where he once stood, she felt the cold steel press against her neck. Mito's left eye flicked back, her gaze meeting Naruto's. His face was partially shadowed, but his right eye gleamed with a quiet intensity, almost impossible to ignore. There was something about that gaze, calm, steady, yet with a depth that gave the illusion of seeing straight through her. In that moment, his presence felt overwhelming. "Now it's over," he whispered, his voice steady and calm in her ear. A smile tugged at Mito's lips, amusement dancing in her eyes. But the pride in her expression deepened twofold as she gazed at him. "You've grown so much, Naru-chan," she spoke softly, the warmth of her motherly affection clear in her voice. Naruto's eyes softened at her words, the quiet affection in them reaching out to her. But just as their moment seemed to settle, something unexpected happened. Splash! He stood there dumbfounded, completely drenched in water that dripped down his front. The sound of melodic giggles echoed from behind him. Turning around, he saw Mito sitting on the porch with a plate of cookies beside her. Her hands were pressed to her sides as she laughed, and Naruto blinked in confusion, his soaked clothes clinging to him. "You're here," he whispered, his eyes widening as he pointed his blade toward her, his mind racing with realization. "Then that means—" His words trailed off in disbelief, but before he could finish, Mito's laughter softened as she regained control, though a smile still lingered on her lips. Wiping a tear from her eye, she nodded at him. "Hi, that was a water clone, my dear disciple. Finally, you were able to beat one with all the restrictions I placed on you," she said, her voice proud and warm. She motioned for him to approach, like a mother calling her child. He knelt in front of her, the awkwardness of the situation suddenly hitting him. His face flushed with embarrassment as Mito began wiping his face gently with the sleeve of her silky kimono, her fond smile never leaving her face. Her right hand cupped his cheek, her thumb brushing lightly over his skin as she gazed at him with affection, her eyes soft and filled with pure adoration. "You've come a long way. I couldn't be prouder," she said softly, her voice sincere. Naruto's face flushed pink with embarrassment, and he nodded timidly in response. "Arigato, Mito Bachan. It's all thanks to you," he replied honestly, making her smile warmly. She gently patted his cheek before popping a cookie into his mouth and motioning for him to go inside. "All right, now off you go. Wipe yourself off before you catch a cold," she scolded, though her tone was laced with affection. Naruto stumbled inside, his cheeks still a bit flushed, and Mito giggled at the sight. Her hand reached for the cup by her side, bringing it to her lips as she took a slow sip, closing her eyes in contentment. She set the cup down gently in her lap, her calm aura radiating around her. "How long are you going to pretend not to be here, Tobarama?" she asked casually, her gaze still directed at the tranquil scene before her. A tired sigh came from behind her, and soon enough, the Nidaime Hokage was sitting by her side, his eyes calmly taking in the lush gardens of her house. "He's grown," Tobarama remarked, having witnessed the spar from start to finish. An hour of relentless offensive swordsmanship had been impressive, especially considering the control Naruto still had over each of his swings by the end. As a swordsman himself, he could easily recognize skill when he saw it. But of course, he wasn't surprised. Naruto was the apprentice of an Uzumaki Kenjutsu master, after all. "It still amazes me that you taught him the ways of the sword," Tobarama remarked, taking a cup for himself and filling it with tea before taking a sip. Mito merely smiled, her legs swinging back and forth happily from where she sat on the porch. "He asked for it, and I just couldn't refuse him when he asked me to teach him to be worthy enough to hold his father's sword," she replied, her voice soft but firm. Tobarama gave a curt nod, his gaze drifting to the lacquered blade resting beside him. The sword gleamed darkly in the sunlight, unsheathed yet exuding a quiet grace that spoke to the strength it had once held. "He graduates tomorrow," he said, his tone flat and matter-of-fact. A small hum escaped Mito as she processed his words. It was the final week before the team placements, a brief break for all the graduates to rest before heading off to their missions. "I know," she replied with a touch of pride. "He told me he aced the academy through and through." Tobarama nodded curtly, a faint smile touching his lips at the thought of the young man he'd seen grow. "That he did," he muttered. His mind wandered back to the argument they'd had 5 years ago, and he let the words slip almost as an afterthought. He could have graduated long ago. Mito didn't need to look at him to know the weight of his words. She didn't need to see the side glance, for she could feel the faint tension in the air, the silent reproach. Her gaze softened, but there was a sharpness in her eyes, a quiet warning that wasn't lost on him. He was ready at 8 years old. Tobarama began, his voice steady and factual. The educational committee agreed, seeing that he outwitted a Jounin and killed a Chunin back then. His knowledge far surpassed that of his peers, 3 years his senior, as a matter of fact. He could have been a Chunin by now. Before he could finish, Mito cut him off, her eyes flashing with a sharpness that told him she had heard enough. Or he could have been dead, physically handicapped, mentally scarred for being thrust into pressures of life not meant for him at such a young age, she retorted coldly, her tone heavy with emotion. Tobarama let out a deep sigh, though his voice remained as calm as ever. But he wanted to, and had agreed. Her eyes narrowed dangerously at his words, an unmistakable glint of fierce protectiveness in her gaze. "What do you expect from an 8-year-old, peculiarly curious child when asked if he wanted to graduate and go out into a world he wasn't ready for?" Of course, he agreed, but I knew better, she fired back quickly, her tone matching his in intensity. Tobarama's eyes tightened as he met her gaze, his voice low and serious. "Did you?" The question hung in the air, piercing through the brief silence that followed. Mito's words faltered, and she looked down at her cup, her bangs casting a shadow over her eyes as she chewed on her lip, lost in thought. "I did what I thought was right," Mito whispered, her voice barely audible as it quivered with uncertainty. She stared into her cup, as though seeking answers from its contents, though none came. To this day, she couldn't tell whether her decision to stop him from graduating early had inadvertently delayed his growth, or, perhaps, protected him from a fate she feared might have crushed him. "And I trusted you enough to agree instantly to it. And I still do," came a soft but firm voice from behind her. A pair of strong arms gently wrapped around her shoulders, pulling her into a warm embrace. Mito leaned into the hug, her smile growing tender as she rubbed her cheek against the shoulder of the one who held her. She pressed a gentle kiss to it, the simple affection washing away her lingering doubts, replacing them with a quiet peace. Tobarama watched this from the corner of his eye, his expression softening in spite of himself. He couldn't help but smile slightly at the sight of his sister-in-law nuzzling her adoptive grandson, her warmth and affection for him clear. The bond they shared was undeniable, and though he didn't want to admit it, he had to concede that Mito had made the right decision for Naruto. As much as he disliked being proven wrong, the evidence was right there in front of him. The boy had grown into someone worth admiring. Maybe pushing him into the harshness of shinobi life so early had been a mistake. He had been the one to personally recommend his promotion, after all. His intention had been to hone the boy's potential, to bring out the brilliance hidden within. But now, looking at the scene unfolding before him, Tobarama realized that perhaps there was more wisdom in waiting, in nurturing the softer aspects of a warrior's heart before testing them in battle. It was a moot point now. The past was written, but he couldn't deny that seeing Mito so at ease, so sure in her love for Naruto, made it clear that the choice had been the right one after all. Naruto, Tobarama called, interrupting the quiet conversation. The two blinked in unison, breaking away from their private exchange as his voice reached them. A spar if you would, that is, if you're not too tired. His tone was casual, offering no space for debate as he moved to the center of the clearing. Naruto smirked, lifting his blade with renewed resolve, while Mito sighed softly, watching the boy's enthusiasm. "Man," she murmured under her breath, shaking her head fondly, but keeping her gaze on the two preparing to spar. Tobarama's right hand moved smoothly to his waist, drawing a small hilt from his side. Naruto raised an eyebrow, curiosity flickering in his eyes, and then the realization hit him. With a flash of chakra, the top of the hilt grew 3 claw-like protrusions, and a faint glow began to envelop the blade as it extended. The Raijin no Ken, legendary, dangerous, and now in Tobarama's hands. Naruto's eyes locked onto the weapon, and though his expression remained steady, there was a quiet intensity in the blue of his gaze. The light shimmered off the blade, but his focus didn't waver from it, his gaze calm, yet unwavering, as if processing each movement with an effortless clarity. "The Raiji no Ken," he murmured, a trace of awe in his voice. "The legendary sword of the Thunder God." Tobarama chuckled, noticing Naruto's subtle reaction, his eyes following every shift of the blade with an almost imperceptible sharpness. It was like the world around them slowed, just slightly, as if Naruto's blue eyes were seeing beyond the surface, his focus sharper than any ordinary person's. "You give my sword such a stare while wielding the Kurokazuchi yourself?" Tobarama teased, his smirk growing as he saw Naruto snap out of his momentary reverie. Naruto's eyes flickered back to his own weapon, his grip tightening on the dark hilt, the same focus lingering in his gaze, quiet but present. "Kurokazuchi, black lightning." His eyes turned back to Tobarama, and he let his muscles drop loose. Tobarama stood on guard, noticing the boy's relaxed stance, as if merely holding his sword by his side. But his trained eyes caught the subtle twitch of his wrists, a clear sign that Naruto was preparing to strike. He decided to humor him. Clang! With no warning, Naruto's blade shot forward in a flash, aiming for Tobarama's head. On pure instinct, Tobarama raised his own sword, blocking the strike that would have cleaved him in half. His eyes locked onto Naruto's focused gaze, watching as the wind picked up, sending the boy's blonde hair flailing wildly in the air. The force behind the jump sent Naruto's sword down, pressing harder against his own in an effort to overpower him. Tobarama smirked as he flicked his Raijin to the side, shifting his body weight just enough to throw Naruto off balance. It worked like a charm. The boy stumbled, momentarily disoriented. In that split second, Tobarama's foot shot up and landed squarely in the center of Naruto's chest. The impact was brutal, and Naruto was sent flying back, his body twisting like a rag doll. He tumbled across the ground, rolling and skidding for several meters before managing to slow himself. His sword dragged against the earth, halting his slide while he tried to catch his breath. Naruto stared at the trail he had left behind in disbelief. "Amazing," he whispered, still processing the force of the blow. His chest ached from the impact, but what left him stunned was the fact that Tobarama had used no chakra in the attack. That was just pure strength. He winced, rubbing his chest where the foot had struck. The kick still felt like being hit with a sledgehammer. Despite the pain, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. At least Tobarama had held back enough not to use chakra, or he wasn't sure he would have been able to stand back up. Using a Shunshin to enhance your first preemptive strike on an opponent you know is stronger than you. Smart, but if your opponent has the experience like I do, he can read the small gap that it opens up along the way. Tobarama spoke, his tone that of a teacher correcting a student, his eyes piercing with that calm wisdom earned from years of battle and leadership. Naruto stood up, wiping off the dust specks from his cheek, his expression one of deep thought. "My Sharingan negates the tunnel vision that comes with the Shunshin," Naruto retorted confidently, but Tobarama's sharp gaze never wavered. The young man's ability to counter his observations was admirable, but Tobarama had been a Kage for far too long to fall for tricks so easily. "It also leaves you disoriented for a moment. That cannot be negated, no matter how well you see," Tobarama replied, his voice sharp yet patient. "It leaves a small gap, a much too small one, but one that can be countered as I showed you just now." Naruto relented while clenching his fist on the blade. He had been tinkering with the small teleportation trick for a while now to have it meld in with combat, but this was a point he knew he hadn't roughed out yet. The flaw he was working to perfect was still evident. It wasn't possible to perfect it without addressing the disorientation it caused, no matter how skilled he became. "It's not possible," Tobarama stated bluntly, as if reading Naruto's thoughts itself. Naruto's eyes widened in shock, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. How could he know that? Tobarama smirked knowingly, the edge of his lips twitching up in a knowing grin. Naruto looked down at the blade in his hand, his expression sinking into one of quiet resignation. For all his power, his speed, his Sharingan, he still had a long way to go. "Naruto," Tobarama called out, his voice calm but firm. He activated his blade once more, the chakra-infused Raijin, no, kin coming to life with a vibrant, electric hum. Naruto's gaze snapped up to meet Tobarama's, eyes sharpening in anticipation. "Don't blink," Tobarama said, his voice almost playful, but the undertone was serious. Naruto's brow furrowed in confusion, but before he could voice his question, Tobarama vanished in the blink of an eye. The space where the man had been just a moment ago was empty. Naruto's eyes widened, the world around him shifting as the rush of wind tugged at his hair, sending it flying back. A small, sharp sting on his cheek caught his attention, and a thin trickle of blood began to trail down his face. He didn't even see the strike coming. He wiped the blood off his palm, still feeling the electric tingling from the contact of the Raijin's blade. His heart raced as he scanned the clearing, searching for his opponent. His eyes found Tobarama standing with his back to him. The blade now returned to its hilt. The glowing yellow light faded. "You used the Shunshin," Naruto began, still processing what had just happened, but he was immediately cut off by Tobarama's voice. "Activate your Sharingan," he stated in a demanding tone, making Naruto a little peeved, but he nodded when the man turned around with a stern look on his face. Mito watched on from the side, her chin on her fist with a fond smile on her face. Now, maybe her apprentice could see what she had been drilling into his head for weeks, that he was doing something that couldn't be done. Naruto complied, his eyes shifting from their usual blue to the ominous crimson of the Sharingan in a flash. The three tomos spun slowly within his gaze, their movements smooth, almost predatory. Tobarama vanished once again, quicker than before. A sharp sting on Naruto's opposite cheek signaled a clean cut, a trickle of blood following the path of the wound. He wiped the blood off his hand in disbelief, staring at the dark stain as if it were an impossible anomaly. It's impossible, there's just no way. I've seen all the variations of Shunshin, even elemental ones. None of them is fast enough to evade the Sharingan. He murmured, his voice tinged with confusion. He was still trying to grasp what had just happened when Tobarama's voice interrupted his thoughts. It isn't a Shunshin, child. This is the Hiraition. What you're trying to attempt is the same thing I attempted myself when I was young. To try and incorporate the simple body flicker into seamless combat. It may be used for a single use, but the limitations I showed you just now were enough to render it completely useless. He explained, but Naruto could see that there was no disorientation on the man's slightly wrinkled face. The teleportation was almost instantaneous too, as if he really was moving at speeds even his eyes couldn't follow. The Hiraition no Jutsu. Mito's voice rang through the clearing calmly, her palms now on her lap while she looked at him with a calm smile. Devised by Tobarama himself is what you're after, Naruto. It isn't a simple Durang technique that is used to go here and there. That is instantaneous teleportation through the means of a space-time seal that allows said user to teleport near the beacon in a split second. She explained with a snap of her fingers, making his eyes widen in surprise and realization. This was the branch he wanted to specialize his Fuinjutsu in, after Mito had told him to pick one to pursue further onto the advanced sealing techniques like she had done for barrier and restraining seals herself. But still, you said to a seal, but there is no seal he used. How'd he do it just now then? Naruto asked, the point bugging him, and Mito giggled in her hand while Tobarama smirked, pointing to his shoulder. Naruto looked onto it, and sure enough a small sealing formula was over it. But when he remembered him patting his shoulder when he had asked him to spar in the first place, and he realized when he had placed it and pumped the side of his fist in his palm with a sage-like nod. You can mark anything you touch? He asked curiously, making Tobarama quite surprised at his acute deduction and nodded his affirmative at the boy. His deduction skills were quite impressive, he noted, and glanced at Mito, who had a fond smile on her lips, and now he knew why he had been called here today by her so suddenly for a meeting. I see. He sighed, getting a sly smile from the Uzumaki heiress, and he knew he was defeated now. Naruto glanced between the two with a lost look before Mito waved her hand dismissively. Now, let's continue the spar, Inni. I want to judge my apprentice's growth. So get on with it. Mito called out playfully, clapping her hands to get their attention. With a shared nod, both men readied themselves, and in an instant, their blades clashed with a shower of sparks. The rhythm of their fight was smooth, precise, an intricate dance of deadly skill. They slashed, parried, and countered with the grace and power of seasoned swordsmen. For a while, the battle raged, but it quickly became clear that Naruto, despite his strength and determination, was being outwitted time and again. The stoic Kage tossed him around effortlessly, his movements sharp and calculating. All right, I think that's enough, Tobarama finally declared, taking a deep breath after their hour-long session. His eyes drifted over to Naruto, who now lay on the ground, sprawled out like a defeated rag doll. Tobarama smirked, watching the blonde panting heavily. He wasn't old, he reminded himself with a quiet nod. He was just past his prime. Tobarama walked inside to fetch a wet towel, while Naruto continued to huff like a steam engine, clearly exhausted. Bachan, I want that jutsu. Naruto gasped out between heavy breaths, his determination unwavering even in his exhaustion. Tobarama froze mid-step as he heard those words, his eyes narrowing slightly. Mito, however, only giggled, her fond smile never fading as she nodded. I'll get you a scroll for its basics, she said, her voice light and amused. But each seal is different, so you'll have to do it from scratch. I'll let you have it as a pet project of sorts, she added, her eyes twinkling with the promise of a new challenge. Her gaze shifted to Tobarama, who sighed in defeat as he shook his head, already knowing where the scroll would come from. "You're spoiling him," he muttered under his breath, walking inside to prepare for the inevitable. He just couldn't win with her no matter what he did. "Absolutely no respect, I tell you." He muttered to himself in annoyance at being pulled by his ear to suit her needs as she pleased. Mito, though, saw her disciple sit up with a faraway look in his eyes while he was staring intently at his blade. "What's the matter, Naruto-chan?" she asked him curiously, not being able to read the boy who merely let out a small sigh. "Why won't you let me use my Sharingan against you, Bachan?" he asked her, and she stiffened for a moment, but relaxed with a little smile on her face. "And don't tell me, so I don't become over-reliant on it. Using it once just to see how far I've come is different. You avoid this topic each time I bring it up. If you don't trust me enough, just say it clearly. At least don't make me feel stupid," he whispered to himself, making her heart twist. She hadn't realized what her denial to his questions might be making him go through, but still there were things he wasn't quite ready for just yet. "It is for your own safety, Naruto." She spoke seriously, making his eyes snap at her in full focus. "That is all I'll say for now. You aren't ready for the answer to this question yet. You still have much to learn and so much more to explore. I promise you I'll tell you when I deem you ready. So, I trust me all right?" she asked him softly, making him smile and nod. At least she had been honest enough with him. "All right. I trust you, Bachan, and thank you for being honest with me." He spoke calmly and got you to get a shower and return home when footsteps were heard coming straight to the two. "Hey, see who I brought." The happy voice of Tsunade rang through their ears, and sure enough, she had a small white blanketed bundle in her arms. "Bababa." A small gurgled voice came from the bundle, making Mito squeal and pull the thing in her own arms. "There's my baby," she cooed, and Naruto heard some small giggles from the blanket. He peered in, making the small 3-year-old turn his eyes at him and giggle. "Nana Nana," he babbled on getting a giggle from Mito while the little one clapped happily. She held it to her apprentice who looked on with a confused gaze. "Go on, hold him." She motioned for him to take it when he shook his head and took a step back. "No, I shouldn't. What if I drop him?" He spoke nervously, making Mito smile. "Don't be such a child. He loves you so much, see." She held the boy to face him who had a thumb in his toothy mouth and looking at him with his wide brown eyes. A moment later, he opened his arms for Naruto, and the blonde took a step closer and put his own palms on his waist to pull him closer. Mito let her little grandson go, seeing Naruto hold him so gently as if he were a glass doll, and saw his mystified expression while he poked the little infant's cute cheeks gently with his finger to make him giggle. Mito watched the scene in fascination as Tobirama returned with a towel, raising an eyebrow at the sight of Naruto holding his grandnephew. He was surprised. Naruto had never agreed to hold him before, usually out of some hesitation or fear, and no one had pressured him. But looks like Mito was onto her antics again. "Hey," he whispered, seeing the small, full-of-life child yawn and curl up in his arms to sleep. Naruto put him close in his neck, cradling him as if the child were fragile, and closed his eyes with a smile. Why hadn't he done this before? "Hey, stop hogging him, MMPH dash." Tsunade words became muffled when Mito put her hand over her lips, and she shushed him with a finger over her own lips. Tsunade stood confused, then realized her brother had fallen asleep in her friend's arms, and she pouted. "He doesn't ever fall asleep in my arms. Always playing or pulling my hair." She sulked, making her grandmother laugh softly. She looked on at Naruto, who was gazing at the asleep infant in his arms, as if he were Kami's gift to man, which he really was. "Naruto, let me put him into his crib," she called out in a whisper, and he broke out of his trance and nodded, handing her the bundle gently. "Saw the..." he whispered, and she shook her head, taking the asleep child, and walked in to put him to sleep. "Hey, Naruto, let's play something or have shuriken competition. This time I'm so beating you dash," Tsunade chirped up, getting a poke on her forehead from Naruto, who gave her a tired smile. "Sorry, I'm too tired, Sina. Some other time." He spoke tiredly, the exhaustion finally catching up to him, and he walked away with his hands dug in his pockets. She frowned, rubbing her forehead to see his back walking away, and turned around with a grin to see her granduncle having flashed away to his office, and the whole area lay silent with an imaginary breeze making her slump her shoulders. "Come on, they're so boring." She sulked and went inside to see her little brother who was sleeping and pass her time with her grandmother today. Hokage office. Tobarama's desk lay jumbled with piles upon piles of the passing graduates this year. He had yet to assign them to teams. His eyes gazed upon one file. He opened it up to read the name of the prospective student Hiruzen, his own pupil, had requested for. Some kid named Orochimaru, apparently a war orphan from the previous war. According to Hiruzen, a once-in-a-century prodigy that he wanted to take on as a student himself. He said he would make quite a difference in his forces after he was done training him. He would see it to believe it, he mused, and kept it aside to assign the dead last of that batch along with him to balance the two out, some kid named Jiraiya. Building up the teams, a voice spoke by his side, making him glance up before resuming on his work with a curt nod. Indeed. He spoke calmly, to look for the third member for their team. "Why call me then? I have work to do, you know." The voice drawled out tiredly, making him shake his head. "You're going to be assigned a team this year," he stated bluntly, making the man cough up on his puff of cigar. "Say what?" He wheezed out in coughs, making Tobarama glance up and push two files to him that he caught deftly and opened them up. "Ah, these two," he said, reading the names of the top two graduates of the first batch. He himself had kept an eye on him over time, and he presently had no qualms with them being stuck to him. Maybe he could toughen them up nicely and show his son up while he was at it. "What about the third one?" he asked, snapping the file shut, making Tobarama smirk at his lack of denial. After years of pestering, the man had finally given in to taking on a team. He hummed himself, rummaging through files when Sasuke spoke up. "Why not give me Tsunade?" he asked, making Tobarama look up and raise an eyebrow. "What?" "The three are friends, so no problems with teamwork there, and they'll work well together. I'll make sure of it," he drawled out, making Tobarama shake his head. The team would be too unbalanced otherwise. For now, I'm placing her on Hiruzen's squad since no other promising student from the second batch of graduates fits the third placement, Tobarama said, his tone clinical as he set aside a clipboard. "This is just an experiment, after all. I want to see how pairing a top kunoichi with the class's dead last might influence team dynamics. And I have just the student I would like you to train." As he retrieved a different file, Sasuke raised an eyebrow and leaned forward on his couch, his curiosity sparked. Tobarama smirked faintly, as though anticipating the question on the young man's face. "If this experiment fails, I have a more balanced combination in mind for the future, pairing Tsunade with Naruto and Tsukumo. But for now, let's observe how this unfolds." "Oh, and who might that be?" he asked, intently curious as to who he had in mind, and Tobarama's smirk told him he had something planned in that devious mind of his. "The boy has failed 2 times already. Didn't pass this year too. I passed him through my personal say in the matter. The boy is ready. He needs a sensei to guide him through his condition and a pair of comrades he could place his faith on. He'll do quite nicely on your squad," he drawled out, making Sasuke even more curious. "Failed twice, you say, yet you passed him personally. What's this condition, and why did he fail twice?" he asked, the curiosity now too much for him, and Tobarama smirked. "You see, I recently did a personal see-through on his case. The boy, due to his condition, attended the academy during the day while training too hard at night to make up for his flaws, leaving him so winded he would sleep through the classes. Either he'll stay a genin for the rest of his life, or he'll become an integral part of my forces if you help him pull through," he explained, and Sasuke could feel the boy was determined to be a shinobi just from his words and nodded, trusting the man enough with this, and himself wanted to make the boy into what he might be molded into one day. "All right, I'll take him." He spoke confidently, and Tobarama handed him the third file to study it thoroughly, while he flickered out in a swirl of flames, and Tobarama got back into his job.